Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you're watching in the world. Welcome to the 5th round of the HKRC Club Championship. My name is Charlie Ellis and I'll be taking you through all the action today. We've got some special guests throughout the day as well. We've got John Richardson, who is currently out now. You can see the junior Rotax qualifying happening at the moment. He's going to be joining us in the commentary box later today. We've also got the legend, that is Les Latham. He'll be joining us to give us some of his expertise in KZ karting. So see him throughout the day. And of course, if you've got any questions and want to give a big shout out to anyone, make sure you drop a comment on the YouTube live stream and let's see who you're shouting out for. You can see on the grid there, that is the Honda 200s and the MiniMax. They're going to be getting ready to go for the first race of the day. Of course, Kim Bolton Circuit, once established in 1959. What a place to be racing now. Of course, focus off a old airfield that was once used back in World War II. Of course, mostly being used as RAF bases. There's Kim Bolton Circuit, very technical circuit, of course, with those long straights as well. Gives a real mix to the drivers. And as you can see, very sunny today. We're going to be reaching some temperatures that we haven't seen all year long. Of course, today looking at around 24 degrees, which will be even hotter for these drivers when they're sat in the carts, of course, next to the engines, which do a gazillion degrees Celsius. You can see all the carts just bunching up now because, of course, they'll all need to be weighed. Of course, these scrutineers will be making sure that all these carts are legal and, of course, above the weight. So just looking at the Honda, the Junior Rotax qualifying, it was Callum Sims who stuck it on pole. But we're going to get ready for the first race, Honda 200s. Let's have a look at, hopefully soon, of how they line up. Looking at the timing screens now, it was Sawyer Henderson who put it on pole. Of course, thank you to GT Motorsport Components. They're going to be one of our new sponsors this weekend. Really a good pleasure to have them on board. And of course, if you need some motorsport components, make sure you head over to the website and get yourself. Here is the grid for the first race of the day. Sawyer Henderson starts from pole position, Arthur Murphy alongside Elliot Bolt from Fiat Hamilton, Mason Becker, Jack White, Marcus Cooper and Harry Parker Ray. Starts from P8, from Della Rowlands, Keane Doherty, Keane Delaney, George Pickett, from Alfie Hennell, Harry Search, Harry Grant, James Murphy. Starts on your 8th row from 16th on the grid. Nicholas York from James Windsor, Jack Nee from Zach Squire. And Teddy Murphy will be starting from pole in the MiniMaxes from Jensen Darlow, Ollie Brunt, Mason Munster, Rafe Owen, Jake Hansford, Harley Merrison, Buddy Batch, Benjamin Sylvia, Reggie Chandler, and Frank Morris. Those four in the Waterswift Restricted. So we've got 3 classes out in this first race. It's going to be hard to keep a track of where everyone is, but we'll try our best. We'll see how we get on. So of course, Sawyer Henderson. Pretty much the main talking point from last month. He should have really been the one who should have won. He was very quick in the drive, but lost out in the end in the wet, dropped to 2nd place. But anyone can really win this race. We've got a bunch of quick drivers at the front. Elliot Bork's back as well. Elliot, who was a very strong driver at the start of the year as well as last year as well. Fiat Hamilton, who won the championship last year, so obviously knows how to win races, knows how to win those championships. He'll be one to watch out for. Very consistent as well is Fiat Hamilton. Arthur Murphy, who's really showed up this year. He sort of brought his own light to himself. He's really dedicated and wants to put his name out there. He's obviously going to be one to watch as well. But of course, this Kim Bolton circuit, as well with these hot conditions, it's going to be a matter of who can look after the tyres the best. It's going to be all about tyre degradation and all the bits and bobs that comes with it. I'm going to bring Les Latham in for a quick question. Of course, you've been here for many, many years. What makes this Kim Bolton circuit so good? Why do people keep coming back here?
Well, first of all, it's the club itself. It is one of the best run clubs in the country. And then the track maintenance is really excellent. I know the track's always been good here. But then, back down to the basics, it's just the layout of the track. Because we've got a nice long straight with a very late braking zone, which everybody likes, especially the spectators. Because you always get a good chance of seeing some sweeping corners on the, if you like, on the upward side of the track, going up away from the area where the paddock is and whatnot. And there's a few chicanes that they put in there. They can change the chicanes. They very, very rarely do. They nearly always stick to the same circle. But there is the opportunity to change up a little bit, which the drivers like. You know, now and again, they like a little bit of change. And then when you get up to the very top circuit, the famous, named Dan Weldon, and that's a critical corner to get right, because you get that right and it gives you, it's just plus MPH coming back down the straight again. So that's a really important corner. But yeah, in general, it's a very well understood, and it's attractive.
Thank you for that, Les. Of course, if you've got any more questions for Les, he's the man we're going to get all the answers from. Make sure you keep putting your comments on the YouTube, and we'll get as much as we can out of Les. You're seeing the Honda 200s heading out on circuit. Of course, first race of the day. There's John the Marshal. We might have to call the first corner the John corner, because you always see him about. The drivers head through this the second sector now. Very technical sector to get right. Very easy to get wrong, but all these drivers have obviously done the Saturday practice day to put themselves with the track, make sure they've learned all the lines, make sure they've got the right setup on. Let's get ready then. The first race of the day. Sawyer Henderson, there he is on your screen. Starts from pole position. Arthur Murphy alongside. Let's have a look then. First race of the day. Who is going to take the win? Look at all those Honda 200s. It's lawnmowers alight. And it's a false start, and we go around once again. So of course the officials weren't too pleased about that start, so they'll give them another opportunity, but they'll have to go around once again. This will also mean that the other classes will go around again. Of course, we've got the Micromaxes out on circuit and the Miami Waterswift restricted, so we'll try and keep an eye on all the battles in that one. So Anderson making sure the drivers slow down. Look like having a bit of a party there in the driver's seat. There's one of the marshals telling the drivers, slow it down, let's get this race going the second time of asking. Here's the Dan Weldon corner that Les was just speaking about. Very hard sector and corner to get right. You've got those three apexes where you've got to try and carry as much speed through the corner as possible to get you that nice flow onto the back straight. Coming to the final couple of corners now. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. You'll see some of the Micromaxes come through as well. There are the Micromaxes on your screens, but it's Honda's alight as we go down into turn one. Look at Arthur Murphy pushing Sawyer Henderson. He's going to try and go around the outside. Oh, Jack White's getting contact there, and a bit of bodywork flying off. Someone might be receiving a mechanical flag soon for that. But look at Arthur Murphy into the lead of the race. Sawyer Henderson drops to second place, could be third place, because look at Theo Hamilton, makes the move on the inside, going to Derek's corner, gets that move stick. Theo Hamilton stipulates to Sawyer Henderson, saying, come on, let's get a move on now. What are we playing about with? Let's try and catch up to Arthur Murphy. Of course, in these conditions, Slipstream will be strong, and they'll have to work together if they want to catch up to the man leading at the front. Theo Hamilton now is really behind Arthur Murphy here as they come around to finish the first lap of the race. Harry Parker Ray is getting stuck in there as well. He's obviously one of our novice drivers. So you'll see the drivers' black and white plates. They are the ones who are still in their first 5 races ever with a Motorsport UK licence. Of course, this track being a Motorsport UK permitted event, so all the drivers need to have that Motorsport UK licence. Company who's going on a bit further behind, but look at the top 3 here, all staying very much close together. Looks like Elliot Bork trying to get in there as well on these top 3. So Henderson, I think he's just sitting back for a bit, thinking, let's watch and see what Theo does here. Theo makes a move. I might be able to try and sneak through with him. Let's have a little look. Theo doesn't make the move. He had a look going into that final corner, but just didn't have the momentum and the push to really make the move. Couple drivers making a move further behind. That's what the Project 1 drivers. They're going to try and work together to see if they can close on this top 4. But look at them. They're bumper to bumper, nose to tail as they come through this first sector. Very flowing and sweeping corners, turns 2 and 3. You head down this quite short straight compared to the others on the circuit. You head through Derek's corner. Make sure you hit the first curve. Make sure you get close to that second curve. But all that momentum, carry that speed through. The Project 1 drivers are still having a good battle behind. That's the 5th, 6th and 7th drivers. That's Jack White, Mason Becker, Marcus Cooper. So the top 4 is still sticking together. In the Micromaxes, it looks like it's still Tenny Murphy who leads the way. Ollie Brunt made his way to 2nd place. Jetson Darlow dropped to 3rd. And in the Waterswift Restricted, Body Batch leads the way. Reggie Chandler is 2nd place. They're all very close together. The lead battles are all close. But this battle at the front that is on your screens now is one to really watch, because Pickford Hamilton, he's just waiting for a move to come about. Of course, he's going to probably wait and see if Arthur makes a mistake. But we've seen Arthur Murphy last round and obviously rounds before, a very consistent driver. Doesn't tend to make many mistakes. I think all these drivers really, they've really progressed over the year. Of course, one that we've seen progress a lot was Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer, who was a mid-pack driver, as we said, has found some hidden pace up at the front of the field now, and is someone to really watch out for. Elliot Bork as well, being a mechanic by Archer Strong, he knows his way around the T-Bolt circuit very well, so he'll be giving them all the tips and tricks in the book as they come through to finish another lap of the race. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. We head through Derek's corner once again. Top 4 in Honda 200s. The Honda 200s so far have been a really exciting championship, and of course, if you're 8 years old, want to get into racing, the Honda 200s is the best place to start. Very easy to set up, very easy to get your own car and get your own engine. It's a really accessible class to get into, and there's always someone to have a battle with. Of course, various experience levels across the grid. So through all, if Hamilton runs a bit wide there, that could be the opportunity for Sawyer Henderson to try and get up in the inside, but the inside turns to the outside and he can't make that move stick. But Sawyer Henderson now bogs down. Here's the opportunity for Elliot Bork to find his way through. Really has to shovel his way through, but manages to get up into a podium spot. And I think that was Elliot Bork's plan all along, just sort of waiting for an opportunity to come about. And now he's going to try and chase down 2nd place here. Theo Hamilton, who's still trying to find a way past Arthur Murphy, just can't get the momentum and the push just yet. He'll head into the final corner once again. Theo Hamilton's been given a technical flag. The number 30, Theo Hamilton, technical flag. That will see him straight into the pits. Let's see if he does another lap or not. Watch number 30, he goes into the pits. The number 30, Theo Hamilton, the driver who was in 2nd place, is out in the 1st heat. Oh, that's going to be a big shame for his final result as well, because of course these heat races depend to where you start in the final. That's not the way you want to start your first race of the day. Look at this move from Elliot Bork. Round the outside came Arthur Murphy. Elliot thought he had the move done, but Arthur Murphy said, no, watch this. And went straight round the outside. Oh my beer, he says. Sawyer Henderson still there in 3rd place, but you can see now the gap is starting to spread a bit between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Murphy used the opportunity to just try and pull a bit of a gap, and he's done that exactly. The 3.1 is still having a tussle. 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, so we'll get a couple laps left of racing. This first season, very exciting indeed. I hope this detects what the rest of the races will be like. You can see Arthur Murphy really cutting the exit of the Willow section there, trying to use every bit of tarmac. Of course, you'll see every category, there's a different way to drive the kart. With these Honda Cadets, it's all about momentum and trying to use as much track as possible to carry that momentum, keep the minimum speed up through the corners. And trying to get that into an 8-year-old isn't always easy, but they do their very best. And, we are looking at the next big talents here. These drivers could well be in Formula 1, up at the biggest stages in the world, British touring cars, anything really. And this is where it all starts. Karting is the starting point for any driver's careers. Of course, there's a couple of careers who haven't started it. So you could say Damon Hill didn't start. Oh, that looked very close there between Elliot Bork and Arthur Murphy. And as one goes through, another goes through as well. Sawyer Henderson gets up into lead. So there's a bit of a push and pass there. Don't know what the officials will think about that one, but Sawyer Henderson find a way through, and he's trying to take every bit of advantage of that. They're going to go into the final lap of the race just after they come around this final corner. Stoyan Henderson leads the way, but I wonder if he thinks he might have to start defending now. 1 lap left to go. Stoyan Henderson goes into turn 1. He sees he's got a bit of a margin, sticks to that racing line. Very smart thinking there from Sawyer Henderson, but watch out because Murphy will get that slipstream. The Willow section, very strong for the slipstream in his Honda Cadets. Look how close he is behind. They're going to be side by side, going down into Derek's corner. After Murphy tries to go around the outside, that just wasn't going to happen in any day of the week. Sawyer Henderson still holds on to that lead. Elliot Bourke trying to find a way through for second place, but if these two start battling, it's just going to open up Sawyer Henderson. 2 corners left to go here. You've got Kestrel corner, a very smooth and flowing corner to get right. Then the hard braking zone, the final corner, Kim Bolton corner. Oh, shove and an overtake there. Sawyer Henderson throwing a hand saying, what on earth was that from Arthur Murphy? Well, I wonder what the officials will say about that one. You could see Arthur Murphy going into the braking zone, hit the back of Sawyer Henderson, and then found the inside line. Got past Sawyer on that last corner. Let's see. That is the final results. Of course, oh, that got very close there between a couple of the Micromaxes. Wait and see what the officials do about that one. Of course, these are provisional results. We'll have to let the scrutineers and officials put in any penalties or disqualifications for any drivers who may deemed to be underweight, or penalties for if anyone's made a collision with anyone. We won't be the first one to tell the final results, but we'll go through the provisional results now. Arthur Murphy does take the win there. Sawyer Henderson in second place from Elliot Bourke and Mason Becker, from Jack White, Marcus Cooper, Denner Rowlands, from Harry Parker Ray, Harry Grant and Keen Delaney. Rounds out your top 10. There's an issue there for the 88. Now, I wonder if he got stuck to that barrier there. These are the final results as well. Teddy Murphy managed to get second place. Vincenzo Darlo took the win in the Micromaxes. And Waterswift Restricted looked like they had a brilliant race as well. One race finished now. The next one coming up shortly. The Waterswift Inters are getting ready to go out. And really good to see the grid for the Waterswift Inters grow massively. I mean, last round there was about 4 or 5 drivers. Now 19 in this field. Of course, these drivers all preparing for those British Championships. Here's how the grid lines up. Harry Williams starts from pole position. George House alongside from Joseph Davies, Mason Brooks from Austin Newstead, George Clark, Colby Patterson from Henry Clark. Rounds out your 4th row of the grid from Mason Hibbert, Daniel Ferguson, Halfie Davison, Austin Gibson from Oren Murta, Chester Fawkes, George Quinlan, Ruben Saddo. Rounds out your 8th row, and that is your 16 drivers, my apologies, not the 19. Going to bring in Les in once again. How important is it to have these sort of test rounds before that British Championship, the big races?
So they can learn a lot of people who drive around here regularly at the club meetings, who might not think necessarily go all around the country doing the championship meetings. So, and in general, at this stage, this time of the race, the more seat time we can get, the better.
Yeah, exactly that. Thank you for the insight there, Les. And we'll get more insight of Les throughout the day. Thank you well for your time, Les. Obviously, we'll take it.
It gives me an opportunity, really, follow down, if you like, because concentrating on KZ, things like that will a lot of racing going on.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we said that, the Waterswift Inters get underway. Look at the Fusion train as they come through the Willow section. Drivers all clobbering the curbs, trying to find their way through. Look at those colourful machinery as they fly into Derek's corner. It's really going to be the game of Fusion versus Excel here. Fusion taking up most of the grid. Excel in there as well. Premium Karting, I've got a couple drivers as well. There's he had a flag out in the Derek's corner. A couple drivers went off there. But looks like Harry Williams up at the front still leads the way. As they that's a very close move there. 2 Fusion drivers to come through to finish the first lap of the race. Who was that making a move for the lead? That seems to be Austin Newstead from 5th on the grid up to 1st on that first lap. Good start there, as well as Colby Patterson, who went from 7th on the grid. He's up into 2nd place. Might even have a look for the lead here as they head into Derek's corner. But the number 4 there on your screens leads the way now. The 124 sitting there just behind. Harry Williams drops to 3rd on that first lap. Mason Hibbert as well. He started in 9th. He's up to 4th already. So a couple of these drivers making big strides on those first couple of laps. We'll head through the Kim Bolton corner once again. It looks like Ruben Sagdo and George Quinlan were in a bit of a tangle on that first lap going to Derek's corner, but they managed to keep going. And straight on the white line there was Colby Patterson defending that 2nd place. He hasn't always just about held on to it. I thought the Fusion driver was about to come through there. Defending into the Wheeler section, that looks like the number 33. That's Mason Hibbert, who's made his way into 3rd place. So Harry Williams drops to 4th, or it might even be 5th, because look at George House on the inside. Those drivers are going to get very close. Oh, that looked very close from Harry Williams, who ran off just a bit wide there. And looks like Mason Brooks in the back of your screens as well. He's in the back of the train. Oh, that's a late move there from the 77. That's George House making his way through on Mason Hibbert. And this really is all helping out Austin Newstead here as they head through. Oh, that's going to get very close there between George House and Mason Hibbert. Looked like George House was moving over in that on the straight going into the braking zone. That was never going to end up very well. And Hibbert loses out big time. Move for 3rd place. Harry Williams goes through on George House. So we're getting quite a mix of Fusion and Excel karts. Of course, these are probably going to be the drivers to watch in those British Championships. Of course, all these drivers here preparing for those championships. Mason Brooks there on the screen, so number 84. He's trying to find his way through. The Fusion drivers all having a bit of a tussle as they come to finish another lap of the race. Austin Newstead still leads the way. There's a move going on here. Mason Brooks is being overtaken, and that is by Alfie Davidson, who's moved his way up into 5th. The drivers come filing through once again. Looks like Austin Newstead, he still has a bit of a gap, but I wonder if Colby Patterson is just starting to close in now. The fastest driver on circuit is actually Henry Clark, who's down in 10th, which just shows the competitiveness of the field. A driver who isn't even in the top 10 is the fastest driver on circuit. Very interesting to see there. And of course, if you want all the insights to how the drivers are doing on circuit, you can head over to motorsporttiming.uk and have a look at the live timing as well as any results. Those will be, of course, where the official results are published, and not the provisional ones. Of course, we'll see the provisional results. They will publish the official results if any disqualifications or penalties are taken into account. But George House there on the screens in that XL kart. So the XLs are those purple and white karts. The Fusions are the orange and blue. But very hard to tell the difference between the drivers because, of course, they've all got pretty much the same suits. Of course, all repping that team merch. So you really have to try and notice the different helmets, which isn't always the easiest job. But look here, this is for 2nd place. Colby Patterson is being closed in now by Harry Williams and George House. Now, if Harry Williams can make a move through, it could open the opportunity for George House to sneak through as well. But these drivers could help each other out here. The drivers in 2nd and 4th, of course, being teammates. Team orders may come into effect, especially in those finals, but in the heats it may be more... Oh, contact there between the drivers in 3rd and 4th. That was Harry Williams and George House. George tried to go around the outside, and the two just came together. And that was very unfortunate. Now, they've both kept going, which is good to see. But George House has been put in the deep end. Now he's got Mason Brooks and Alfie Davison with company. They're going to try and find their way through. Every man for themselves in these races. Of course, 77, George House, who last year in the British Championship looked very strong. And he's going to try and carry that momentum into this year. Oh, that got very close there between George House. He's an aggressive driver, let's say that, in terms of he knows how to race his fellow competitors. maybe racing a bit too hard, you could say, but if that's how he wants to drive, then that's how he wants to drive. It's his tarmac, and he doesn't want anyone to get past him. As they come through Kimbolton Corner, down the start-finish straight once again. This race has been very exciting, and of course, these Waterswift Inters is probably going to be a race for you to watch out for when it comes to those finals, as it's really going to be a 1v1 in the constructors-wise, between Excel and Fusion. But at the front, it's still Austin Newstead who leads the way. Mason Brooks has been given a technical flag. Now Mason Brooks is sitting in 6th. He will soon be heading to the pit lane. And I wonder what that technical flag may well be for. We'll try and see if we can spot him as he comes down the start-finish straight. But look at this. George House might be being overtaken here. That got very close. That was the 46 of Alfie Davison trying to find a way past. Here comes all the drivers then, 84. So you can see Mason Brooks there, puts his hand up to say, I'm coming into the pits. Don't hit into the back of me, because I'll be going quite slowly into those pits. Of course, speed limits are involved in those pit lanes to make sure that anyone who's in the pits stays safe. As they come through Derek's corner. Of course, this second sector, as we said before, very technical to get right, very easy to get wrong as well. You can see how smooth these drivers have to be on those steering wheels to make sure they're not scrubbing off the tyre too hard, because that could degrade the tyre very quickly. And of course, they're going to try and save these tyres for the finals. Of course, these drivers only have one set of tyres for the whole of Sunday's racing. So from when you start qualifying to the last race, to the last lap in the final, all on the same set of tyres. And in these cadet races, they're all monitored by the scrutineers who will take the tyres before and after the races. Well, I should say before the races, because they'll need the tyres. But after the races, they'll take them. That was a good move there by George House, who got back past Alfie Davidson. Now, this is the battle for 4th. As they can't really catch up to those podium spots, because the driver in 3rd there, Harry Williams, who started from the front, he's dropped a couple of places back. But, of course, consistency is always key in these races. So if you can get those 3rd, 4th, 5th finish results, that could really play a big part into those final starting grids. As they head to finish the checker flag. Checker flag is out. Austin Newstead takes the win. Colby Patterson in 2nd place. I thought they were going to go around for another lap there, but they end up finishing the race. George House across the line got to 3rd place. So what did Harry Williams do on that last lap that lost him that podium spot? I mean, all you lucky folks at home will be able to get on the replay and have a little watch, but looks like George House managed to sneak into that podium spot. Of course, he had the fastest lap of the race as well. Here's the final results on your screen. Stan Ferguson rounds out your top 5 from Harvey Davison. George Clark from Mason Hibbert, Joseph Davies, and Henry Clark, who rounds out your top 10. And now, getting ready for the next race coming up, of course, KZ. And we're going to bring in Les Latham for this whole race, because you are the man who knows it all in KZ karting. I mean,
I don't think I know it all.
Well, you know enough, and probably a lot more than me and most people in the paddock. Of course, let's have a bit of talk about the karts. Of course, the engines, you can tune them yourself. One of you wanted to speak a bit more about that?
Well, basically, yeah. In the UK, there's 2 engines that are used by the whole of the field here. It'll be either a TM or, more recently, the Miami engine. But having said that, there's a lot of people all across Europe who are tuning with various TM engines. It's not completely open on tuning. This is the engine tweaks and things that they think will work. The 2 engines that you see here today, the Miami, the TM, there's only 2 Miamis here today, and that would be Charlie Cole, who's technically a bit of our James Works driver, and Kai Springford, in other classes, recently started KZ doing this year, and the same equipment. Other than those 2, everybody else will be using TM engines to
Yeah, exactly that. So, of course, let's have a little look at the grid. Of course, Charlie Cole will be starting from pole, but I didn't see Charlie Cole out there, so I wonder if he's got an issue. Lucas Gannigan will be starting from second place. Ryan Green in third from Lee Robertson, Isaac Smith, Dan Sabula from Ben McClove, Kai Springfield from George Barker, Luke Fleming from James Harvey, Tom Mack, Bradley Calder, Sylvius Kilmas from Kieran Leonard, Sam Johns, Mark Keane, and Neil Hepworth rounds out your field of drivers. You'll see some of the drivers doing some quick starts before they actually line up on the grid. Charlie Cole is there on your pole spot, so that's good to see. Of course, you were speaking about him earlier. One of the drivers using that IAMI engine. You'll see the drivers will be holding the clutch in when we change to the camera. Here we go. So you can see some of the drivers lining up. You see them, one hand will be on the clutch, holding the clutch in. Of course, you don't want to let it go too early, as you might stall the kart. Lights are on, so we've got 4 lights up on us, and the lights are out. They'll drop into the first gear, and off they go. Charlie Cole struggling to get off the line there. Really bad start there from Charlie Cole. Lucas Anningham gets into second place. But up at the front, it looks like Ryan Green has had a perfect start. He makes his way into first place. As he'll come finally through. Of course, I missed the chicane here. Derek's corner. Completely missing that corner. So, of course, going into Dan Weldon, they'll be doing over 100 miles an hour easily. Lucas Anningham there in second place. Charlie Cole gets back up to third. And, of course, our champion from last year, he's back racing with us this weekend, Daniel Sabula. He's back with us. He's sitting there in fourth place, but the start so far by Ryan Green has been immense. He's already pulled over a second gap. That's it, all come finding through. Of course, we're speaking a bit about Lucas Anningham. Lucas Anningham, an experienced driver in other categories, but what does it take to drive a KZ car? Because it's nothing like anything else.
No, the big difference is the physicality needed. These guys and the girls who race as well, they've all got to be fit. But it's a case of being race fit. For a go-kart, they're not necessarily spending hours and hours down the gym. And most of these guys have been racing since they were like cadets. And the vast majority of the field will be in their late to mid-20s. So they're all very, very experiencst. And they won't be pushing hard at the moment, because also with the KZ, unlike a lot of the other classes, you really have to think about wearing the tyres out too quick before we reach the end of the day. We want our tyres out still in good nick, you know.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, some of these drivers up at the front, they will use these first couple of laps to pull away from the field and then start to look after the tyres. Of course, they want to look after the gearboxes as well. Make sure that they're really smooth with those gear changes as well. Of course, you have to come off the throttle to actually change the gear. It's more like using a clutch in the car. You have to obviously come off the throttle, use that clutch. No clutch really to change the gears on these karts, but you have to make sure that you're not on any pedals when you're changing those gears as they come through to Dan Weldon.
Perfectly what you said there about using the first few laps just to settle themselves in. Lucas and Charlie in second and third place, who were the fastest drivers all day yesterday, they've already got the measure of Ryan. Although Ryan is very experienced, they're already quicker than he is.
Here's the move for second place. That got very close there between Charlie Cole and Lucas Anningham. Lucas gets him on the cutback, but very close pod to pod. Of course, at these high speeds, you don't really want to get too close to each other. Of course, these drivers do hold a lot of respect for each other out on circuit, and I think that's what makes KZ karting so good, is the community itself. Everyone's here to help out each other, and of course, you've got the professionalism, which is what we need in every sport, but there's that good side of it, that community.
Yeah, well, as I say, they've grown up with each other since they were cadets, most of them. They all know each other very well, and they sort of... what happened there was Lucas showed like a little bit of track experience. He spent so much time at this track. He managed to just cut back underneath Charlie there. As soon as he saw Charlie by the side of him under braking, he probably already knew what he was going to do to get back. As I say, the two of them were clearly faster than everybody else yesterday, so we would expect them to finish towards the front. And I mean, I know Charlie very well. Most people would know that. And he will be looking after the tyres already.
Yeah, exactly that. Lead change here. Lucas Anningham gets on the inside of Ryan Green. I think he sent that from a different postcode. That was very hard on the brakes. Manages to get that car stopped at the apex. And looks like Charlie Cole might even have a look for second place. He looks, I got very close there, going to Weldon Complex. I mean, right on each other's bumpers as they come through the Dan Weldon Complex. Of course, going into Dan Weldon, the fastest part of the circuit, very hard place to overtake. And as they come through, of course, the first sector being one of the most technical sectors for these machineries. As they come down and start finish rate, of course, what sort of speed will they be doing going into that Dan Weldon corner? Of course, they've got that long straight, and they're going to be sitting there in 6th gear, probably max revs. What sort of speed would they be looking at?
Well, for sure, way over 90. I think about 94, and then it like really, really late braking, and the same coming back down the straight and into the corner just over our shoulder here. That's very heavy braking there. I was talking about it with Charlie in testing yesterday, and he slides forward in the seat when he brakes, and we were just trying to understand why that is. Is it the actual seat itself? Is he not using a brace bar for his heels? Can we do something better? So, you know, the extremities, as I was saying about the physicality, the extremities between accelerating hard, really braking as hard as much harder than anything else here today, it does demand that they're pretty fit. And Charlie will be anxious now to get past Ryan and not let Lucas get away with it.
Well, it looked like Ryan had a really big pace advantage over Lucas Ellingham in that last sector. He was right on his bumper going into that final braking zone of the circuit. Of course, there's about 3 or 4 big major braking zones, which obviously puts a lot of wear on the brakes. But of course, these karts have both rear brakes and front brakes. So how easy is it to actually lock up the front brakes?
Well, they run brake balance bars, so they can set the brake balance up for various circuits to wherever they want it to be. So in reality, it's quite hard to lock them up. If you're going to lock anything up, you probably lock the back ones up, because of course you've got the engine braking as well. But they've got the facility to alter the brake balance. I mean, I don't know about all the other cars, but on the Birrell car, they can adjust it as they're going along.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. And it's another thing as well, there's a lot to think about when actually driving one of these machines. We've seen Bew Phillips as well. He was out on circuit as well. Bew, who hasn't really started that long ago, obviously started near the back of the field, but I think with these Cadet KZ karts, the more experience you actually get in them, the faster you just generally get. Move for second place going on here. Charlie Cole gets back on the inside of Ryan Green. That battle for second is really strong, but it's letting Lucas Ellingham get away here. And I think that MS kart and Lucas Ellingham, the two just work together so brilliantly. Yeah,
well, he does a lot of work with Jack Dex. I mean, when he's not racing, he's actually a mechanic for the team. And he's been around a long time. He's one of the younger drivers, but he's still been racing sort of 10 years, I'll bet, something like that. And the other thing, which I think is good for all drivers, but especially KZ, is with both Charlie and Lucas are mechanics when they're not racing. And I think the mechanical knowledge of what's going on beneath you works a lot for the driver. I think all the best drivers, nearly all the best drivers, are able to sort of work on the karts, and they understand what's going on as well.
Yeah, exactly that. One driver I want to speak about as well, Isaac Smith, who's actually looking for a podium spot. Yeah. Isaac Smith, who, of course, went through the whole touring car scene in the TCIK. Check flags out now. Lucas Ellingham takes the win in the first seat for KZ. Charlie Cole in second place. Ryan Green in third from Zabula. Ben Mapro from George Barker. Bradley Calder. Luke Fleming from Sam Johns. James Harvey. Kai Springfield. Tom Mack. Sylvius Kilmas. Kieran Leonard, who rounds out your top 15 as they all come flying through. Isaac Smith, who was obviously TCR UK champion. He's obviously done bits and bobs, did TCR Europe for a bit, but then came back to KZ karting. And we see this a lot. A lot of drivers who went obviously through car racing and maybe through Formula racing, GT racing, end up coming back to KZ karting. I think it's the best stepping stone really from karts to cars and cars to karts.
Yeah, well, a lot of the guys, such as Isaac, they're sort of biding their time when they can afford to go back doing TCR or even BTCC, and it's the best class in the way of, going back over old ground, what we were talking about, is keeping yourself fit. There's a lot of drivers, F3 academy drivers and stuff like that do come back to doing a bit of KZ driving over the winter time. So we quite often see well-known drivers just going out and just keeping themselves fit, because, as I said, the only way to keep fit for karting is keep karting.
Yeah, exactly that. The Rotax 177s are going out. Ollie Goodyear will start from pole position. Scott Clean second place. Liam Ferguson will start from third. From Richard Evans, Adriel Ungwa, Ben Hitch from Jimmy Galloway, Adam Clark, Nathan Chafer, Alex Jones from John Hobbs, Josh Howard, Elliot Kennedy, Oliver Moss, David German, Sam Yaxley from Max Lear, Alfie Bray, George Willis from Gavin Petty, Daniel Walker, Michael Gibbons, Andy Chenery from James Butcher, Lashbio, Jake Biggerstaff from Colin Walker, Max Cushley, Stavros from Kiss Everson, Lighton Newitt. We'll round out your grid of drivers. Now, from one legend in the paddock, we're going to go to another legend who has just joined us here. John Richardson is back on the mic. Great to have you once again. And how was your qualifying?
We don't talk about it. It's a simple way.
We'll leave it as that then. 177's about to get ready. And let's see how they get on. A bunch of new drivers who have come to the circuit this weekend. But Ollie Goodyear, a very experienced driver in the Rotax classes, of course, come through junior Rotax, senior Rotax, now in 177s. Let's see if they can get racing for the first time of Aston. Yes, they do. Down into turn one. Let's see who wins at the whole shot. Is it Scott Clear or Ollie Goodyear as they come through the first corner? It looks like Ollie Goodyear's got the whole shot. Liam Ferguson up into second place, and I think Ben Hitch has managed to get himself into third. They all come filing through. Look at the move for third place here. Scott Clee tries to get on the inside of Ben Hitch. I think he gets that move done. My apologies, Ben Hitch is in fifth. So up in fourth, that's Richard Evans, who's had a strong start. Richard Evans, who haven't really seen much here at the Kimbolton circuit. He's shaken up for himself. He's up at the front of the field. Liam Ferguson, I think, might have a look for the lead here in the next couple of laps. He's right on the tail of Ollie Goodyear as they come to finish the first lap of the race. 6 minutes still left on the clock, so loads of time left to make this move if Liam Ferguson wants any chance of taking the lead of the race. Of course, this is just the heat race, so don't need to really rush it about. Of course, when it comes to those finals, it'll be trying to get past as quick as possible. But still at the front, Ollie Goodyear from Liam Ferguson, Scott Clee, and in fourth, Richard Evans.
Yeah, Richard Evans had a really good start so far. I'll definitely keep out for Liam Ferguson, though. He's been absolutely dominant around this track. And I expect to see a move coming very, very shortly. And he does. Down the inside goes Liam Ferguson. A super move, but does Ollie Goodyear have a switchback? As we now see, Liam Ferguson defends into turn one, but Ollie Goodyear cannot make the move done. A very neat move from Liam Ferguson to take the lead of the race. As we now see the pack bunching up a little bit near the back of the field. But now it's gone from a battle of two to a battle of four now, being rounded out by Rich Evans, who somewhere out of camera shot has been overtaken by Scott Clay. And I definitely expect this to be a really good battle, especially with the amount of entries we've had for Rotax 177. They've gone absolutely up recently, and the entries aren't denying the good racing.
Exactly that. I think everyone's really getting into this 177 business because they might be competing in senior Rotax and thinking, okay, I'm a few kilos overweight and I think I'm struggling a lot here and I'm not enjoying it. This is when the 177 comes into play, because you're meeting a great bunch of lads who all love their racing, and they'll give you respect on track, and you can have a good hack with them, and it makes for brilliant racing as we've seen so far. And of course, in rounds previous, loads of racing that we've seen in 177. It's probably one of the most exciting categories we've had this weekend. So Liam Ferguson still leads the way. Ollie Goodyear there in second place. Scott Clee rounds out your podium spots, and Richard Evans is there in fourth place. Might even have a look for a podium spot soon if he can get the hammer down. 4 minutes now on the clock, plus that additional lap. But Ollie Goodyear's got the momentum going into Derek's corner, but Liam Ferguson sees that and defends for his life as they come through to the down Weldon corner. Of course, John, this sector 2, very technical to get right, very easy to get wrong, And of course, what sort of characteristics you want the kart to be handling as you go through those sort of sectors?
Obviously, you don't want the kart to be very understeery, especially through that sector around there, where you have to have loads of grip and stuff. But obviously, in this weather, you have to basically take off all your mechanical grip off the kart. So it's really going to come down to driving style, especially with some drivers that are extremely aggressive and like jacking the kart up. We're obviously a bit hindered in these conditions, and also goes the same with taller drivers as they generate more grip, which is bad in these conditions. So it's all going to really come down to the driving style and see that the smoother drivers will ultimately come out on top. But although he's not in this front three here, definitely keep an eye out on Adriel Engwa. He's been lapping very quick times now, and although he hasn't had the best of qualifying, expect him to come through. Oh no, I think I've just given the commentator's curse there, because I think he may have just had an incident there involving Nathan Schaffer. So Schaffer and Engwa having a bit of a coming together there as we fly through the willows and onto the Yamayutsu straight. Ollie Goodyear has a look over his shoulder. Is he going to make a move on Liam Ferguson? No, he doesn't. I believe that those two are going to try and work together here. But Scott Klee, who has raced here multiple times and has been a race winner here in the past, is definitely going to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, looks like Nathan Schaffer did have some sort of incident because he's dropped all the way down the field. He's actually in the pits now, so he's out of the race. Engwa drops to 9th, so he's still in the race, still going. There's the green flag. So it did happen down at the final corner, which you haven't seen. And oh dearie me! That's not something you want to see. That's the tyre of someone's kart. And I wonder whose kart that might be.
It's Battenberg's out, I think. There's a slow sign on the gantry.
Yeah, that is the Battenberg. Now then, that is a very interesting shot. Of course, Ollie Cook's down there. He'll be getting a perfect shot of that tyre wheeling along on its own. But, yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And actually, this might shake up the race a bit, because depending on how quickly they can get that issue sorted, we've got 1.5 minutes left on the clock. We could have a 2 or a 1 lap dash here for that race finish, which could really shake up things, because we know Ollie Goodyear. He is a man who can make a move when he needs to.
There.
Ah, yes, there it is, the 171, who is Lyndon Newitt, not having the best of starts here. 3 tyres is never usually useful on a car. You usually want to have 4, but I don't know if he was trying that today. Maybe he was. And oh, that's a big damage there from Nathan Schaffer. The number 3 there. Look at that front of the car. Missing a nose cone, it seems like. That's not always ideal either. So they might need to go to GT Motorsport Components and get themselves some new kit. But this is really going to shake up the race now. Of course, we just said about the Battenbergs. Of course, this is sort of a safety car procedure. So Liam Ferguson will sort of be the safety car. He'll slow the pack down, and they'll come around the final corner. You'll see them speed up a bit, and obviously if it's green flag, they'll go full hammer. But if it isn't, they'll slow down once again and go around for another lap. Let's have a little look. I think we're going to go green this time. So green flags are now out. Here we go. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is really a 2-lap dash here. Penultimate lap in this race. Liam Ferguson still leads the way. In second place is Ollie Goodyear at number 73 that we need to keep an eye out on, because he could make or break Liam Ferguson's race here. We know Liam Ferguson may race here for many, many years. He has won many races here, but I think Ollie Goodyear really wants to steal this first heat.
Yeah, I expect him to come through, especially through a Kim Bolton move, where it's an easy place to overtake. We're now going to be on our penultimate lap and go on to the last lap. But wow, brilliantly done there from Liam Ferguson and the penultimate corner. As we now start the final lap of this race, is Ollie Goodyear close enough to make a move? 3 attempts separate them. Ollie Goodyear ducks in, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move here. And he's sooner or later he's going to be under pressure from Scott Klee. Here we go, through the wheel as we go. Liam Ferguson takes a look over his shoulder, sees Ollie Goodyear through Derek's corner. And that's absolutely perfectly done from Liam Ferguson. The next overtaking opportunity will be here. Is Ollie Goodyear close enough to make a move? No. Is he going to try and make a dive bomb into Kim Bolton corner? We see the rest of the field going through, but is he going to make a move? No. And Liam Ferguson, after that brilliant overtake, will win heat number 1 of Rotax 177 followed by Ollie Goodyear and Scott Clear that round out the top 3. Richard Evans and Ben Hitchin round out the top 5. Jimmy Galloway, Alex Jones, Adriel Engwa, after having that incident, recovers to P8. John Hobbs and Adam Clark will round out your top 10.
Yeah, that was some really exciting stuff there in his last couple of laps. All the drivers bunching up here. But yes, that was very interesting, really. I mean, everything sort of happened at once. We obviously saw that collision with Chafer, and I think it was with Adrian Guy. We'll get a second thought on that. And then, of course, we have the issue there with Newitt, my apologies, who decided that 3 tyres was better than 4. So he'll try and sort that out for next session. He's tried it now, and it doesn't work. So yeah, he'll go again in Heat 2. Here's the final results on your screens. Obviously, the next race we're going into now is TKM Extremes. TKM, very, very exciting to watch. Of course, not always the biggest grid. We have got a decent grid here this weekend, over about 13 to 14 drivers. But TKM, it's so close, and anyone really has a good shot of winning it.
Yeah, I'd probably say, though, no bias whatsoever, though. I think Yian Kelly-Chans will be one of the favourites to win it. Obviously, he has the E-players. We see the grid there with William Brunt and Luke Jarman on row number 1. Thomas Shaw and Charlie Whitehouse on row number 2. Kian Bennett and Yian Kelly-Chan row number 3. Spencer Lane and William Bourne on row number 4. Gareth Haynes and Harvey Jones on row number 5. Ashley Ruggs and Sean About on row number 6. Elio DeSandro and John Stafford. And rounding out this 14-member grid will be Jake Cox, but as you were saying, I definitely think, though, although the grid's really close, I definitely think it'll be between Jan Kelly-Chan and Kian Bennett. But obviously, you can't count anyone in karting. Those who are the most... I'm trying to think of the word here without sounding a bit biased here, but they're obviously the most experienced drivers here. But obviously, as people do more karting, they get better and better, and shown here.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we've got a good mix of sort of the younger drivers who have just come up in TKM Extreme and sort of showing off. And we've got a bit of an experienced drivers. Of course, drivers such as Elio D'Alessandro. He's raced TKM Extreme for many, many years. Knows pretty much every trick in the book. Hasn't had the best of qualifiers, but I think he'll work his way through. Jake Cox, who's starting from last on the grid. He was someone who was up there getting those podium places. So let's see what happens here. First heat for TKM Extremes. We're going away for the first time asking. Down into turn 1. It's William Bryant versus Luke Jarman. Luke Jarman gets the whole shot, gets round the outside of Bryant, and he will lead them as they come through the Willow section. It's going to be very close between all the drivers. They'll sneak their way through. Watch out for Thomas Shaw. He's there in 5th place, but might have a look on Cali Churn for 4th. As they all come flying through. Luke Jarman now leads the way. Charlie Whitehouse got into 2nd place. Charlie Whitehouse, who in the last few rounds has really been one to watch when it comes to these final races. He was very close to winning last round. Of course, Spencer Lane won that last round. He absolutely took it by a mile. But that was also down to those wet conditions. Of course, some drivers are quicker in the wet than they are in the dry. Some drivers quicker in the dry than they are in the wet. It's just sometimes how each driver is. Every driver is different in their own ways. 2nd place is now being taken by William Bryan. It might even be Johan Kelly-Churn getting into 3rd place if Charlie Whitehouse can...
Oh, no!
Contact there! Charlie Whitehouse in the spin. Oh! Big contact there! And I hope that driver is okay. That was like Sean Abbott or Ashley Ruggles who got involved in that incident. That might well be a Battenberg or a red flag if the driver is okay. The Battenbergs are out, but we'll wait and see. It might even be a red flag if the driver is not okay. Of course, looks like Charlie Whitehouse is all okay, but the other driver who was involved in that incident, he took a very hard hit there, so he slowed down and stopped very quickly. So the TKM red flags are out. So that was very unfortunate, really. It looked like it all started really with Johan Kelly-Churn and Charlie Whitehouse. I think Johan sort of stayed there as sort of a half move, wasn't really going to work out. There's the red flags being shown. But yeah, it looked like Charlie Whitehouse, he had that move sort of pretty much covered. And I think Johan, if he could have backed up a bit earlier, it wouldn't have been that close. But of course, you know, we're all trying to go for the same bit of tarmac. Sometimes it doesn't always go your way. All the drivers did really well to avoid the driver who was stricken in the middle of the circuit. Obviously, we'll give an update on how that driver is. I'm going to try and work out, see if we can work out who it might be. I think it might be Sean Abbott, actually, who was involved with that. Number 38. Yes, it was. Sean Abbott is the driver who is being attended to by the medical team, who are there straight away. So, of course, we have to thank the marshals, the officials, the medical crew, who are here all the time, making sure that these drivers are in the safest spot possible. You can pull up the blind if you want to see out there.
I don't want to get blinded by the sun, though, so...
To be fair, it is a very sunny day. Of course, how does it feel in the kart? Because, of course, it's 24 degrees out of the kart, but in the car, it might be about 54, 44 degrees.
Yeah, in the car, it gets extremely hot, but obviously, like, there's methods to cooling down. You can, like, slightly, though, like, open up your suit and, like, leave a little gap through your helmet, but ultimately just depends, though. But, yeah, usually it gets really hot, though, but... About that incident there, I think 2 into 1 going through the willows, especially through the second section, never really works. And obviously I think Callie Chen was trying to back out, but obviously we'll let the stewards decide on that verdict. But as we do see the grid there, and hopefully sooner or later they will get readjusted, and obviously hopefully we'll get back to our really good racing.
Yeah, well, I've been delivered some lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chicken and chips, always the best. What is your go-to?
Nothing.
No, don't want to hear it.
No,
what is your go-to?
I'm telling you truthfully, I do not eat.
You do not eat?
No.
On a race day?
Uh-huh.
You need to sort that out, man.
I know, but I'm just a bit of laziness.
Laziness. Okay, this is interesting here. Jake Cox, you can see on your screens there, he's sorting out his nose cone. Now, one of the scrutineers, I think it was Nick Ellis, who's going down. There is actually another scrutineer, Chris Strong, my apologies. So they'll be checking all the nose cones, and it's all down to ruling, really, at which point of the race the red flag came out. Of course, it was just the start of the race, so the drivers will be allowed to do those nose cones, and I think they'll be given a leeway with here and say, we won't penalise you yet, but if you drop it again, then you may be penalised. Some procedures that go into these red flags, it's a lot more than just, as a red flag come out and you just sit there and wait. There's a lot of procedures that have to go on with the marshals and officials to make sure that everyone is in the right position and where they need to be when it comes to the restart. You can see all the drivers there. There is Sean Abbott's kart. You can see the bumper there. That's where obviously the impact was. Took a very hard hit there. It's bent one of the bars, it looks like. I hope Sean Abbott is okay. He'll be taken away in the medical cart. And obviously the medics have their own rooms in the hospital, in the offices here at Kimbolton, so they'll make sure he gets taken good care of. There's the number 21 on your screens. That's Harvey Jones. But obviously, I'm guessing you've been in these red flag situations sometimes. Of course, what is sort of going through your mind at the moment? How do you sort of well, it's hard to explain. Like, how do you prepare prepare again for the restart?
Well, obviously, it comes down to multiple factors, depending where you started, what current place you're in, and ultimately you just decide from there. Say for example, you're first, you want to judge how to do the starts again, what to improve and stuff like that. And obviously, it comes down to the drivers as well, especially how they ultimately take their starting procedures, and it would just be completely a refresh almost in a sense, as we now hopefully be expected to get underway very, very shortly. Just a few more drivers, as I believe the marshal just getting it all finalised, as the ambulance now has been taken away, and hopefully we will be getting under racing very, very shortly.
Yeah, it's good to see that the medical crew and the marshals done a brilliant job of getting the incident sorted very quick, and that's what you really want, especially for the drivers. If they're in a lot of pain, you want them to get them to the medical room as quick as possible. Make sure everything is done as quick as possible, but as safe as possible. We want to make sure that drivers are safe as well. So you can see a couple of drivers here. The E-plate, Johan Kelly Chernal with Klassen Motorsport. Of course, Ash Klassen will be cheering from the grandstand. Number 43 there, Charlie Whitehouse. Also, these red flags give an opportunity for some of the drivers to have a little chat to each other. Maybe maybe about how the race was going so far, or just a normal thing of, what you're going to have for lunch?
We don't talk about that from my side, though. But obviously, though, wonder what's going on there with... Is it Charlie White? Maybe Luke Jarman?
Is he trying to bend his cart back together?
I'm not sure.
Well, to be fair, he did take a bit of an impact. Of course, that must have been where Sean Abbott had hit him. But that's one way to bend your cart back. Usually we have the cart jigs that are in the paddock. Obviously, you can't take the cart off into the paddock and then bring it back. So he tried to bend his cart back using just his foot, which was pretty impressive. That's number 77 on your screens. That's Ashley Ruggles. He had a good qualifying, as we said. He was up in the sharp end. He's going to be trying to work through the field once again. But of course, we have a good mixture, really, of experience and maybe newer drivers who are coming into the series. But what makes these Talco engines and the TKM class so good is that they're just so close together. It's brilliant.
Yeah, obviously lap times in qualifying were between first and 14th were only separated by about half a second, which in karting is really nothing here. And obviously, as we now see the marshals there discussing when to hopefully get underway, which should be very shortly. But as I said before, as we do see another close-up shot of the number 26, and we now are getting underway for which is ultimately basically another start. I believe they'll be starting about 6 minutes left to go, and I believe the racing will be as good as ever.
Yeah, I wonder what they'll do, if they'll restart the timer or do anything like that. Let's watch them as they go around their formation lap, and then of course they will file up and get ready to take the second start for the TKM Extremes. Of course, we do hope Sean Abbott is all right, and hopefully he'll be out in the next race if everything goes well. So, of course, I wonder if they're going to re-grid them to how they were before the start. It looks like they have. So, William Bryant will be back on the pole spot. That's ruined Luke Jarman a bit there, because he got to the front and he was getting a bit of a gap, bit of a gap, but then obviously has lost that out. So, he's going to have to try and do it all over again. Thomas Shaw in third from Charlie Whitehouse. Who's going to try and hopefully get back up to the front, but he might have to struggle a bit more now if he's got any damage to that kart. Let's see if they can get going then. First time of asking for the second restart. They're off and away down into turn one. William Byron on that inside. Jarman once again gets round the outside, and I think he's held the lead going through the Willow section. Charlie Whitehouse gets into second place past William Bryant, and they're all going to stick on each other's bumpers as they head into Derek's corner. Look how close they are. Bunch of TKM engines going through one bit of tarmac. They managed to make their way through unscathed as they come to finish the second sector of the restart. It looks like Luke Jarman already has got a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, he's done it. He did it in the first restart, and he's done it in the second restart. As we now see a really good move from, I believe that is the number 72, but a switchback there from Charlie Whitehouse, as we now see the rest of the field flying through. A brilliant start, though, from Luke Jarman, as we now see the number 72 of William Bryan and Charlie Whitehouse, who should hopefully work together here to not let Luke Jarman get away. Jarman has about almost a second gap from... has a second gap already in the first lap, as we see. Oh, what a move there from Thomas Shaw. Just went round the outside there through Derek's corner, as we now see the rest of the carts go through Wilden corner. As now, are we going to see a move here from Yeon Kelly-Chun after having that incident there with Sean Abbott? As through Kim Bolton corner we go. Lap number 3 begins, as we now see the gap out front. It's now 1.35. This is not good pace from our drivers behind. Kelly-Chun has a think about it, but can't make the move done.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Thomas Shaw, you were thinking about the that move round the outside, where if you can't get to the inside, you might as well go round the outside. Brilliant stuff there by Thomas Shaw. He's going to get overtaken by Johan Kelly-Chun. Oh, very close there, but manages to hold it round the outside once again like he did the lap before. So this battle for third is not going to go without a fight, but it's going to open the opportunity for Bryant and Jarman to pull away up at the front. Luke Jarman, who's driving a brilliant race so far, very consistent, has that fastest lap as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, I just saw Spencer Lane has just been given a warning for well, something out there that the stewards aren't very happy about, but the number 73 of William Bryant has managed to get away from living hell, basically, you could say, but from the battle from third to about, say, the top 10 now. As we now see, here comes Johan Kedichern. Down the inside he goes. A very neat move from the Class and Motorsport driver. As now expect him to be on the back of William Bryant very, very soon. As we now see the rest of the grid coming through here. The battle for third place is really, really getting on here. As we now start to see a little bit of mini group sign form. As here we go. Into Kim Bolton corner we go. Let's have a little look at the gap here for first. On that lap, Luke Jarman, 44.3. William Bryant, 44.4. Losing a tenth of a second there. What about Kedichern? Kedichern about the same speed as William Bryant, but didn't move. So, sooner or later, expect Kedichern to be on the back of William Bryant.
Of course, yeah, we can look at the times and say this and that, but really, it's all about what happens out on track. Anything can happen in motorsport, and it's the one thing that can kill or make a race. Thomas Short there in fourth. He's getting catched by William Bloom, who's having a great second part of the race. Of course, tyre pressures do come into a play here. Obviously, you can set the tyre pressures up, so sometimes the tyre will come on at the start of the race, but then go off very quickly towards the end of the race. Some drivers like the tyres not working at the start of the race, but of course, coming on a bit later, and then you're quicker near the end of the race. All drivers will have different tyre pressures to try and have a bit of an edge on each other. As we come through the Willow section, down into Derek's corner. Now, it looks like Brian is slowly being closed in on by Johan Kedichern. This could be a move for second place in the laps to come, and it might be a move for fourth as well, because Thomas Short isn't being left alone just yet. William Bloom getting that head down for that extra slipstream is right behind Thomas Short now. He might have a look for fourth yet as they come through to finish another lap of the race. Then down the start finish straight we go once again. Look at William Bloom, that 56 pure white suit there, very distinctive livery there, just gone with the plane and gone full white helmet as well. Thomas Short there as well, he's got that white that plain white nose cone, that number 42, very easy to spot. Of course, some of these drivers will have very distinctive liveries and drivers, and I think that really builds up a profile of you, because some people won't remember you for the name, but they'll remember the car, and they might remember the helmet, or they might remember the suit. So sometimes that's the best way to build up a profile.
Yeah, and just there on the screen, I think Johan Kedichern has just gone for a move on William Bryant. I think he had a look at it through Kim Bolton corner, but as we now start to see this battle erupt here, Kedichern versus William Bryant, Bryant versus Kedichern. Here we go. The E plate versus the number 72. Is he going to try and make a move here? No. Maybe he'll try and set one up here. Through Derek's corner we go. Into Dan Weldon. Is Kedichern close enough to make a move? He's had a pretty mediocre exit through the TKM straight. As through Kestrel corner we go. Is he going to make a move? No. Maybe he sets one up into turn number 1. Here we go, 1 minute on the clock. Is Kedichern going to make a move? Here he goes. No, he's not close enough. But maybe we're going to see one into Derek's corner. Through the willows we go, going about 40 miles per hour in these TKM karts. He has to look over his shoulder. Is Kedichern close enough to make a move? No. Perhaps he's trying to work together and pull away from the pack behind. We don't know, but as you remember when you was talking about the tyre pressures, I think Luke Jarman has gone on a bit of a higher pressures here, because William Bryant and Kedichern are lapping about 2 tenths a lap quicker, but it's not really that enough, especially with the time remaining, as we'll now go on to our penultimate lap with Luke Jarman leading it out.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the plan really with Jarman. He used that first few laps to pull away, and then sort of, just he's trying to keep putting the laps in. As he knows the car is going to start going off, he has that leeway now. He has that big gap of over 1.5 seconds, so he can make a mistake and of course still have that margin, that leeway for error. But second place here isn't finished. I think Johan Kedichern's got something lined up here. because, of course, it's only a heat race, but Johan won't let this go. He wants that second place, and he's going to try and find a way past. But William Bryant, very quick driver, he's going to try and hold on for one last tour of the circuit for the first heat in TKM Extremes. It's been a very exciting one so far. Of course, we had that red flag. Hope that Sean Abbott is okay. Charlie Whitehouse, who's still there. Oh, move for second place. Could be coming on here. Oh, that was very close there between Johan Kalichern and William Bryant. But Bryant holds it round the outside. That keeps his nose cone in front of Kalichern's. And Kalichern has to back off and say, okay, you've got it this corner, but I'll try and get you at another corner. Through the second sector. Here we go then. Going down into Dan Weldon. It's going to be very close here. Jarman will take the win, but second place isn't finished. There is Jarman on your screens. Coming through the last couple of corners now. Will it be a move from Johan Kalichern? I don't think so. So I think this is how they will finish. Luke Jarman finishes up in first. Takes that win for the first seat in TKM Extreme. Second place was William Bryan from Johan Kalichern and Thomas Shaw in fourth. William Bloom finished up in fifth from Charlie Whitehouse, Kean Bennett, and Gareth Haynes, who actually set the fastest lap of the race. So that just shows how close this field is. That a driver who was in 8th place manages to set the fastest lap overall. Harvey Jones finishes up in 9th, and Ashley Ruggles rounds out your top 10. We had DNF from Sean Abbott and Elio D'Alessandro, and Spencer Lane also finished near the back of the field. A good way to start TKM Extreme for today.
Yeah, a very interesting race that was, but not also because of the result, but it also shows to the other drivers here to not let Luke Jarman get away here, especially with how far of a gap he got at the start. About 1.5 seconds it was, as we now move on to arguably the most competitive race here, Junior X30, with the likes of Aaron Richardson, Nat Johnston, and obviously George Edgar. This should be a very, very exciting race to watch, especially with the quality of drivers you have here. You've got a nationally seeded driver here. You've got, obviously, the likes of Isaac Sayer here, Nat Johnston, only just a few to name here. It's going to be extremely close racing here.
Yeah, Aaron Richardson will start from pole position. He's going to be joined by Nat Johnson, who will be starting from second place. Jacob Batcher from Freddie Wood, from George Edgar and Archie Owen, from Max Endicott and Harley Musk, from Isaac Sayer, Zach McDonald from Smiley Kira, Max Yule, Ethan Woodward from Adam Bourne, Mason Creed, and Harry Carter from Oliver Meek, Dominic Parabic, Max Wright, Cooper Shedden, Oliver Volks, Max Mason and Ethan Higgins will round out your field. Now, you were saying about the X30 categories this weekend. They're going to be some of the most competitive we've had all year, really, because it's obviously the rounds coming up to the British Championships. This is the last time they'll be able to test. Will we get racing for their first time asking? Yes, we do. The X30 engines scream as they go down into turn 1. Aaron Richardson will try and hold it on the inside line. He gets that move done. But will they, who will come out on top as they come through the Willow section? It looks all good to me as they head down into Derek's corner. Nat Johnson still there in second place. Looks like Batchelor got up to third. But at the front, Aaron Richardson, that Fusion Motorsport car, still leads the way from Mick Barrett in second place. And Max Endicott, my apologies, is up into fourth as they come round to finish the first lap of the race.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting start so far between Aaron Richardson and Nat Johnson. They went absolutely side by side and inch by inch into turn 1. Neither of them wanted to give up. And also keep an eye out here on Jacob Batcher. What a move on Nat Johnson. That is, broke a little bit early and just powered through the corner. Managed to get the move done as Jacob Batcher defends now on lap 2. He shouldn't really be doing that. He's letting Aaron Richardson get away in the Fusion Motorsport. And he looks like he's backing up these drivers here, which you definitely should not be doing on lap 2. Here we go. On the TKM straight we go. Here's Aaron Richardson, a nationally seeded driver in Miami. Cadet in 2022. Down the inside goes Max Endicott. A brilliant move. Here comes Isaac Sayer. Nat Johnson's getting shuffled down in the pack here. Maybe this was Jacob Batcher's idea to get Nat Johnson as low as possibly down. Round the outside goes Nat Johnson. What a move. That's an absolutely extraordinary move from Nat Johnson against Max Endicott. Johnson points forward on Endicott. Very enthusiastic pointing, you would say, but look at this absolute grid here. It goes down from about third all the way down to about last place here. It's an extremely exciting battle we're having here between Nat Johnson and Endicott. as into TKM straight we go to begin lap number 4.
Yeah, that was really exciting there. Very scrappy as well, which is what we want to see. Nat Johnson's there in 3rd place. Endicott, who's been racing out in Europe for the past couple of years. He's made his way back to Bolton. And that's obviously where he started. He started racing here in the Honda Cadets with Synergy many years ago. Back to where he belongs in June X30 now with the BMR racing team. But it's a very exciting field. Of course, as you said, many drivers who are competing in the British Championships. But drivers such as Jacob Batchelor, he's a clubby driver. He's a regular here. I got very close there between Edgar and Smiley Kira. Smiley Kira, who was one to watch out for last weekend, last round, the 4th round of the Club Championship. She was very much on it throughout the weekend, especially in the final. Really showed up what she could do and nearly took the final away from George Edgar. George Edgar won last time out as they come through to Derek's corner. Of course, Derek's corner, one of them corners where you have the opportunity to maybe get that nose cone damage, because everyone sort of piles up through there. If one driver breaks a bit too early, come through that second bit, all the drivers just sort of drive into the back of them. But it makes up for good racing here at Kimbolton. Of course, many overtaking opportunities, many hard braking zones. But that's what makes X30 racing so good, is that these drivers really go for any bit of tarmac. And the driver in forfeit, Isaac Sayer, I wouldn't count him out just yet for a podium spot here, because he's closing in on that Johnston.
Yeah, do not count out Isaac Sayer here. A very quick driver here. Used to race out in Singapore around Kranji, the circuit in Singapore. One of the only remaining circuits in Singapore. So definitely keep an eye out on him. Lap time wise, so it's going the way of Aaron Richardson here. I believe he broke the lap record in qualifying here, saying a 40.8. As here comes Max Endicott. What a move that was. Perfectly done. But it's going to make him susceptible for a cutback here. Sayer defense, gets his teammate. Here comes Freddie Wood. No, he can't make the move done. Opts to stay behind Sayer, as I believe Sayer's got a bit high on the pressures here. Looks like he's failing a bit at the start here. But not Nat Johnson, sorry. George Edgar, definitely keep an eye out on him. He's managed to get past Sukmari Kira from somewhere, as he's now catching this Jamie Green Racing quartet, if you may call it. And Nat Johnstone is doing some very good laps so far. He's been about the same pace as Aaron Richardson, so expect him to be on the back of Jacob Batchelor shortly, with lap times now going way of 41.1 by Nat Johnson, a tenth quicker than Jacob Batchelor. We're looking at this battle here for P4 from Max Endicott and Isaac Sayer. You do see different lines going through the Willows, as just out of the camera shot there, I believe someone has broken down by the exit of the Willows.
I look like Maisie Creed, one of our female drivers here this weekend. Of course, we're speaking about that move of Max Endicott. It was sort of a sort of knock, are you there? Well, I'm coming in anyway. Was Max Endicott. He sort of sent here and just hoped for the best. Nat Johnson's not having the best of races here. He's there in 3rd place. He might be dropping back even more now. Really hasn't got the momentum he really needs. Of course, yellow flags will be out in that first sector for that driver. Of course, Aaron Richardson up at the front. He still leads the way. Driver in 2nd place there, Jacob Batchelor. There is Maisie Creed on your screens, having to walk away.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Maisie Creed. She had a very good race up until then. Was running in about fringes of the top 10. After, I believe she had the podium in the last round there in that wet weather affected race. As we now see through Castrol Corner into Kimbolton Corner, we're seeing this battle for the lower ends of the top 10, which is being rounded out by Mari Kira, Max Seal and Archie Owen. These 3 drivers here were very competitive at Warden North for the British Kart Championships. And now they're here for what the drivers call it pre-rounds here, and it's really exciting to see the quality of drivers here. Just what you were talking about with drivers breaking early. Looked like Sumari Kira broke a little bit early there, and the number 75 of Max Seal just went into the back of her. So maybe a nose cone. Well, we'll obviously wait and see as we now move on to this battle for 2nd place here between Jacob Batchelor and Nat Johnston. I believe Nat Johnston has gone a bit low on the pressures. Jacob Batchelor has gone the opposite way, as we're now starting to see, with the penultimate lap out, the numbers 75 and 40 are under investigation, with that being Maxio and Archie Owen, as we now do see the rest of the field flying through, as we're now looking at this battle for second place.
Yeah, I was noticing it a couple laps ago. It looks like Nat Johnson and two drivers who went off there just off the camera shot. Looks like Adam Bourne was involved. Actually, that's like Alex Wiley who got involved in that. As they're going to go on to the final lap of the race now. But this was a battle I was slowly watching. It was Nat Johnson who started closing in on Jacob Batchelor. I don't think the battle for seconds over just yet. Of course, this is the first heat, so I wonder if the team manager sort of said, like, you know, when it comes to those final laps, just if you're on your own, don't sort of do anything silly. Just sit there where you are. So I think Nat Johnson will sort of settle for this third place here, but he was looking promising for a second place here. He's got some work to do now if he wants to try and catch up to that lead driver. Of course, Aaron Richardson, who has drove this race to perfection, of course, put it on pole, so we know he's one of the quickest drivers out there. And as a drove from likes to flag victory, it's going to be a good start to the day here for Aaron Richardson, who takes a win in the first heat for Junior X30. Second place will be Jacob Batcher and Nat Johnson in third. Max Endicott will finish up in fourth from Isaac Sayer and George Edgar. From Zach McDonald, Freddie Wood, from Smiley Kira and Max Yule. From Harley Musk, Archie Owen. From Ethan Woodward, Oscar Oliver Meek. Dominic Parabek. From Max Wright, Henry Carter. From Max Mason, Ethan Higgins, Cooper Shedden. And it was Adam Bourne, Oliver Vox and Macy Creed, of course, retired with that mechanical issue.
That was a pretty exciting race, I'd say, especially for heat number one, and I'd expect to see the action continuing for the rest of the heats. And obviously, Aaron Richardson, arguably the one to beat here. He's been absolutely on form this weekend. He set the fast lap at 41.05. And I definitely expect Aaron Richardson to be the one to beat here, as we do see the rest of Grizz. And I don't think that's why you want to put your chain guard at, Oliver, though. Maybe a technical problem, but ultimately that's down to the scrutineers and the stewards. As we now move on to the MiniMax Inter.
Yeah, that wasn't very ideal for Oliver Vox, but yes, of course, MiniMax getting ready to go out. Mini Inters, of course, there's Maisie Creed walking away on your screens, taking a close look of what actually happened there with that 72 car. So, of course, the Inter's getting ready to go out. Ota Cleary took pole position from Max Wheatley, who was there in second place. Max Wheatley, who was holding that K plate. He's back to the circuit where he belongs. Lewis Herbison is finishing up in third round. Liam Townsend will start from fourth. Oliver Barton from Ronnie Smart. Louis Barker from Jackson Heath will round out your fourth row. Then it's going to be Feeney Beals from Toby Wortley. Teddy Higgs from Esme Rosie from Edward Munns. Arthur Lee Bullock from Alex Siniskis. And Seki Komatsu, who ran out your eighth row from Ryuma Komatsu. From Logan Baker, George Wilden, Charles Bailey and Travis Owens. So it looks like Seki beat his brother in qualifying. I wonder if he'll try and carry that into the race. Of course, the Komatsu brothers, of course, father to them is the Haas F1 team principal. Of course, he'll be around today. He's actually mechanicking for one of his sons. So it's great to see the higher end coming into coming back to the grassroots, you could say. But I don't like to class this as grassroots, because the level of professionalism here in karting, it's bigger than most, well, you could say grassroots racing, really. Of course, this is where all the big names start. Now, of course, drivers such as, Oliver Behrman and Isaac Hadjar, they all started karting from a very young age. Of course, I think Matt Oliver started when he was about 6 years old. And so we're going to be watching drivers here who may even be tipped as the next, F1 stars, touring car stars, GT stars. We're really watching the future here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Kim Bolton obviously won't be as big as the British Championships, but the driving standards and the driver quality though has been absolutely superb and up there. And as you said, though, any one of these drivers here could become maybe a future Formula 1 driver, a GT driver. And it's ultimately really exciting to see that we're watching the potential of motorsport, especially at, one of the best tracks in England, Kimbolton. And it's really great to see that we are watching potentially the greatest, potentially F1 drivers.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think from this age as well, I could already start to see the professionalism, because I mean, I was walking around the paddock yesterday and drivers were doing like interviews and stuff with recapping how their day went, and you know, they talk like they're professionals, and that's because they are. But to be at that age, you know, these drivers are 8 to 12 years old. To be at that age and be able to speak in such a professional manner is something that maturity can't buy. You know, it's something that you have to really train up. And of course, there are media trainers and bits and bobs out there. But really, it comes with how the driver is, not just on the circuit, but off the circuit. And that's what these like scouts will be looking out for. Of course, you may have seen the Netflix documentary of Kimi Antonelli, and you actually saw it was a Wilton Mill club round, but there was an F1 scout there watching the talent that's being produced at club level, because that's where you want to catch them. You catch them at that club level. So I mean, we never know. There could be a scout watching from the sidelines. You never know. I mean, they do very well to keep themselves hidden. But yeah, you know, these are the next you know, world champions. These are the next, you know, Lewis Hamiltons, Jenson Buttons. These are the next people who are going to take the world by storm.
Well, yeah, I do agree with that, and obviously, it's definitely very difficult to spot an F1 scout. Obviously, if there is an F1 scout, they definitely won't be having their team branding and holding a sign that says, I'm an F1 scout. And I'm not really 100% sure why we're not getting under racing. Maybe a short little break just for the marshals. Not really 100% certain, but hopefully we should be getting under racing. And just hopefully we get under racing shortly.
It's good as well. Obviously, we've been looking around the outer circuit. There's a lot of fans here today, a lot of spectators, which is always brilliant to see. I think it makes it a bit better that it's a bit sunny, so it's a nice day to come out. Of course, it was raining. If it was raining, we wouldn't see anyone up there, and I don't blame them really. But of course, if you are near the circuit, come down, come have a watch. You know, watch some of the new talent. Of course, we said earlier about making sure you write your comments in on the YouTube. I'm going to try and load up the comment section now and see what all you guys are saying. Let's have a little look then. Of course, yes, if you want to leave a comment, maybe you're wishing a driver good luck, just make sure you drop a comment. Let's have a little look. Gillian Bennett said, good luck, Aaron Richardson. We're all so proud of you. He did a very good job there, took the win. So, something to be happy about that. I think have a glass of wine for that. Sally Weldon said, are you not filming qualifying? No, we won't be filming the qualifyings, which is a bit annoying, because I think we'd like to all see the qualifyings, but maybe that could be something we look at in the future. Louise Witchson said, good luck to Aaron. Of course, did brilliant as well. But yeah, if you want to shout out any drivers who will be coming up in the future races, or you just want to, I don't know, thank your dog for being awesome, then make sure you drop a comment in the chat. Yeah, I don't really know why we have a bit of a wait here for the mini-inters, but I think that just helps build up the tension a bit, so we can hopefully get ready to go soon.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, because one of the practice sessions, I saw the marshals sweeping something by the TKM straight, but it looks like there's nothing going wrong there. So I'm going to presume that's just like a small little break, but also with like all the waiting time, it develops stress and a little bit of pressure into the drivers, and it ultimately can build up. But the best drivers here will just ultimately use the pressure and the stress that's given by waiting in the grid to their advantage, and hopefully we'll see some extremely good racing from these MiniMax Inters.
Yeah, exactly that. There's a lot of love going for Max Wheatley. Natalie Wheatley said, good luck, Max Wheatley, K-Plate. Love Mima. Oh, bless. Madison Wheatley says, good luck, Max. Lamborghini Mad Dog says, go, Archie Owen, good luck. Gucci Gang says, watch out for Aaron Lask in CNX30. Of course, yes, Aaron Lask, very quick driver, one to watch out for. Vicky Barton says, good luck to Oliver Barton. He'll be starting in the front of the field. Oliver Barton, a driver to watch out for. Yeah, starting from fifth. So can make the work up. And of course, last month, when it came to that final, and pretty much the whole day, it was Otis Cleary versus Oliver Barton. Oliver Barton was there or thereabouts, right on his tail throughout the whole day. And when it came down to those wet conditions, he was right on his tail, was trying to make those moves, but in the end, Otis got him across the line. But yeah, of course, sunny throughout this whole weekend. And how hard does the heat really play into not just the mentality, but also how the kart reacts?
Well, as there's more heat, you have to be literally as smooth as you could really be. And obviously the kart will react differently. Sometimes the kart will be really good. It will turn when you want to turn and the braking will be fine. But other times the kart can be really stiff, really bit difficult control, you could say. And obviously the weather could play a huge effect. Like when it's colder, it can help the bigger drivers. But when it's a bit in this weather, it can help like smaller drivers here. And ultimately, wonder what's going on here.
So the drivers are getting out of the karts. So I do wonder what this may be for. There's Andy Lucy on your grid. He is the grid coordinator, so he'll be lining all the drivers up at first, and then making sure that all the drivers are in the correct positions. You'll also see Gridman Sam down there as well. Now, Gridman Sam is the only marshal in the world with Down syndrome, and of course it's always important to include everyone into motorsport. Everyone has a spot in motorsport, and also he's my brother, which I'm very fortunate to have a brother just like Sam. But yeah, some of the drivers getting out of the karts, getting helmets off.
Probably a break then, I presume.
It might well be. Of course, they may be running ahead of schedule. But of course, there may also be an issue within the paddock, which of course we always need to make sure that the paddock is as safe as the circuit as well. But there's officials who've got umbrellas out, which is very smart, and I don't blame them one bit, because it must get very hot out there on circuit. Make sure you are all shaded up.
Yeah, I am going to presume that this might actually be a lunch break, since like you've got marshals there just lying about like it's a hot sunny day. So yeah, I'd probably say this is maybe a mini break or something. Maybe we are running ahead of schedule, which like it's good, but obviously here at Kimbolton we like being bang on schedule. So I'm not really certain why. So whatever the thing is, hopefully we get under racing as soon as possible.
Exactly that. It's a brilliant circuit. Let's talk about the circuit. Of course, established in 1959, based off an old RAF base. But the track it's unlike any other circuit, because you have a real mix of long straights, and you have to gear the car up for those straights. But you have a bunch of technical sectors as well, which you've got to try and set up the kart for that as well. So do you sort of lean into more a car that's good in a straight line, or a car which is probably better in a corner?
I don't think I have to make a comment. I don't think I should make a comment.
You want to keep it quiet from your competitors. That's a smart man.
I think after qualifying 18th, I don't think it actually matters anymore.
So the delay on here, it says it's for a track incident. Now I'll have a little look around. No
clue. Visually looks like nothing on our side here.
Well, we should be the ones who know, because we are the commentators. And it sounds like I'm getting the comment in my ear. I think they might be changing ambulances over. So that would be probably the main reason why. Of course, we need to make sure that there is an ambulance on circuit at all times. Well, so it just sounds like one of the ambulances is being used. So they're going to have to get a new one in. So we'll have a bit of time to have a little chill. Of course, go get some lunch if you haven't had some already. Get some drinks as well down you as well, because of course, John, how hard is it to perform without being hydrated? Because it's the little things like that make a big difference on track.
Well, obviously, especially in this weather, your throw will be absolutely gone. The amount of air force that's going on your helmet, and ultimately you really have to be hydrated in this weather. And sadly enough for me, I haven't had a drink in about an hour, but it's okay. I'll make do. But ultimately it's with these small little driver performances with like maybe having a little snack here and then that's healthy, like an apple or something, or maybe a sip of water before a race can actually make a huge difference, especially with like the fatigue in this weather. It can make a extraordinary difference in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, when I was racing last year, of course, if you didn't know, I raced the Fiesta ST240 Championship last year, which was alongside the TCR UK series. When I was racing, I always had I always had a bit of a routine where I'd always take a bottle of water down with me on the assembly grid before every race, because you just being sat in the car just waiting, you get that exhausted that I've ended up having to drink the whole bottle and still being a bit exhausted. I mean, yeah, the temperature that can get up to in the cars. I mean, I know what's the Porsche Caymans are bad for it as well. Doing a bit of work with them as well. Inside the cars, you can get up to 80 odd degrees, which is never nice to drive in, especially when you're trying to focus as hard as possible, because mistakes can cost wisely. But it's one of them things that the drivers just have to cope with. And also it doesn't help with all the fire retardant overalls, which gets the drivers just that bit hotter. So yeah, still a bit of a break. So we're waiting for obviously the medical crew to be all sorted and ready to go. Of course, we can't go racing without a medical crew, because we need them to be on standby, ready to go if anything does happen. So I can see some of the medical crew just getting ready. Just getting sorted, make sure they have all their medical checks and ready to go. You see the drivers getting the helmets on, they're getting ready to get back in the karts, and hopefully soon we're going to get racing for the Mini Inter class. Of course, the Mini Inters, one of the most exciting classes we've seen so far in the year. Of course, we've had drivers such as Max Wheatley, Otis Cleary, who have been taking wins throughout, not just last year, but this year as well. I know Max Wheatley has been preparing for other championships as well, so he hasn't been to Kimbolton much, but of course has that K plate, which means he won the Kimbolton plate last year. Of course, that'll be running. I'll be running next month in the June round. Of course, this is the 5th round of the Club Championship in May time, and of course we'll go to the Kimbolton Festival next month. Of course, loads of racing coming up shortly. We've got many races throughout of today. Of course, these are still the first heats. We've still got a bunch of second heats to go, and of course, those finals. Lots can happen, and it'll be interesting to see how the track develops throughout the day, if the track actually gets slower or quicker. Because, John, of course, throughout the day, I mean, you might be seeing it on the times, especially when it comes to practice day. Sometimes the track will be quicker, sometimes the track will be slower. I mean, I've always had it where, you always try and go quicker in that last session. You always try something new to go quicker. And then everyone ends up going slower, which doesn't help with, setting up the car or anything. But do you find that a lot with just the characteristics of the track? That at some points in the day it's very quick, and at some points of the day it's very slow?
Well, yeah, it does depend, as we do get the inter-race underway, but ultimately does depend on the track. Like, bit like rough tracks is a bit what's the word here, it can happen very often when the track gets slower, but like with a smooth track like here, which is relatively smooth, I'd say, it usually does get slowly better and better. Obviously you have those one sessions where the track becomes immediately very good, but at times, the track could be extremely bad, as we do see the grid now starting to line up in formation. It'll be Max Wheatley versus Otis Cleary. Do not count out, though, the likes of Rian Townsend running the new Zip Kart suit for the Young Guns. As into Kimbolton corner we go. Are we going to get a start out now?
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see how these lot get on. Going to be very close between Otis Cleary at the front on that right kart versus Max Wheatley in the Kid X. Are we off and away for the first time of asking? Yes, we are.
Very surprised for that start.
Yeah, very much down into turn one. Let's see how they get on. You can see all the drivers trying to file through. Seki Komatsu trying to get his way through as well as they all come through the Willow section. Down into Derek's corner. Max Wheatley has taken the lead of the race. Otis Cleary drops second place. Rian Townsend, big send up to third place. And Lewis Hobson's there in fourth. Now the top four have sort of already pulled a bit of a gap. Second and first have a gap from third and fourth as well. But the rest of the pack come flying through. And Max Wheatley hasn't got this lead for long, because watch Otis Cleary as he comes flying down into the final corner. Looks like Wheatley defended it. He knew what Cleary could do. So he'll defend the corner and wait for another opportunity. Down into turn one. Let's see what Cleary can do. He sticks behind the bumper. But to finish the first lap here, Max Wheatley gets a whole shot on Otis Cleary, and I think he started to pull a bit of a gap here, minus the slipstream effect.
I believe Cleary is keeping up with him, though, especially through Sector 1. But it looks like through Derek's corner, he's losing it a little bit there. And just Max Wheatley, though, his ability, though, to get on the power so early here, and especially brake so late here, especially into Turn 1, it's really interesting just to watch how he does it as we now go through Kim Bolton corner to begin lap number 2. The number 150 of Ronnie Smart is under investigation. I presume, especially it's this early on, something to do with the start procedure. So a bit unfortunate for Ronnie Smart as we now watch this battle here between Cleary and Wheatley. Max Wheatley has had a brilliant start. I saw it go absolutely swooping round the outside at turn number 1. But do not count out Rian Townsend here. He had set the purple Sector 3 on that lap, and it looks like he might go purple here, and it's definitely looking really good here. Who's been driver coached by, I believe, Zach Starbuck, as well as the rest of the Zip crew here. As we now see this battle ongoing here, is Max Wheatley versus Otis Cleary. Are we going to see Otis Cleary make for a move? We see the rest of the grid. We do. Now we do. Otis Cleary goes down the inside of Max Wheatley. A very crucial move at this stage of the race, especially with Rian Townsend catching him. As we now go on to the Yamuyutsu straight, Otis Cleary defends partially, but ultimately opts to take in the normal racing line.
Yeah, that was very close there between Cleary and Wheatley. I think, yeah, as you were saying, Cleary needs to make that move now, because Townsend is starting to close in, and I think Townsend is the fastest driver out on the circuit. Of course, Cleary has that fastest lap, but you can see on the screens, Townsend's closing a lot on his lap. Look how close he is now, right on the bumper of Max Wheatley. 4 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap, and I think now it's a three-way battle for the lead, because I don't think Cleary's getting away just yet. They come through the Willow section, and of course, slipstream effect will come into play. Wheatley will be able to catch up just that tad, but watch out for that Zip Kart driver. The number 23, Rian Townsend, he's right behind these two now, and I think Max Wheatley, he's trying to line up a move to get back on Cleary.
It looks like Max Wheatley was losing a little bit there through Stowe corner. It looked like he's... Oh, no! Rare mistake from Max Wheatley. He nearly do a repeat of what he did a few months ago, where he just dipped a little bit too wide on the grass and spun it. As we do see the rest of the grid go through, but is that going to be a major factor for the result of this race? Rian Townsend sets the fastest lap of the race. Townsend now is catching Cleary. Cleary has got a bit of a gap here now, which is very crucial here, as we now see all three of these drivers ducking in to get the full aerodynamic effect of these karts. As we now see this battle ongoing here between Cleary, Townsend and Wheatley. Wheatley, one of the favourites going into this race, makes a huge mistake into Kestrel corner, but I believe we'll see Rian Townsend get on the back of Otis Cleary very, very shortly.
Yeah, that was really interesting actually with Max Wheatley, because he sort of just forgot to turn, really. You saw him just go straight on at that Kestrel corner, and that was that's just how he lost second place. It was pretty much simple as that. Townsend, who now has the fastest lap of that race, 44.06. That's 300ths quicker than Otis Cleary. So the times are really close, but these two drivers up at the front are very close to each other. Zip Kart versus the right kart. Townsend versus Otis Cleary. They've got 2 minutes left on the clock. That's 2 minutes for Townsend to find a way through. But this is Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary, one of the most fastest mini-inter drivers there is in the country. Not an easy driver to get past, and if you even get past him, he might even come back on your tail. There's Louis Barker coming through your screens as well. He's having a good race up in the sharp end of the field. He's in 5th at the moment, made up 2 places. He's in front of Ronnie Smart. But look at this battle here. This is going to get very rough if Townsend thinks of a way through. Look how close he is on the bumper. You can see it's clear, runs wider through there, but he carries more speed through, and that helps him into down Weldon. Of course, these cadet carts are all about momentum, no matter if it's a Honda or a Rotax. It's about carrying that minimum speed through. It's really the testamental of karting. It's about how much speed can you carry through a corner without scrubbing the tyres or, making sure you're not bogging down on the exits. There is Louis Bark on your screens. He's with Ronnie Smart. Oh, side by side here. This is for the lead of the race here. Otis Cleary versus Townsend. And watch out for Max Wheatley. Don't cat him out just yet. He won that K plate because he won a race last year. But this is going to be really interesting. Yeah, got very close there between Townsend. I think he tapped the back of Otis Cleary, and that bogged him down. But Max Wheatley, as we said, he has that K plate, which means that he won the Kimbolton Festival last year, and he'll probably be trying to do the same this year. 30 seconds or 20 seconds on the clock. And I got very close between Townsend and Cleary. Townsend is very good on those zip kart brakes. He managed to close a lot of time in on those brakes. So, he's trying again. Townsend is very quick in a straight line as well. Townsend's got it all on pace-wise to get past him, but just can't find a way through. This is going to be very exciting indeed. Penultimate lap of the race. Here we go then. The 23 versus 11 versus that K-plate. This is it. 3 karts in this battle, and it's really going to be a battle to the end of the race. Max Wheatley will be sitting and waiting for an opportunity to come about. The 23 will be thinking, come on, Otis, get out of my way. I want to win this race. I've got the pace advantage. Why are you not letting me through? Last lap board is out. One more lap of racing here. 23 versus the 11. They come down into turn 1.
Oh, that's a bit naughty.
Max Wheatley on the inside for second place. They're going to run side by side, and Townsend hold on to it.
What, switch back?
Switch back here. Max Wheatley back on the inside. Going into Derek's corner. Will he hold it? Oh, it's going to be close. Townsend, gets shoved off wide. And Max Wheatley is into second place. But up at the front, it's still the driver of Otis Cleary, who has used that battle to absolute perfection. From a Leicester flag finish once again, but it wasn't easy because he had Townsend and Wheatley to put up with. But that didn't stop him, because around the final corner, the first heat in Mini Inter goes to Otis Cleary. What a way to start the weekend once again. Wheatley in second, and Townsend drops the third.
Now it's a bit, what's the word here? A bit on the grey side of things with Otis Cleary's defending. Not speculating anything, but going into the first goal on the last lap, it looked like that Cleary's pushed out Rain Townsend a little bit near the barrier. Obviously, it's up to the stewards, we're just the commentators here, but ultimately that was an absolutely brilliant race, as we do see the result there with Otis Cleary, Max Wheatley and Ryan Townsend rounding out your top 3, with Lewis Herberts and Ronnie Smart, who is under investigation, round out your top 5, with Louis Barker, Oliver Barton, Toby Worthley, Finley Beals and Jackson Heath rounding out your top 10, Archie Louis Bollock and Esme Rosie, who's, I believe this is her second race in a Inter, followed behind Edward Munns, Alex Toskins, and rounding out by the rest of the grid, and another very good category, here, Senior X30.
Yeah, this is going to be one that we need to watch out for now. Of course, Senior X30, Gus Lawrence is here this weekend. He'll be starting from pole position. Lewis Bird alongside from Hayden Eldridge, Tristan Powell, 2 of the regulars here. Morgan Porter returns to Senior X30. He'll be starting from 5th from Jensen Pugh, Morgan Moore and Gabriel Stilp from Monty Breathwaite, Reese Newburn, Harrison Mackey from CJ Bennett, Dylan Patel from Isaac Marsh, Jack Dan, Azza Creswell from Ollie Rands, Joan Gabriel Castro, who comes from Brazil. He's going to be one to watch out for. The Peter Jurovic from Joshua Jones, from Zach Wellen, from Katie Ashman, Joey Brown from Leif Khan, Tiger Dixon from Oliver Harris, Noah Albston, James Reynolds, Jessica Fitchell, Natalia DeBeck, Max Anderson, Harrison Morrow, Aaron Lask, and Pierce Armstrong will round out your field. So, listing some of the names there, some big names in this field. Of course, Gus Lawrence, Gus, who was a very strong driver, he might be one of the biggest drivers in UK karting. Of course, competed up at the British Championship. He won the Senior X30 British Championship last year. He's going to try and defend his title once again. But of course, it's something different for the drivers, with them being the first round, being at Kimbolton. It gives the opportunity for them to test like they're doing now. Of course, Lewis Bird, another one to watch out for. Lewis Bird, who really had to fight for that second place qualifying spot. Aaron Lask, very quick driver indeed. He starts from the back of the field. Let's see how to get on then down into turn one. They go racing for the first time of asking. Gus Lawrence will defend going into turn one. Lewis Bird taps bumpers with him. Oh, driver's getting spun out. CJ Bennett. And looks like as well. Yeah, that looked like the 35 there.
Still Gus Lawrence that leads though. Gus Lawrence, a 3-time British kart champion, and his experience literally does go on forever. And you could argue that the fact that Gus Lawrence is arguably one of the best drivers in the world. He's obviously up there with the likes of Joe Turney, Ethan Jeffel, and all them lots. But we're seeing this battle here unfold between Lewis Bird.
Oh, that was very close to the barrier there. That was Jack down to 62 there. Nearly kissing the barriers as he exited the last corner. That was very close indeed. But as we said, up at the front, Gus Lawrence still leads the way. Lewis Bird was there in second place. It was Dylan Patel who got involved in that incident on the first corner of the first lap. Of course, they're sort of the more likelihood incidents that may happen. Of course, 34 karts trying to get into that one bit of tarmac down at turn one is never easy. And it's always a hard braking zone as well to get right. But, you know, Gus Lawrence, he's going to use his first couple of laps now to pull that gap. And then he's going to try and conserve the tyres. Because, you know, Gus Lawrence, he's raced for years now. Of course, with the PSI racing team, he's going to have done many laps around their circuit. Of course, testing and preparing for these events. Lewis Bird, who's there in second place with that BMR team, who was once run by Ashley Sutton, who is a British touring car driver. He created BMR back in the day. Of course, he took BMR to its first world title victory in 2016 in KZ. That was a very funny story. He was very bored one weekend, decided to go do it. Did 6 laps in the KZ and ended up winning the world championship. Just shows the talent we have in motorsport. They're still at the front. Watch out for Hayden Eldridge, who's there in third place. He's slowly closing in now on these two up front. As well as that, Morgan Porter on his return back to karting. Speaking to him yesterday, he's just doing a one-off for a bit of a laugh and a giggle. And he's doing pretty good so far. He's up at the sharp end, up in 4th place. And he's got Jensen Pugh behind him. He's in 5th. Jensen Pugh is one of the Jack Dex racing machines. There he is. As well as Gabriel Still, who is who we're very happy to have back at the circuit. Look at the move from Gabriel Still. I think he knew the commentators were talking about him. What a move that was from Mr. Stilpe. Of course, Stilp, who was involved in a very serious accident back in the middle of last year, testing at the Champions of the Future back at PFI. He had a big accident and ended up breaking a lot of bones and had to sit the rest of the year out. Tristan Powell here on your screens. A bit of history actually about Tristan Powell. Speaking to him earlier. The corner we're entering now, Kestrel Corner, was actually his granddad named the corner. Of course, his granddad had a good history of the Kimbolton circuit. He had lap records here, won races, won championships here, and got. Oh! We saw that coming from a mile off. That was a big hit to the wall of Jensen Pugh, and he's got it going. He's kept it going. How on earth has Jensen Pugh do that?
That's not a very...
Yeah, looking off the camera shot, though, a very bent car, it has to be said, and the Jack Dex Racing boys are going to be well on it to get that car sorted. But we could see that was happening there. The driver who was alongside with didn't give him as much room as he'd hoped for, and sort of just aimed for the barriers, as that was the only way he was going to be going. Battenberg flags are out because obviously the barrier damage at that last corner is quite severe, and obviously those barriers will be sticking out on the circuit. There they are on the screens. You can see some of them moved in, so all the drivers will start slowing down. They took a while to slow down, but they will slow down now. and give an opportunity for the marshals to sort out that barrier damage. But yeah, we can see that was coming from Arloff.
Yeah, but I believe this is going to massively help Hayden Eldridge, Morgan Porter, Gabriel Stilp, because during those laps there, when obviously the incident didn't happen at last corner, Gus Lawrence and Lewis Bird pulled about a second gap to Hayden Eldridge and Morgan Porter, and obviously this now bunches all the field up, and this now allows Hayden Eldridge, Morgan Porter, Gabriel Stilp, Tristan Powell, Harrison Mackie all to have a go at these front two, who have arguably been one of the two favourites here. But obviously, in Senior XL, you cannot count anyone out here. You've got so many brilliant drivers here. Obviously, Morgan Porter, GP plate winner, races for Argentina, and a Kart Republic factory driver. Obviously, got likes of Harrison Mackie, the junior X30 British Kart champion of last year. Tristan Powell, regular here, vice champion here last year, and the talent goes on forever, basically. And obviously, with this Bamberg, it's going to really as that's an interesting hand single.
Lawrence there getting a bit annoyed, let's say, with Lewis Bird. I think
maybe just scratching his head.
Yeah, maybe. I think he's trying to play mind games here. We know what Lewis Bird is about to do here, because he's been given a brilliant opportunity to get that lead back, and he wants to take every opportunity possible. A lot of drivers want to beat Gus Lawrence, because he is the man to beat this weekend. We are back racing down into turn one, and look at Hayden Eldridge right on the arse of Lewis Bird. Sorry for the language there. They all come flying through. Morgan Porter getting that head down. Gabriel Stilp, who's there in 5th place. Now, Stilpy, a very good driver who likes to make moves up. He can make very aggressive moves, has to be said, but he gets those moves done. But of course, these are only his first few races back to karting after, of course, his accident. But look at the front here. Look at Lewis Bird on the inside of Gus Lawrence. He gets that move done. And I think that was a plan from every other driver in the field. They wanted to get past Gus Lawrence because, of course, Gus is the man to beat in British karting, especially on this Senior X30 grid. He's been very talented, not just in X30, but in Rotax as well. Of course, flew out to America a couple weekends ago, competed in the United States Pro Tour Series, competed very highly up at the front end of the field, with a lot of money as well, which is not bad going. But Gus Lawrence, of course, not just through the junior ranks, pretty much from when he started karting, was always someone to watch out for. But of course, he's been in the senior ranks. Oh, that's a late.
Oh no, too late.
And up and over goes Gabriel Stilp on Hayden Eldridge. Hayden stipulating to Gabriel Stilp, saying, "Why on earth did you even think to make that move?" But the battle for third now files down between Morgan Porter and Tristan Powell. We all saw that Gabriel Stilp, we knew he was going to make a move, but that move just a bit too late for their liking, and unfortunately had to come to toe there.
Yeah, we know Gabriel Stilp likes making very big, like literally big moves, and obviously that was one too big, and obviously that has knocked out Gabriel Stilp and Hayden Eldridge, but it's going to go the way of the number 5, Lewis Bird, or is it? Because it looked like Gus Lawrence had a very good run out of there. But Lewis Bird will take the checker flag in first place, followed by Gus Lawrence. Morgan Porter defends Tristan Powell off to the line. Harrison Mackie, Morgan Moore, Reese Newburn, Monty Braithwaite.
Problems there for the 78. That was Leif Khan, one of the Birol J drivers. And big damage there. That is Hayden Eldridge. That Nazoo is not how it should be, and hopefully he'll get that sorted after the race. You can see he's in a bit of discomfort there, it seems. So that would be unfortunate that for Hayden Eldridge. But it was Lewis Bird that took the win there from Gus Lawrence in second place. He managed to sneak by Gus on that last lap. Morgan Moore rounds out your top 6 because Morgan Porter took that final spot on the podium. P4 went the way of Tristan Powell. And rounding out your top 5 was Harrison Mackie up 6 places. And real driver who made it the most places was Aaron Lask, who drove through half the field up to 16th. He started down at the final spot on the field. So as one race finishes, we'll get ready to go for our Rotaxes. Of course, senior Rotax will be out first, and then junior Rotax will be soon followed. Of course, Joshua Valance will be starting from the pole spot. George Robinson alongside from Dawn Pedersen and James Tester, from Tobian Alvarez, Thomas Min spearing, who we'd like to see is back out on circuit. Ross Tyler from Adam White, Liam Hartley from Ryan Sayers, Philip Tatton from George Hart, Jake Fisher from Sam Cook, Joseph Rees-Smith from Oliver Liversedge, Will Forber from Thomas Pryor, Ben Southgate from Declan Luff, from Jack Middleton, from Jason Haitley, from Dan Renton, Calvin Ashford Smith, from Woody Hart, Angelica Kenwood, Archie Flint and Michael Morgan. Archie Flint, who is a very quick driver, he'll be trying to fight his way through, and soon enough the field will get underway for their first heat in senior Rotax. Of course, these Rotax, this Rotax field have been one to watch out for, because there's so many competitive drivers in the series, and it's going to be interesting at the end of the year who can actually take the crown for the club championship in senior Rotax. As you all head out on circuit, Joshua Valance will be leading them away. George Robinson there in second place. Of course, George Robinson, the man on the move last month, he qualified last in qualifying, but managed to make his way to third when it came to the final. Of course, did some brilliant drives throughout the heats and then got to that spot in the final. Wasn't always easy, and not always easy on a grid like this. But let's see how they get on there. Tobin Alvarez really trying to warm up those tyres as he came through. Of course, Declan Luff there on your screens. Declan, who studied at Loughborough College with the doing a motorsport course. Great to see him outclassing. Will we go racing for the first time? No, we don't. We go round once again. And I think that was due to the fact George Robinson got a very good start there, maybe a bit too good, that he jumped Joshua across the line. And of course, the back of the field didn't look like they were all in line with each other, so they'll go around once again. But yes, the Declan Luff Motorsport Engineering course he studied at Loughborough College, really good course to get onto. Of course, the tutors run their own rallycross cars in the BTRDA Club and Rallycross Championship, which is always exciting for all the students to get their hands on. And of course, all being sponsored by the Wearer Tools Academy are the two lecturers as well. Joshua Valance, there he is. He a usual competitor at Red Lodge. He's now come back to Kimbolton. Used to know him quite well at the Wentworth Kart Club. He did very good in that championship as well. George Robinson is a master of this circuit. Can they go going for a second time of asking? Yes, they do. Look at Robinson straight to the inside line. Cuts off Joshua Valance. And looks like James Tester tried to go round the outside. He might even go for the lead of the race here. No, he drops to second place as they all come flying through. Joshua Valance, he's there in third, but might lost. Oh, Will Forber getting up and over Joseph Rees-Smith. They both kept it going, but that is not the way you wanted to start his first heat of the day. Of course, these are the first heat for the senior Rotax. This is the first time they've been out on circuit since their qualifying earlier today. So they've had a bit of a break to make sure they can get those setups styled up. But Joshua Valance still there in third place. Bit of a tangling going on further down the field. Looks like one of the Dan Holland racing karts struggling to get a move on. But look at the front here. Two Jack Dex racing karts, James Tester and George Robinson. Tester got into the lead of the race on the end of that first lap. George Robinson into second place now. This will be pure team orders now. Will they work together and try and extend that lead? They'll obviously try and work together the first couple of laps and then start to think more about conserving those tyres, because of course they have that one set just for the Sunday's running. From the second you start qualified to the second you finish the final, that you have to run on that single set. All four brand new tyres to start off with. Oh, another hit to the wall there. That was close between the other drivers and the... I hope he does not get collected in that incident, because it looked like the rear wheel got chipped there with the barrier, and I think he's got going once again. Yes, he has. That was Thomas Min spearing, who on his return back to karting hasn't had the best of starts in that first heat. He'll be at the back of the field. There is the 26 on your screens. Now, this is a new driver. We haven't really seen much of the front end. Dawn Pedersen. Dawn Pedersen, one of the newcomers to this Kimbolton circuit. And he's looking at Joshua Valance for a final podium spot here. This will be a brilliant way to start his round 5 campaign here. Let's look at all the drivers come through now. Always 2 by 2 as they file their way through the final corner of the circuit. Of course, this is about what we need to watch out for. 3rd and 4th. Joshua Valance is there in 3rd, but of course that 26 there in 4th place. Might have a look at a move for that final podium spot because he looks like he has the pace, and he does because he has the fastest lap of the race. Dawn Pedersen has the pace to be at the front end of this field, but it's all about what they can do in these next couple of laps. There's a Jax Motorsport car trying to find his way through. That looked like actually Ross Tyler, who is back on his return to Kimbolton. He had a couple months break from the track, but he's back and doing what he does best as they file through once again. 4 minutes left on the clock plus that additional lap. Ross Tyler, there he is on your screens, that Jax Motorsports car. He's sat behind Adam White, and he'll be sure to try and find a way through. This is a battle on your screens for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. And they're in your 11th place. That's the 129. That's George Hart. George Hart has been very quick the last couple rounds as well, always making up and improving on himself as a driver. Sam Cook just sitting behind this train as well. But look at this as he head into turn 1. Adam White on the defensive. Ross Tyler tries to go on the cutback. That's a brilliant move there by Ross Tyler. It's one of the more simpler moves you can do. It's called the cutback maneuver, and it's where the driver in front will defend going into the corner and then obviously run out wide because of that the tighter angle that they get into the apex, and then backlashing that to the driver who is behind. He can get the car slowed down a bit more and then point it to the inside of the driver and then get the power down, get past him. A good move to get done, and that puts him up another place into 6th place as they head down. This is a lead battle on your screens. James Tester slowly putting a bit of a margin here from George Robinson in 2nd place. 3rd is Joshua Valance, and then of course Dawn Pedersen, who has been the real one to watch out for, not just in this heat race, but someone to watch out for in the future of this weekend. At number 26, at Kart Republic, with Toby and Alvarez as well. He's in 5th place. He's slowly closing in on this pack as well. But Joshua Valance, he might even have a look for 2nd place here because George Robinson seems like he's starting to save his tyres a bit, conserve himself on the defensive, sits in the middle of the track, gives the opportunity for Joshua Valance to not to come through. But look at the 26 here. Dawn Pedersen gets up into 3rd place, took full advantage of Joshua Valance's defending skills and found his way through. Valance tried to find a way past but can't get it done. Pedersen defends. Now Pedersen, look at him, might even go for 2nd place here, right on the chuff of the George Robinson, and gets his way through. What a move that was from the 26. Gets past George Robinson, and so did Joshua Valance and Toby and Alvarez there. So it was sort of the move where once when one get past, another couple can as well. And that's really dropped Robinson down. Now Robinson keeps looking behind. Has Robinson got an issue? It looks like he has. Valance on the inside of Pedersen once again. Alvarez follows through as well. But it seems like George Robinson is pulling into the pit lane. So George Robinson, who was up there in 2nd place, now out in the 1st heat for senior Rotax. That is not going to help his final starting position. Of course, these heat races, as we said before, all allocate to where you would start in the finals. Of course, they'll score points in these heat races, and that will detect where they'll start for that final. We come through the last corner. 50 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So we're going to get 2 or 3 laps of racing left. Toby and Alvarez, he's there now in 3rd place because, of course, Pedersen gets up into 2nd place, and that was all due to Robinson's retirement. That puts up Ross Tyler as well into the top 5. So really that battle behind is all for that top 5 spot. Toby and Alvarez now in 3rd place. He is actually the fastest driver out in circuit as well, so he might have an opportunity for second place. Now, it's going to be very close because they're going to go onto the penultimate lap of the race now. As they come down the start-finish straight once again, one of the fastest sections of the circuit. That heads into turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Very flowing section. Got to keep the speed up, keep that minimum speed up through this this section, of course. Try not to scrub the tyres too much, as that will help with the degradation of the tyre, and will lose you a lot of grip when you get to those finals. Of course, that's what the drivers will be saving the tyres for those final races. By the front here, James Tester has drove the race to perfection. Pedersen there in second place still. Balance in fourth. But look at Pedersen now, losing a bit of time. He's got Tobin Alvarez closing in behind, but he's got one lap of racing left to go before the first race for Senior Rotax is completed. James Tester, I think he's pretty much got this one sealed and in the bag. The number 18 gets a black flag. That's what you don't want, and that is for Calvin Ashford Smith. So the officials will not be happy with that driver, and they'll be getting a severe telling off, which is what they should do if they get a black flag. But this is James Tester here at the front. He's had a brilliant drive so far. Of course, won last time out, and he's going to take another win here in Senior Rotax. Brilliant stuff here from James Tester. It's going to be Pedersen up in second place. Of course, gets that fastest lap as well from Tobin Alvarez, Joshua Valance, Ross Tyler from Adam White, Oliver Liversedge, who makes up 8 places. He finishes up in 7th place from Philip Tatum, George Hart, and Archie Flint from 27th on the grid. Gets inside the top 10. That's a drive and a half from the driver who finished up in 10th, Mr. Flint. And hopefully he'll be bringing some steel to the next race. This is the final results on your screens then for Senior Rotax. And of course they'll be moving over to the junior divisions soon enough. There will be junior Rotaxes, and they'll finish up the first heat of races here. Of course, we've got Les Latham back with us in the commentary box. So of course, if you've got any questions, make sure you send them in so we can get the man who knows it all here as well. We'll have another look at the chat, so make sure you put in on the chat who you're supporting, who you want to do well this weekend. D-Master says, go JDR. JDR did very well in that race. And here is the Junior Rotax starting grid. It's going to be Callum Sims who will start from pole position. Miles Burton alongside from Teddy Cooper, Logan Artshaw from Sam Aston, Noah Moulton from Eli Baden, George Cole from Blake Southern, Hayden Fisher from George Phillips, Dan Butcher, Toby Farthing from Stanley Williams, Laurie McVie, Ryan Rapini from Oscar Keane, John Richardson from Harley Sturgeon, from Jacob Aston, Harry Friel from Joseph Alton, Archie Ray Watson from Lucy Wilden, Fletcher Groans from Louis Marshall, Lachlan Homer, Molly Mizzen, Izzy White, Spew Winslade, Jack Causer, Josh Phillips, and Archie Booker. There'll be ones to watch out for near the further end of the field. Back at the front, Callum Sims, the Evolution car. He's been one to watch out for this year and last year as well. They go racing down into turn 1. Who will be there? Oh, big lock up there from Callum Sims. Manages to get that car stopped, but you can see all the white smoke playing about. Oh, big incident there. Driver spinning around. I know John Richardson got caught up in that, and you can smell how hard Callum Sims hit those brakes, because you can smell all the smoke and the heat coming off the tyres. But Eli Baden has had a brilliant start and now leads the way. Blake Southern there in second place. There's Teddy Cooper filing through the field as well. Eli Baden leads the way, and looks like Callum Sims drops to third. Of course, Stanley Williams, another driver to watch out for as well. Big move there from one of the Pro Train drivers. That was a strong move. That gets him up another position. Back at the front, Eli Baden leads the way with the battles for second place still going on. Callum Sims makes his way past Blake Southern. And of course, feeding to you, Les, of course, those first laps are always tough. They're always not easy to get by unscathed. And how easy is it really to get involved in a collision like that and not even be your fault?
Well, it's a split-second thing, especially with the single-geared karts. They take a bit of time to pick up the speed, so they all more or less arrive at the first corner together. And obviously, in these kind of races, you've got people who are quick, but they're coming from further back on the grid, and it just ends up in the first corner. It's just too tight for everybody,
Yeah, exactly that. They all come filing through. Of course, these drivers up at the front, Callum Sims, we spoke about him, that Evolution kart. He's going to be one to watch out for when it comes to those finals. Of course, Blake Southern there as well. Blake Southern won last time out in Junior Rotax. That was his first ever final win. What a mark and a milestone to achieve. He's going to be trying to go for that second one now. It's easy to get the first one. Try and get that second one. Jensen Weston's in the comments. He's saying, come on, Teddy Cooper. Sarah Martin as well saying, good luck to Morley Mizzen. Those drivers getting on very well. Teddy Cooper, you can see on your screens there, up at the front of the field. But up at the front, it's still Blake Southern who's trying to defend off Sam Aston, the number 21 there. Sam Aston had a brilliant qualifying and he's putting that to the test. He wants to show what he can do up at the front. And watch out as well because Miles Burton is coming through as well. He's on that Kate Adams car. The red livery behind. But of course, with that green helmet, Blake Southern running a bit wide there. And I wonder, that was a bit of a getting pushed from Sam Aston. Of course, Sam Aston really showing that he wants to get past no matter what it takes. Blake Southern really defending here. But look at the front. Callum Sims is right on the tail now of Eli Baden. And might even have a look in the closing stages for a lead change. They come filing through turn one. Look at the battle here. This is a battle for that final spot on the podium. Miles Burton round the outside of Sam Aston, gets up into fourth place, and I'm watching him into Derek's corner. He goes on the inside. Oh, that's going to get ever so close between Miles Burton and Blake Southern, but they managed to hold on together and all come out in one piece.
The third place guy is doing a lot of defending right now, so he's realised at this stage of the race he hasn't got the pace of those behind him, and of course that will just bunch the ones up behind even more. So he needs to either find a little bit of pace or he'll be dropping down the field rapidly.
Yeah, exactly that. But look at the front here. You're seeing on your screens Callum Sims versus Eli Baden. They come through the first sector. Let's see how they get on. Eli Baden, he has the advantage, but Callum Sims is there, but just not close enough to make a move. You really have to be in a close parameter to find a way through. Blake Southern, he's there in third place. Of course, like you said, just don't have the pace to pull away from the rest of the field and to not really catch the drivers in front. The fastest driver at the moment is actually Ryan Rapini, who's down in 12th place. So outside the top 10, oh, big move there. Just looking up at the screen, and Callum Sims sends a late one on Eli Baden. Now Callum Sims, he has the lead so far, but watch out for Eli Baden. Tries to go round the outside. That move wasn't going to work and drops to second place. But we know Eli has the pace advantage to stay up there at the front, but it's going to be really close here. Callum Sims now defending, going into Derek's corner. He's stuck in the middle of the track, so he couldn't get to the outside, couldn't get to the inside, and that's really what you want to do when you're in the lead and you want to place your car in the right place at the right time. But Eli Baden, who's there in second place. Oh, Toby Farben running a bit wide there. That's number 53 there on your screens. But Eli Baden, I mean, Les, do you think Eli has a good opportunity to try and fight back here?
Well, I think at the moment there's the two at the front there have got into a bit of holding each other up now. So they've got to watch out on the guy coming in third place. I think if they stop swapping places, the guy in the red suits will pull away a bit.
Yeah, exactly that. Look at Eli Baden now really having to defend now, because look who they've brought in now. Blake Southern, Miles Barton and Teddy Cooper all in this battle for the lead of the race. This is going to get exciting. The first heat for Junior Rotax, and it's going to be so intense. 1 minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Move for second place. Could be, oh! That was between Blake Southern and Callum Sims. Callum Sims getting pushed into the back of Eli Baden and managed to find a way through. But look at the hack at the front here. Callum Sims, who has that nose cone penalty now, because you can see the nose cone has dropped, and that means he'll receive a 5-second penalty at the end of the race, but we'll let the scrutineers sort that one out. Of course, he may have not dropped that far that he would receive the penalty, but we'll make sure we'll carry on as if he hasn't got it, but look at the gap. Look at how much Callum Sims is extending his lead. Blake Southern now in second place, but he's brought in a whole gaggle of drivers. Teddy Cooper's in there, Sam Aston, Toby Farthing, and Hayden Fisher, who's there as well. Move Miles Burton on the inside, and look at Teddy Cooper, tries to do the double, can't get that move done. Very close indeed. We've got 2 laps left of racing here at Kimbolton for the first heat of Junior Rotax. We knew Junior Rotax was going to be so exciting, and it's providing that just as we liked it. Down into the Derek's corner once again. Callum Sims now leads the way, and it's like you were saying, Les, the second that you get that opportunity to pull away and not battle, it helps you out big time, because look at the gap he's already got. Yeah,
well, it's always the way. You know, when we're coaching, we tell the drivers all the time, don't get into an unnecessary battle, because it's going to cost you time. But when you're behind the wheel and when you think you can overtake that one place, all that thinking goes out the window.
Exactly that, yeah. It's all you can be told 1,000 things in a paddock, and you only remember one thing out at the front, and that's all. That's going to be ever so close there between Sam Aston and Eli Baden. Looks like Farthing and Hayden Fisher got in a bit of contact there. 4 cars into one bit of tarmac, and they've only just come out of it alive. Very close there. Miles Burton is there now in 3rd place, but yellow flag there. And I think Hayden Fisher went off the circuit there. Yeah, no Hayden Fisher there. So big issues there. But round the final corner comes Callum Sims. He didn't really have to defend that corner, but he did it anyway. And Callum Sims ends up finishing in first. Wins the first heat for Junior Rotax. But will he be able to hold on to that win with that nose cone penalty? Blake Southern finished up in 2nd place. Burton in 3rd from Cooper. Aston, Eli Bannon in 6th. From Farthing, John Richardson had a brilliant drive. He got up into 8th. He started in 18th. From Stanley Williams, George Cole, Laurie McVie, Ryan Rapidi. From George Phillips, Jacob Aston, Lucy Wilden. From Daniel Butcher, Archie Ray Watson, Hayden Fisher, who dropped all the way to 18th. Harvey Sargent and Joseph Orton rounds out your top 20. But you could see there, that was the real testament that if you keep battling, especially when you're at the front, you're just inviting more people to come have a play with you.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about short circuit kart racing, and particularly, direct drive karts, is they're all so equal. In that, the slightest little delay will either put you back into the middle of the pack, or if the guy in 2nd place gets involved, gives you the chance as the leader to break away. It just happens in half a lap. Yeah,
it's just about who's the lucky one out there, really.
Yeah.
As we get ready to go for our 2nd heats now. So that's all the first heats wrapped up. There's a driver walking off there. He's going to be a bit annoyed with himself. The cadet races are getting ready to go. Of course, sponsored by GT Motorsport Components. There's a few drivers who had to retire from the race who would have liked some of those GT Motorsport components. Sawyer Henderson, once again, will start from pole position from Elliot Bork and Mason Becker from Jack Wykes. Marcus Cooper from Arthur Murfitt. And Della Rowlands from Harry Grant. Keen Delaney from James Murfitt. Harry Search from Keen Doherty. Alfie Hennell from George Pickett. Nicholas York. Harry Parker Ray from Zach Squire. Jack Neves. James Windsor from Theo Hamilton. And Bodie Batch will start from first in the Waterswift Restricted from Reggie Chandler. Benjamin Sudra from Frank Morris. And then Jensen Darla will start on pole for the Micromaxes from Teddy Murphy, Ollie Brunt, Mason Munzer, Rafe Owen, Harley Merrison, and Jake Hansford will round out your field. Of course, 3 classes out there once again. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for these heat races. And, of course, for these Hondas, going to be ever so exciting. Of course, it's all about momentum in these karts. And sometimes I really think that 7 minutes plus a lap just isn't always enough time to make those moves and get places where you think you shouldn't have.
I think the thing with the Hondas in particular, they're so evenly balanced. The engines are so even, and it's you nearly always have like a close bunch going round and round, and you never know. They may as well stop all the racing and just go to the last lap.
You know what? That's a good plan actually. You should do like more sort of like 1 lap battles, really. Full start for the Honda 200, so they'll go around again as well as the other categories. But as we said, Sawyer Henderson, who was quite unlucky in that first one. He was there at the front of the field, just lost that lead spot. I think he's been one of the most unluckiest drivers, really, this year. He was ever so close to getting that first win last month in those wet conditions, but just lost out with a couple laps to go. But once again, they'll be lining up, getting ready to go. Of course, these drivers were used to doing standing starts, but of course with the random grids now doing rolling starts. So two different types of starts and two different ways you have to control the starts. But they'll learn quickly, and they have to, because that's how these drivers learn how to drive these machines. It's all about adaptability and how you can control these carts. Now, hopefully, we can get going for a second time of asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Looked like one of the Project Ones had a good start, but looks like Sawyer Henderson up at the front still holds the lead. Going through. Oh, driver running really wide there. Manages to keep it on the black stuff. So he'll come filing through. Elliot Bork there in third. Now he's trying to find a way past Mason Becker, but just wasn't going to be. Mason Becker into second place now. And I think at the start of these races, it's so important just to keep your nose clean. And just try not get into any silliness, because it could just ruin your race just by the click of a finger.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you have really got to keep your powder dry, as they say. And the guy who's in the best place is probably the guy in second, because he doesn't have to do any of the hard work up front. And as long as he can do a reasonable job of defending, he's going to be in a good place towards the end of the race. But it looks like at the moment nobody's really got much extra pace over and above the next guy.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, yeah, second place, Mason Becker. He can just sit in that slipstream, just sort of follow Sawyer around for a few laps, and then when he feels like it, he can just send the move and see how it goes from there. Of course, no matter how you can do a move, it's all about what happens after it and the outcome of it. Sometimes it works out in your favour, sometimes it doesn't. And so they all come flying through, down into Kestrel Corner, into the Kim Bolton Corner. One of the most iconic circuits, one of the most iconic corner names, and it's going to be used by Elliot Bork, who gets down the inside, and Arthur Murphy will try and have a look on Mason Becker as well. So that's for second place. Elliot Bork, who's been ran by Archie Strong this weekend. They'll be working together to try and get that kart dialed up. Yeah. And now try and chase down Sawyer Henderson.
That was a nice clean move, because he didn't lose himself any time. Didn't really affect anybody around him. So a very sort of classy move that was.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you see that sometimes with these last corner moves. Of course, it leads onto that long straight. It just gives the opportunity for the guy you've just overtaken to get a bit of slipstream and get right back past you. It's one of them annoying corners where sometimes it plays out like that. But that was a very clean and effective move. Gets the move sealed and done. And he's only got one more place to find, and he's going to try once again into the final corner. That's going to be close, but Sawyer gives him the space. Brilliant driving by Sawyer, because he could have easily turned in there.
Yeah, that was really good driving by both of them. He just did enough to show Sawyer his front wheel, and Sawyer decided, well, it's not worth a fight at the moment. Let's let him have it, And as you can see, not a massive gap, but they managed to put a little bit of a gap between themselves and the third place guy.
Yeah, exactly that. Arthur Murphy now he's got to try and work with the two drivers behind to try and catch up. Of course, we've been speaking about the slipstream. It's going to be in effect this weekend, especially in these warm, hot conditions. It's really going to be a matter of sort of the guy who's leading isn't always going to have it by the end of the race, because obviously slipstream. It's more like the Indy 500 or the Daytona 24. Mm. The driver who always starts in first, going into the last lap, never finishes up winning it. Very rarely.
And I just noticed the guy in second place have a good long look over his shoulder, so he knows exactly what's going on behind him, and he'll adjust his racing accordingly. And regarding slipstream, it's funny really in that at this speed, with this bodywork on, it's irrelevant. The bodywork has no effect on the slipstream as ever. All it is that the drivers are so tiny that any little bit they can hide away, whether it be behind a fairing or behind another driver, they will gain a little bit. But the bodywork is not making any effect at this speed. It doesn't really come into effect till you're doing about 75, 80 mile an hour,
Yeah, exactly that. All the science, technology that goes on behind the scenes for these karts. There's a lot more to the karts that you really think of. You just think it's four wheels and an engine going round, but there's a lot more to it. Of course, Sawyer Henderson makes that move back. Arthur Murphy gets up to second place, and as well, Jack White, who has come out of nowhere. He's into third place as well. Elliot Bork losing out big time there and sort of the move. Oh, Sawyer Henderson getting pushed wide there. He tried to have a look and half a spin there. Sawyer Henderson manages to keep it going. Throwing hands to each other was Becker and Sawyer Henderson, but they should really be getting their hands on the steering wheels and getting going again. I don't know why drivers really do that.
It's a natural reaction. It's like, is it a case of, look, Dad, it wasn't my fault, you know, to somebody who might be standing like 400 metres away and didn't see it properly anyway. But yeah, no, that incident there where the guy got involved in a little bump, that started like 2 corners before. He made a little mistake and he fell back into the pack. Whereas when he was up the front, nobody was going to bump him then, were they?
Exactly that. It's sort of that thing where, I mean, especially when you're looking for overtakes, it starts 2 corners back where you eye up the move and then you try and build up that momentum, get that extra speed going, and then send the move. But I think Sawyer Anderson there just sort of went for a bit of tarmac and grass that wasn't really there. Well, the grass was there and he took it and just didn't end up the way he wanted it to. So going back to the racing, Arthur Murphy still leads the way. Jack White's there in second place now, who wasn't really up there in the top 5 throughout this race, but is there when it matters. Elliot Bork there now in 3rd place as they all come flying through, and it looks like Mason Becker and Sawyer Henderson, who have lost a lot of time to these drivers up at the front, and they're going to have to work together to try and catch up. But really, until these top 3 start fighting, they're just not going to have the speed. And oh, that's going to be so close. Jack White's on the grass, trying to get past Arthur Murphy. Now, he tried to use every inch of tarmac and grass to get by, but Arthur Murphy was just not allowing it.
That's worth a penalty if ever I've seen one.
Les knows it all here at the Kimbolton circuit. I mean, you've probably seen many of thousands of incidents. But yeah, that was Jack White pretty much going for a bit of tarmac and grass. I went there, and Arthur Murphy giving him more to have a little nibble on. Elliot Bork into 2nd place. Now you can see Arthur Murphy stipulating, saying, "Come on, Elliot, let's go and get out of here. Let's work together, just us 2. And Jack White's sort of thinking, well, I'm here as well. You can sort of bring me along if you want. 20 seconds left on the clock then. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. So really, I can't count who would really win this race because, of course, we've got these 3 here. But if these 3 start to make mistakes, it's going to bring in, of course, Mason Becker, Sawyer Henderson, and, of course, behind them guys, Marcus Cooper, who's there in 6th place. Really interesting to see how they all get on then. They come down.
Even though it's the last lap, that's a long way in a cadet kart.
Exactly.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're doing 50-second lap times, 50 seconds, especially in these Honda Cadets where they're not doing the biggest speeds, but for an 8-year-old, it's pretty quick. Here we go, final lap of the race then. The last lap board is out, and here comes the move. Oh, well, Arthur Murphy there. Little twitch on the steering wheel as he entered the braking zone, and I wonder if that was to try and force Elliot into a mistake. Didn't work on his behalf. He drops down to 3rd because Jack White is now there in 2nd place. Jack White, who wasn't in the top 5 for most of this race, now here in 2nd place when it matters. 3 wide as they go down into Dan Weldon corner. That got very close between these 3, and Arthur Murphy tries to go down the inside. Oh, make contact there, and pushes Jack White off there. Now I wonder if he was stipulating behind and say, sorry about that, but you've got to make a move, and you've got to make a move. And look at Elliot Bork. He used every inch of that tarmac, managed to get a gap after those moves, and takes the win in the 2nd heat for the Honda 200s. Brilliant stuff there from Elliot Bork. It looks like Arthur Murphy finished up in 2nd place from Sawyer Henderson and Jack White. From Mason Becker, who rounds out your top 5. Back at the front there, those top 3 were really at each other for that last lap.
Yeah, well, it's good competitive racing, but there's a fine line between what's competitive and what's technically illegal. And I think they've got to be, you've got to be very careful not to do that, and not this early in the day as well. The pressures build up. The drivers want to do well, even more when we get to the finals.
Yeah.
So you're quite likely to see a little bit much more bumping and boring. But I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with bumping, because it's a competitive thing. But if it's sort of unnecessarily bumping, or if it's like my particular dislike is side swiping, when somebody's already virtually past you and you decide to sort of turn right or turn left just to bump them. You know, that's not really on. I don't like to see that. But good competitive racing, that's what it is, you know. And building up respect, as you were saying early on. You know, the amount of respect the KZ drivers have got for each other. It's because if you lose the control of one of them, it's going to hurt. And secondly is that they've been doing it such a long time. They know what respect is all about, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think sometimes you've got to give the cadet drivers just that bit of a margin, because, you know, they are still very young. They are still kids at the end of the day. You know, tomorrow they're going to go back to primary school and learn their ABCs again.
Yeah, exactly that. And so therefore, you know, they're taking an awful lot of advice from dads and people like that who've probably never driven anything competitively, but they think they can tell, you know, a young kid, as you've just said, who is school age, you know, how to drive fast and correctly.
Yeah, exactly that. Going through the next grid of drivers then, Waterswift enters. It's Austin Newstead will be starting from that pole spot. Colby Patterson from George House, from Harry Williams, Dan Ferguson from Alfie Davison, George Clark from Joseph Davies, Henry Clark from Orion Mater, from Chester Forks, Austin Gibson from Mason Hibbert, George Quinlan, Ruben Sagdo and Mason Brooks will round out your field of drivers. Mason Brooks having issues in that first heat means he starts near the back of the field for this second heat. Great to have John Richardson back in the comms block as well. We're obviously going to be flickering between John and Les. Of course, Les giving that very established knowledge about the circuit, but of course getting the driver knowledge from John Richardson as well, who's just been out on circuit. Of course, a very good first heat for you from 18th to 8th. A good start to the day, really.
Yeah, not really, though. I had a little bit of an incident, and that dropped me down to 21st, but I guess it's all right for coming home in 8th, but if I was about 3 attempts quicker than the leaders.
Good question. Are you ever positive in racing?
No.
Yeah, I can tell, because you've got the most moodiest face ever. You're racing, mate. You've got to be happy about it. Anyway, let's get some Waterswift into racing getting underway soon. It's going to be very interesting at the front here. Austin Newstead versus Colby Patterson. Fusion versus XL. Let's see how they get on down into turn 1. It's going to be ever so close between all the Fusion boys, but they all managed to get through. Newstead into first. George House up into second place as well. They all jump over the curves as they come flying through. It's the Fusion versus 2 XL carts plus another Fusion cart. Of course, these the XL team have really become a big brand over the last year. Of course, not just in the British karting scene. Of course, have been out in Dubai as well, and as well they have their own F4 team. So pretty much guiding a path for F4 from karting to cars. It really gives the opportunity for really anyone to get into a kart and then step up after a bit of experience. As they come round to finish the first lap of the race, Newstead still leads the race from George House. We had a brilliant stop up into second place. Colby Patterson from Dan Ferguson and Harry Williams, who rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, keep an eye out on Austin Gibson, the number 5 play. He had a reason for why he is the number 5. A brilliant driver he is, and one driver that he always gets the job done. But the leading out of the field and current British Kart Championship leader, Austin Newstead, the number 4, the babyface assassin, as Henry calls him in British Motorsport. It really does show why. And he runs a little bit wide at the exit of Kim Bolton Corner. But with these Miami Waterswift races, they may seem a little bit boring, but they're not boring for without reason. With like the likes of Fusion and XL, they tell their drivers to work together and just push until the final 2 laps. So this is why generally the Waterswift races aren't that interesting at the start, but when they get to the end, oh boy, the racing is something.
Yeah, I think for the finals, that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. There's going to be a lot of battling, a lot of racing going on. Hopefully a lot of fair and clean racing. Of course, we don't want to see argy-bargy stuff and drivers getting punted off. That's not what we want to see. That is not what racing is. There's 2 Fusion teammates having a good battle with each other. That is a bit further down the field. I think Colby Patterson is involved with that. Actually, that was the move between Harry Williams and Dan Ferguson. Harry Williams moves up a spot into 4th. They come filing through, and look at this battle for the lead here. Now, yes, of course, not being teammates, but they will work together. Of course, you said about the team managers, they're always going to give a team plan to their drivers. Of course, nine times out of 10, that doesn't follow because anything can happen in racing, and for what you know, your teammate could be punted off on the first corner, and that's one plan gone out the window. Hopefully not trying to take like a Ferrari strategy where they end up going to plan Z by the end of the race as they come round to finish another lap of the Kimbolton circuit. Of course, in his Cadet, can't say must seem like a hell of a long time to complete a lap round here, because of course these karts not doing the fastest speeds. They're going to be reaching, I say, about 50 to 60 miles an hour. But you know, being this young, it really gives you that adrenaline rush. Yeah, I think they all enjoy it out there in these Waterswift Inters.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, in a sense, it's like a bottom of the food chain, sort of. Sort of. I'm trying to think of the word here, but it's sort of like that. Obviously, you've got like Bambino, which is like a starter class, and then you've go into like the Hondas and the Miami Cadets, and then you go up to the X30s, the seniors, then at the very top you've got like the KZs, and then you go into the cars and formulas, and it just really develops like the driver's skills. It helps them with their like racecraft, what to do and what not to do, and just there on your screen you saw George House having a little think about going for a move, but still planted on the number 4 of Austin Newstead. Newstead, a very, very quick driver. He has a number 4 for one of the reasons, and Miami Waterswift is one of the only classes that has about 5 or 6 nationally seeded drivers still in the class. So it really does prove that how competitive it is, and we do see this Fusion Quartet leading out by, I believe, the O plate of Harry Williams after having a super brilliant win at Wilton Mill to take the O plate. As we do see this battle raging on, as we now move on back to the leaders of Austin Newstead and George House.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Of course, you speak about some of the O plates and stuff. They're the weekends where you do it on one weekend and then you win it. But to get a seeded number, I think, is more special because, you know, that's over a championship. That's over a whole year. You know, that's a whole campaign that you have to work through to actually get that seeded number. So it's good to see that some of them are back and trying to go and maybe get a better number this year or just go for that top spot. I mean, everyone's going to be going for that top spot. And I think a lot of drivers in this series has a good chance as well. Of course, a lot of drivers in this Fusion field, in the Excel squad, all have an opportunity. But these two at the front, I think, are the ones we need to watch out for, not just here this weekend, but overall as a championship. Because look at George House on the inside. He had a look for the lead of the race. Austin Newstead covered that off perfectly. Dan Ferguson, the number 15, getting a warning flag. But look at George House. He's right on the bumper there, basically pushing Newstead around the circuit. And I think soon enough, he's going to have a look for a move. Of course, he's going to see the clock. 1 minute left on the clock. And he's going to see the hand signals by his mechanic. The mechanic's, of course, being able to give those hand signals, to tell the drivers, what they should be doing on his lap. Look at the defensive now from Austin Newstead. That number 4 is on that defensive line. He's trying to cover up now from George House. But they shouldn't try and defend too much, because that's going to bring in the other drivers. The driver in 3rd place here is Colby Patterson. Yeah, Colby Patterson. He does not. The leader at the front here, Austin Newstead, does not want to bring Colby Patterson in because, of course, George House and Patterson are teammates. So that's really going to ruin the Fusion car, the opportunity here to take this win. Of course, going into the penultimate lap of the race, we're going to jump on to having 2 laps left. Look at the battle back here in the Fusion squad as well.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Number 77 of George House and the overlay of Harry Williams, both getting warning flags. As we do now go back to this battle here onto the penultimate lap of this race, going out between Austin Newstead and George House.
I think this may be the opportunity here. We saw George House get a really good momentum coming out of the Willow section. Now the 77 here, George House. We've seen time and time again, he is very aggressive with his moves and doing very last minute. And that's what you really want to see, because, you know, that's the best way to count your opposition off guard, is to make moves where you really, firstly, don't make moves, and secondly, where, you know, they've probably been watching you a couple of laps thinking, oh, he would never make a move there, and then he goes and does it. And that's why George House has won rounds before, not just at club level, but at that national level. The last lap of the race is with us now. Let's see how they get on for one last tour in this second heat for Waterswift Inters. It got very close there going through the Willow section. Now they're heading on to Derek's corner now. Good overtaking opportunity. Could be seen later soon. Some dummy moves being sent into there to try and capitalise on those overtakes. But down into the final sector we go. 2 more corners left to go. The 77 versus the number 4. Who will take it? It's going to be so close. Watch out for George House now. Will he have the move? Will he have the momentum? He's going to try and have a look. It's going to be so close. It's going to be side by side as they exit the final corner. Who will it be? I think it's going to be Newstead by the skin of his teeth. George House finishes up in second place, but it was all by 0.08 of a second.
Yeah, I think there was an incident on that lap involving someone with the Fusion lot and Harry Williams, since Harry Williams lost about 4 seconds on the lap before that. So it's a bit unfortunate for the Oplay. The Oplay would probably be thinking to be up there with the likes of Austin Newstead and George House, especially. He has arguably one of the most prestigious plates he has.
Yeah, exactly that. Brilliant stuff there in the Waterswift Inters, and we're going to bring in Les for the next race, because obviously that will be the KZ Heat 2. Of course, the first KZ race was a very exciting one to watch. Loads of stuff going on, but I think the main talking points were, Lucas Enningham, Charlie Cole, 2 drivers who were at the front. Of course, Charlie Cole and that Miami engine was really one to watch out for. So yeah, we're going to get ready for the second heat in KZ UK. Lucas Henningham starts at the front again. Ryan Green as well was driving superbly in that second one as well. And Isaac Smith, one to watch out for as well.
Definitely. Yeah, found out a little bit of information about all the drivers there. First of all, Charlie did most of the race without any front brakes.
Oh, lovely.
He noticed early on that they were grabbing, so he kept winding the brake bias, which we were talking about before the race, towards the back, and they ended up with the bias fully on the back. So he didn't feel like taking any particular chances over the last couple of laps. Lucas, he was suffering from midway through the race with overheating. So although both of them look quick and comfortable, far from it behind the steering wheel, there's plenty going on. And Ryan was the only one who maintained any sort of lap time from the qualifying. It's strange that after qualifying this morning for these guys, that they lost 0.4 of a second a lap.
Wow, big loss.
So, but Ryan didn't lose the same amount of time, so therefore managed to keep up. And Isaac's using a go-kart. For the first time we'd seen a go-kart in the UK in many, many years. And so he's using that this time around, and obviously going very, very well on it,
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he'll be starting from third on the grid. Of course, Lucas Enningham will be starting from pole. Brian Green in second place. Daniel Sabula, the champion from last year, he's here as well. He's starting from fourth. From Ben McAlow, from George Barker, Charlie Cole, Bradley Calder, from Luke Fleming, Sam Johns, James Harvey, Scott Kai Springfield, from Tom Mack, Sylvius Kilmass, from Kieran Leonard, Mark Keed, Neil Hetworth, and Leo Robertson will be starting further down the field. Leo Robertson, obviously, who's come from TKM Racing, a bit of a senior X30 Racing as well, into the KZ kart, so it must be 2 complete different machines to drive.
Well, as which, he's doing both kind of racings. He hasn't given up one to do the other. He's intent on winning the X30 racing. Senior X30 wants to win the championship at get my words right, Shennington this year. And at the same time, he wants to sort of learn how to drive a KZ. So he's actually competing in both classes, which must be very difficult.
But I guess it helps in a way, because if you can learn how to drive a KZ kart, getting into something like a Senior X30 is completely, simple.
Well, it is, but it's not easy. Charlie Cole was coaching a driver last week. I'll stop now because they're about to start.
Yeah, I was going to say, we better shut our words up, because it's going to be the second heat of KZ getting ready to go. You can see all the drivers rolling their karts back, getting ready to go racing. The red lights will soon come on. We'll have 4 red lights, and then we'll hopefully go racing. Let's see how they line up then. Lucas Enningham will be starting from pole. Will he be able to hold that pole spot? Lights on the gantry now. 4 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go. Down into turn 1. Lucas Enningham had an awful start there. Kart bogged down, and looks like Ryan Green has made the whole shot into first place, and Daniel Sabula, champion from last year, into second place. What a start there from the number 12. Daniel Sabula, the one to watch in this race. As they all come flying down, Isaac Smith there in third place as well. He's going to be one to watch out for. Of course, on that gold kart, you can see why it's gold kart. Why it's called a gold kart, because of its very distinct livery, very yellow and white, and a very nice kart to look at. But Isaac Smith right on the tail now. Daniel Sabula, and might be able to look maybe a move past in the laps to come. Of course, we're going into one of the main hard braking manoeuvres. Oh, that was very close there between Isaac Smith, who had a look on the inside. But of course, turn one, a big braking zone, and a good one, really, to make some overtakes. Oh, definitely. It's our favourite place for overtaking on this track for the KZs. Interesting to see there, Charlie making some progress. He was penalised in the first race for jumping the start, apparently. And I just noticed then, I won't say who, but somebody jumped the start there. Be interesting to see if they get a penalty. Charlie's got a bit to do. Here he goes now down the inside. Yeah, Isaac Smith on the inside of Daniel Sabula. Down into turn one. Very good braking opportunity and overtaking opportunity to get right. The 199 Lucas Enningham is under investigation. So I wonder if that was for maybe jumping the start, as they all come flying down into the Dan Weldon complex. Of course, one of the fastest sections of the circuit. They'll be going into there at over 90 miles an hour, which is must be very scary in the behind the wheel. But these drivers are trained and they know what they need to do. Of course, some of these drivers will have done many test days leading up to the events, but also using the race weekends to test and try different bits out on the karts to obviously make sure they can be as fast as they can be. And Les, how many sort of setup changes can you really do? Are these sort of open karts in a way that you can pretty much do whatever you want to them?
Well, you can only use the components that come with the kart. But they've all got to be CIK homologated, so you can't just make your own bits up and bring them like that. I think in the case of many people know, but with the Birrell karts, they are Birrell karts or Fullertons or Leclercs or there's another one as well, and they're all the same karts, so they can swap bits around. If you've got a Leclerc and you need a steering column, you don't need to search around for one of those. You can use one off a Birrell because they're all the same part number. But it's they can do. There's an awful lot of people talk about changing setup and all that on the cars, but it's quite limited really, because these drivers by now they all know what they want out of a kart. So there's not an awful lot goes on. Tyre pressures, kingpins, caster camber, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, exactly that. There's not. It's limited to an extent of what you can sort of do. But yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting. Look at how fourth and fifth place have closed in. Lucas Enningham is going to get pounded soon by Daniel Sabula, and Charlie Cole's in the back of that field as well. But yeah, it must be very hard to get your head behind one of these machines in Rio. I mean, so much to it.
And as well as which, I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of the other teams, but with the Birrell art, one of the reasons why they're so popular is that you hardly ever do anything to them. It's very rare you have to readjust, from one setting on a kingpin to another. It's pretty well always the same.
Yeah, exactly that. That's pretty good, actually, because it means that the drivers can sort of work more on their driving and not having to focus more on, changing the setups. And Lucas Enningham here might be having a look on Isaac Smith soon. He closed in there on the last couple of laps. This could be exciting for second place here in the laps to come. But, of course, Isaac Smith very well. Not an easy driver to get past.
No, he's super fast. And he's still getting used to KZ. And it can't help if he's on the gold kart, of course. He's the only one on a gold kart, so he's not getting any help with setup from any other drivers. Whereas if you're in a team morning, then you can always look at each other's data, or even just have a chat about how you're going around a particular corner. So yeah, he's got a tough job. He's on a new kart. It's a different kart to everybody else out there. and he's not that experienced in KZ2.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I always sort of found that environment. I mean, you know, I've been both sides of the party, really being in the privateer and being in the team as well. And I think with the team, you just get so much more support as well. If you have teammates as well, you've got all the data to look at as well. But when you're as a privateer, it's really you against yourself. You know, you haven't got the help behind you to really make a difference big time. But you know what, it's interesting. You know, I've seen privateers in the past who've got no help, but they're still at the front, so it can still be done. It's at the end of the day, it's still down to that driver.
Yeah, well, I'd say that's definitely true, and particularly in the case.
Oh, that's going to be close there between Lucas Enningham and Isaac Smith there. Now, Lucas trying to have a look into the Dan Weldon complex, but as you know, Les, that is not an easy overtaking opportunity because it gets very tight very quickly.
Yeah, it does, and Isaac knew he was there all the time, so he was just giving him enough room to think he could get past, but not really enough to make a moon.
The Smith playing game, shall I say. Oh, that's a big lunge from Lucas Enningham. That caught Isaac Smith off by a mile.
That was what you call late.
That was very late indeed from Les, the expertise here of these KZ karts. And look at Ben McEnroe here. He's very good in that last sector there. He was very quick in these last few laps. Got his way past Isaac Smith, and now Isaac Smith, in about 2 laps, he's now struggling to be even in the top 5 here. So I think that's one of the exciting things of KZ karting. One thing, you could be leading at the front of the race, and the next thing you know, you could be at the back of the field.
Oh yeah, because of the high speeds. If you drop a bit of pace, you go backwards so fast. It's unrealistic. You know, you just got to keep it going. Here's an example of what goes on in a driver's mind. Ryan is driving away from the field at the moment, and that's not the fastest kart out there.
Really?
So that's because the other drivers are all messing around with each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's what happens in most classes, really. The second, I mean, we saw it in the junior Rotaxes earlier. The second that one driver can get ahead and get a bit of a margin, they can just pull away and not even be the quickest car out there. I mean, as you said, Charlie Cole is actually the quickest driver out on circuit. As they go on to the final lap now, the final tour of the circuit, you can see Lucas Enningham's actually starting to close in a bit on Ryan Green, but it's just not going to be enough time because Ryan Green has drove this race to perfection. From lights to flag, once again, he got the whole shot on Lucas Enningham. That's just drove this race perfectly. The number 9 car, the seeded number, of course, he's done very well in the British Championship. He's going to try and contest it again, and he takes the second win in the weekend's running. Lucas Enningham finished up in second place from Ben McEnroe. He's had a brilliant drive up to third place. Of course, Isaac Smith, Charlie Cole rounds out your top 5 from Daniel Spooler, Bradley Calder, Luke Fleming, Sam Johns, and James Harvey rounds out your top 10. I want to have a quick check about Daniel Sabula. Daniel Sabula, of course, won the championship last year.
Yeah.
Came from a Rotax background. I remember racing him in the junior ranks back in 2020. A very young driver as well who came into KZ karting. And for a young driver, how hard is it to actually learn one of these KZ cars? Because, you know, it's nothing like you've really driven.
It's no different whether young or old or anything, because you can't drive a KZ kart competitively until you're 16. So by then, most of them are experienced anyway.
Yeah.
But then there's a different kind of experience. You know, you've got to learn that just specific things to KZ. And he's done very well. He's a very good driver. And I like him because he's totally independent.
Yeah, of course. Privateers, of course.
Yeah, him and his dad do the whole thing. And he has engine help off Ian at Eurokart. So he's very good. I think he's, you know, if he could get a bit of funding so he can go and do some serious racing, he'd be very, very good.
Yeah, but as well as that, you could set up with about 1 million drivers. At the end of the day.
I don't know. I don't hold to that. I think the good ones come to the top, and then they find the money.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Yeah. Rotax 177's going out now. Liam Ferguson will start from pole position. Of course, Ollie Goodyear alongside Richard Evans from Ben Hitch, Jimmy Galloway, Alex Jones, Adrian Ungwa from John Hobbs, Adam Clark from Sam Yaxley, Elliot Kennedy from Matt Lear, David German from George Willis, Alfie Bray from Gavin Petty, from Michael Gibbons, Jake Biggerstaff, James Butcher, Stavros, and Daniel Walker from Laxo L, Chris Emerson, Max Cushley, Oliver Moss, Colin Walker, Lyndon Newitt from Nathan Chafer, starting way down the field, Josh Howard, Andy Chenery, and Scott Clee. Of course, Nathan Chafer and Scott Clee, two drivers who are down the back of the field because of how their Heat 1 results went. So they're going to be two drivers to watch for when they fly through the field. But really, I think there's a lot of drivers in this who had a good opportunity.
Well, again, we're talking about people who've been racing for years and years. I remember a practice day spent all day alongside Chafer, and that was like 15 years ago.
Try and make him look old.
Yeah.
As they all come flying through, they get going for the first time of asking, and looks like Ferguson leads the way. Ollie Goodyear in second place. Will Goodyear go a bit early for a late move? No, he doesn't. He sits behind and waits for another opportunity. It looks like Evans is up into third, and Ben Hitch in fourth, Jimmy Galloway into fifth, and Adrian Ungwa with that precision racing, of course, won last time out. That was his first karting win and the first Rotax 177 win. And I think it's always good to get that milestone off your chest, get that first win.
100%. He'll be much more relaxed now.
Yeah,
he'll be racing better now than he did to even win that race, because he's, as you say, he's got that monkey off his back. He doesn't need to win, but it'd be nice if he did.
You sort of look at it with like Formula 1 with Lando Norris. When he got that first win at Miami, it took a big chunk off his shoulders because he had so much pressure going at him because he'd lost out on so many opportunities over the years. And when he finally got it, it was like, okay, I've got it now. Now I can set an example and keep going.
Well, of course, the win bonus might have helped a bit.
Oh, well, anyone loves a win bonus.
But no, it's, he did come, Lando did sort of come of age at that race. But that's what happens to a lot of them, in Formula 1. Nobody's got bad equipment. Well, maybe with one exception. But, they're, they just need that one break to get them up there,
Yeah, exactly that.
And then they'd be in a position to maintain, good pace and everything like that.
And I think you find it with most drivers, really. It's just that one break and that one race, and that could change everything, really.
That's right. Well, no, they do. I mean, they can shake that monkey off their back, as they say. And it's happened to all of them, I'm sure. I'm sure there isn't a driver out there who hasn't experienced that first win, Yeah,
exactly that. But there's also races that could sort of ruin your career as well. We won't go really into names, but there are drivers who have, had bad races in the past and have done silly things that have cost them in their career. Because obviously you have to present yourself not just on track, but off track as well. And that's what makes a perfect driver.
Well, I mean, part of what I do with the Jade team is that there's a lot of good drivers out there. And we've got like specific driver coaches like Scott and like Marcus. I concentrate on, you've got to be more than a good driver. You've got to have good appearance. You've got to talk sensibly. You've got to make the best of whenever the camera might be on you.
Exactly that. That's what it's all about when it comes to motorsport. We've seen it before. I was walking around last night and, we're seeing 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds getting interviews and going on their social media, building up that profile already. It starts from this age, from the very, very beginning. But we're going to the older guys now, the 177s. They're all out there having a good laugh, and that's what it's all about.
Of course, this is karting at two levels. A, you're racing because you're hoping to get somewhere else. And B, you're racing because you like racing. That's it.
Yeah, you have your hobby racers and you have your career racers. You can, it's hard to tell really between the career and hobby racers. Sometimes you can tell, but you know what? We're all out here for the same reason. We like racing. We love going racing. So I think in that sense, we give a bit of respect in that way.
Definitely, definitely. Particularly with the older racers, the guys who are older, such as these guys out there now, and the KZ drivers, they are capable of much more than we think. Because, a lot of people outside of the karting world, people like yourself and me and, the officials here and whatnot, they think, oh, well, he's only a kart driver. Most of the KZ drivers would jump straight into a Formula 4 car and be winning.
Yeah.
No problem. Even more. I do, as you know, I do some long circuit racing, and sometimes we turn up at a race meeting and we're the fastest things there.
Yeah, I remember you saying, of course, when the first rounds for the superkarts, and You were there with the British Kart Championship as well, that has, you know, Ferraris and Porsches and all this fancy equipment, and some little car that's probably worth less than 10 grand turns up and goes faster than all these, you know, £1,000,000 machinery.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, you know, the drivers, if they're capable of driving anything. So, I mean, I've known some drivers jump into like a Ginetta or something like that because somebody's offered them the chance, and they're immediately faster than anybody else who's been doing it for years. So
yeah, exactly that.
There's an awful lot of hidden talent.
Yeah, exactly. Moves going on near the front of the field. Adrian Ungwa is trying to find his way past on Evans. Gets that move done. He's into the final podium spot now, which is a brilliant drive from Adrian Ungwa. He started down in 7th, up into 3rd now. Got a bit of a gap from the two in front. Ollie Goodyear and Liam Ferguson have both just pulled away together, not battled each other, just stay together. And I think if you plan it like that and you pull away and you've got this margin, it means that, yeah, later down the race, you can go have a battle.
Exactly. And that's all about experience, which these guys have got. They know, you know, when to push, when not to push. You know, nobody wins anything for being in first one across the line if there's still 3 laps to go.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we've seen it before, time and time again. Drivers who have got that massive margin, and then they think, okay, I can steady around for a couple of laps, and then they look behind and someone's already there, and it's like, oh my god, I've got to try and go at it again. But yeah, you think Liam Ferguson, he hasn't even looked behind all race, because I think he knows with Ollie Goodyear that he's just going to sit there, and if there's a gap, then he'll go for it. But with this sort of margin, he won't go for anything silly, because it's a heat race, there's no point, and he's going to secure brilliant result, not just for a championship, but a good final starting position. Yeah,
and as you can see on the screen, they're just going quicker and quicker and pulling further and further away. So then the pressure is less. So they're going to have a bit more fun than the guy who's fighting, battling away for the third, for, you know, say 6th or 7th place. You know, they're in the cruise zone now, as we say, you know.
Yeah, they should really put cruise control on these things. And
at this point, they don't need anything else, really.
Yeah, exactly. As they all come flying through. Look, the battle for 3rd really has still raged on, because it looks like Evans got past Ungwa on that last lap. So the battle for 3rd is going to be one to watch for. Yeah, Richard Evans got past Adrian Ungwa on that lap. Ben Hitchin and Jimmy Galloway both behind these two. So you'll see in the back of your shot there, looked like Ungwa was trying to look for a move. I don't think he could get it done. But at the front here is Liam Ferguson, the 165, who's drove this race to perfection, the number 73 behind Ollie Goodyear. He's there, but I don't think he'll go for a move, because he's not the sort of driver to do silly things like that. He'll come around the final couple of corners now, and there'll be a brilliant victory for Liam Ferguson. 2 out of 2 here this weekend at Kimbolton for round 5 of the Club Championship. Ollie Goodyear ran out in 2nd place, and it was across the line in the final lap. Adrian Ungwa gets that final podium spot. Up in 4th was Richard Evans, who just lost out by the nick of time. Ben Hitch will round out your top 5 from Jimmy Galloway, Alex Jones, John Hobbs, Adam Clark and Nathan Chafer, who started all the way down in 28th, up into the top 10. Good job there by Nathan.
It's good, yeah. I mean, the front two were sort of proved themselves there, I think, to be the class of the field. I'll be going and having a word with them about doing KZ racing instead soon.
You are a good marketing man, aren't you?
Well, I think the thing is, we have to keep looking forward with KZ, and we're not going to get hordes of young drivers coming through. So, you know, if we can get some guys to swap over from 177 to KZ, they're the right sort of age group, they're the right size, you know, their build and their weight, it would suit. So, like I say, they were the pick of the field, so I'll be going and having a chat, see what we can do. Also, I must mention Alex Jones there. I've known Alex since he was knee-high to me, and I'm not really tall. And, yeah, because I used to look after and run his uncle, Adam Jones, who was multiple kart champion in the Formula A days, went on to be racing in European GT3 racing, and I was still working with him when we were doing the GT3 racing, and He did saloon car racing for 4 years. I don't know what people maybe remember. The Lexus, when Lexus was doing the British Touring Car Championship.
Oh, really?
Adam was driving that, and then he switched over to the Seat Cupras, and it was very, very successful. He bought his best success in the Seat. The car was actually a World Championship winning car. It won the World Touring Car Championship, not overall, a few races. So I've known the Jones family for a long, long time.
You seem to know the whole paddock for a long, long time.
Well, it's a matter of age, mate. When you've been around long enough,
see, I'm a young
you meet
gun
a
here.
lot. Yeah, you haven't had a chance to meet a lot of people just yet.
Hey-o. Now, TKM Extremes are coming up next. You've probably been around TKM Extremes for a long time.
I used to run a TKM team, and I was responsible, along with Mark Allen from Jade Engineering, for starting off the TKM Clubman class.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah, so I had we did rental carts for TKM Clubman, and then there were guys who got their own, and obviously Jade have always built TKM engines. So I looked after about 6 or 7 carts, all under the same awning, doing TKM Clubman. So yeah, and now we've moved on. The vast majority of Clubman racing is now in X30. And using X30 engines. I think the biggest, at this moment, I know that entries haven't closed yet, but the biggest entry for next week's meeting at Shennington is for the Clubman carts.
Brilliant stuff there. Of course, Clubman's a really accessible way to get into karting.
That's exactly what it is. It drops the money you're spending massively. So, like next week at Shennington, they'll have a race for Clubman, and they'll be about 2/10 slower than a full-on X30.
It's not bad going.
And it'll cost them less than £300 for the weekend.
There you go. Always a way to save. As TKM Extremes head out on circuit, it's Luke Jarman again who will start from pole position, from William Bryant and Johan Calichern, from Thomas Shaw and William Bloom, from Charlie Whitehouse, Kean Bennett, from Gareth Haynes, Ashley Ruggles, Jake Cox, John Stafford, Spencer Lane, Elliot De Sandro, and Harvey Jones, who will round out your field. Of course, Spencer Lane, who's starting down the field, of course, won last month out. He's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to replicate that result. They'll all come flying through to the end of the formation lap. You'll see them start filing up now. 2 by 2, they'll go into those tram lines. Make sure to make sure they don't come out those tram lines. And as they come round the final corner, you'll see all the smoke will arise, and hopefully we'll get going for the first time asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Will William Bryant be able to get the whole shot on Luke Jarman? They'll try and go around the outside, but I don't think he can. Watch out for Thomas Shaw! Where on earth did Thomas Shaw come from? From all the way down on 4th, round the outside to take the lead, and he's already got a pretty big of a margin. What a move that was, Les.
Well, I think that was the case of the guy who was in the lead just defending too much.
Yeah, there is always that. Was he breaking a bit too early and a bit too hard?
And the other guy quickly thought, well, I'll go around the outside here, and sometimes it comes off.
Fair enough. Fair play from the 42 there, Thomas Shaw. Luke Jarman drops to 2nd place, and he still has the opportunity to close in on Thomas Shaw. Now, Thomas Shaw, who's really improved over the rounds, of course, took his first win, took a win in TKM Extreme not long ago. He's already had a win this year, so he's going to try and replicate some more later this year. Oh, Charlie Whitehouse nearly being overtaken there by William Bryant. Bryant's trying to find a way through. Bryant, who had a pretty good qualifying, but just hasn't got that race pace at the moment, but he's going to be working on it, trying to find some way through. William Bloom is there in 5th place, and he's going to be trying to work through. Of course, he's on that fully white cart, so he's not hard to spot as they come through. Of course, if he drives into some mud, he might be a bit hard to spot as he'll look all brown. Of course, it's not always the best idea to run a complete white suit, but he'll do it anyway, because that's what he wants to do. Now, we've got to say, Luke Jarman took the lead back on Thomas Shaw. So Thomas Shaw, who had all the race pace in the world, just didn't have the pace.
Well, no, I'd say he was more opportunist that he got into the lead. It wouldn't have been on his pace. So now we're really seeing, who has got the pace and who hasn't. Of course, TKM is sort of more popular here at this track than anywhere else in the country. So if you're anything like a decent TKM driver, you'll be here racing.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, back in the day, the grids were massive for TKMs. Really unfortunate to see they start to drop a bit. I hope they all start coming back. And of course, in these summer conditions, hopefully people will think it's better to come back out. Oh, a late move there by William Bloom on the inside of Charlie Whitehouse. He gets that move done, and we'll try and chase down William Bryant now. William Bryant inside that top three, but William Bloom wants to take a podium spot. So does Charlie Whitehouse. So does the rest of the field. Whitehouse makes the move back on William Bloom. That was a smooth pass, and all it took was a bit of better momentum coming out at turn one, and William Bloom back on the inside because he wants that position back, and it gives the opportunity for William Bryant to pull away. The second that two start battling, the first one goes away. It's simple as that.
That's right. Well, it's kart racing all over. That's how it works, you know. And yeah, as you say, it's still very strong here, this part of the country, the TKM. And I think there's a couple of reasons why it's dropped off a little bit. Is with the advent of the water-cooled engines, reliability is not quite what it would be, and therefore it costs a little bit more. So the advantage it used to have a few years ago about the cheapest form of racing, it's not the cheapest form anymore. I don't really know where it's going to go. Because other classes around it are getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean, we hope the TKM Extreme does stay, because it is a good class, and we've seen lots of good racing and close racing in the series. So we do hope it stays.
Well, Abby Pulling was all about TKM.
Exactly. That's one of the biggest stars that come from it.
And here, this is where she was really good, you know.
Yeah. Abby Pullen, one of the biggest stars that probably came from TKM Racing. Of course, if you'd seen back in sort of 2019, well, that's where she really made a name for herself. She was one of the first female drivers to ever win a British Championship, which is an accolade that no one can ever get because she's the first one to do it. And that really set her on a career through F1 Academy and F4.
Absolutely. It is, being here at Kimbolton once a month, racing a TKM kart, it's absolutely what started her career. No doubt about it. Exactly,
because that's where she fully started, was that junior TKM, and just worked through it. And we were speaking about earlier with John that some of the drivers we're going to be seeing today may be the next big thing. They may be the next F1 stars, touring car stars. You never know what we're looking at here.
No, I mean it's obviously you have to have enough talent, you have to have enough money, and then the other thing, which a lot of people don't really take into it, is that those Formula 1 drivers are Formula 1 drivers because they were persistent.
Yep.
They wouldn't take no for an answer. When somebody said, "Oh, you're not quite good enough," "No, I am." They knew they were going. I'm not boasting. I knew Lewis Hamilton when he was racing in cadet karts, because I had a lad racing cadets as well who I looked after. And, I'm not surprised to see him as a world champion because he was so determined that that's what he was going to do. And there were a few barriers put in his way. Him and his dad just ignored it and carried on until they got there. He didn't, like a lot of people will have you say, like he won all the races. He did not win all of the cadet races. When he was in cadets, he wasn't an outright winner. But he just kept going, And I
think that's the Hamilton story in itself, because not just Lewis, but Nicholas, who I think is a brighter star than Lewis, in the sense that the first disabled driver ever to compete in a British touring car season, and to score a brilliant result, obviously getting 6th at Donington Park. To come from that background of what he had, and to take everything as a no, and I'm going to do what I want to do, is maybe one of the biggest stories I've ever heard, and it's one that inspires everyone, not just people who have cerebral palsy and stuff like that, just people in general.
100%. And I've known Nicholas since I've known Lewis since he was very small. Cadets. So I've known Nicholas since before. And Nick was always a big, even a 4 or 5 year old, big supporter of his brother. He wanted to watch every race. Now, when we used to go to Rye House, it's a steep climb to get up to where they want to watch the racing from the paddock. And even with his difficulties, he was determined to get up to the top of that climb. And on occasions I said to his dad, do you want me to give him a hand? And it's like his dad was, no, let him do it himself. And that's how they've learnt to be, you know, his mindset was set back then. And he's a really determined character. He's a super guy. And good luck to him.
We've done all this talking. We haven't really focused on the racing. The racing's got very close because Luke Jarman is under big pressure now from William Bryant and Thomas Shaw, as well as William Bloom. He's there in 4th place, but just doesn't have that momentum to catch up. They were battling throughout the laps. Thomas Shaw and William Bryant having a brilliant battle for 2nd place. Bryant getting the better of the two, but this is going to be really exciting now. 1v1 into turn 1 now, the final lap of the race. Look at this, round the outside, William Bryant. If he sticks that move, that'll be superb. What a move for William Bryant. That was superb. Round the outside of turn 1, turn 2, and gets the inside for turn 3. And watch out for Thomas Shaw as well. Round the outside as well. Luke Jarman's had a horrific last lap. Thomas Shaw into 2nd place and might even lose out on a podium spot, Luke Jarman. But at the front, William Bryant, he has deserved every minute of this win. That's exactly how you need to win a race. You've got to do something that no one's really ever done before. And what a drive, and what a finish, and what a way to win the 2nd heat for TKM Extreme. William Bryant wins from Thomas Shaw in 2nd place. Luke Jarman in 3rd from William Bloom and Johan Calichurn from Charlie Whitehouse, George Haynes. And as the rest of the field come flying through. But that move on that last lap, that secured the deal, and what a move it was.
Well, it was a great move. It really was a good move, and he waited a long time to do it. And then, of course, the main thing there was he did it on the last lap. It doesn't give the opponent any chance to reply.
Yeah, exactly that.
That's the way, if you're going to win a race, do it on the last lap.
It's now or never when it comes to those final laps. That's exactly what you wanted to do, the best outcome. Now we're going to go into some X30 racing now. It's going to be very exciting to see how the junior X30 gets on. Of course, that first heat was very exciting. Of course, you can see some of the drivers lining up on your field. We've got, George Edgar, Max Endicott, two very experienced European drivers. Aaron Richardson will start from pole, Jacob Batchelor alongside Nat Johnson, Max Endicott, Isaac Sayer, George Edgar, Zach McDonald, Freddie Wood from Smiley Kira, Max Yule, Harley Musk, Archie Owen, Nathan Woodward from Oliver Meek, Dominic Parabic, Max Wright will start on your 8th row from Henry Carr, Ethan Higgins, Max Mason, Adam Bourne, Cooper Shedden, Oliver Volks and Maisie Creed. Around at your field of drivers, Maisie Creed, who had the DNF due to mechanical issue in that first heat. But we're speaking a lot about George Edgar, who's leading the championship at the moment here at Kimbolton. But George and the Edgar family themselves, a lot of history in motorsport behind them.
Yeah, well, I was with Jess Edgar on Friday down at Duncanswell. She was practicing for the British Championship KZ Racing. And then, of course, her cousin races in GT3 racing, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then back in the day, I was racing at race meetings with her father and her uncle, and then Terry was, the granddad, was heavily involved in, what's the name of the track now? Up north, Cumbria.
Oh yes, Rowra.
Yes,
they were heavily involved with that, weren't they?
Yeah,
I think they were.
So it's interesting. Here's a question for everybody, and people are going to question me. I'll question you. What do you think the Edgars talk about around the dinner table?
That's a question and a half. I have to say, I don't have an answer to follow that. Let's get back to the racing, shall we? Aaron Richardson was leading the race. Jacob Batcher now gets alongside and in front. Jacob Batcher now leads the way as they went through the first lap. There was a bit of a argy-bargy going on through that first lap, but of course it's the first lap, so anything can happen. Nat Johnson gets into 2nd place. Aaron Richardson getting pushed back very hard indeed. He might even fall back to past the top 5. A Batcher at the front. He's got a bit of a gap so far. Batcher has been one of the quickest drivers in that first heat, and into 2nd place now. Looks like Isaac Sayer, but as I said before, two drivers who have started battling each other. One can get through and just pull away. But yeah, we'll see what everyone's reactions and comments are to your question. Let's see if anyone can sort of guess right. I think it'll be a hard guess to guess right. But they come through. Nat Johnson there in 3rd place, Endicott there in 4th, and of course George Edgar there in 5th. They all come filing through the first sector, Willow section, such an important sector to get right because it leads you onto this straight. George Edgar's got it perfect because it goes down the inside of Max Endicott, and that was a brilliant move. Max Endicott, of course, we talked about earlier. He spent his early days racing Honda Cadets here in Synergy, and of course moved up the ranks into European karting. Comes back to the UK doing the British Championships, of course, with BMR. BMR, obviously, the first established with Ash Sutton, British touring car legend. We were speaking about earlier with the Miami World Finals, where he took the brand to its first World Championship at the Miami World Finals. Only did a couple laps of testing, and then went out and won the big race, which is only someone Ash Sutton could do.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain drivers who are just natural drivers, and they don't need an awful lot of coaching. And you have to be careful as a coach that you don't become a bore by telling them things they already know.
Yeah.
Because by the time they get to certainly the next stage on from here, junior X30 to senior X30, they can look you in the eye and say, well, why are you telling me that? I know that already.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. It happens with everyone, really. As they all come filing through again, Max Endicott. He's been one that's progressed a lot throughout the years. Of course, he did get to the front end in that Honda Cadet, but trying to learn a junior car is a completely different story, and it's took him a couple of years to really dial himself in.
Yeah, I think when they get to juniors, they start thinking outside the box a little bit. They're thinking for themselves. You can trust them, and you can advise them, and they will take your advice. But a good driver is a good driver. You can't make somebody a good driver.
No. Now, off shot there, it looked like there was a cart in the wall at the final corner. Now, have a look on the timing screens. That might be Oliver Valtz, who has gone off. It is, I think it is, actually. It's either Oliver Valtz or Max Wright who's off at the final corner. So issues going on there, but hopefully all the drivers were okay in that. Couple of drivers on chat. Tina Chandler saying good luck to Reggie. He was obviously racing one of the races previously. Keep putting in your comments, and we'll shout them out throughout the day. Going to be exciting here. Smiley Kira, one of our female drivers, last a month was very quick in the final. Of course, having a big battle with George Edgar, who's on our screen sound at number 6. George, quite a small driver from the rest of the field, as we said. A couple of these junior drivers are very small, but in no means slow. They're very quick indeed, and I think they can use that small body to their advantage in some way.
It works in some ways, and it's a disadvantage in other ways. It's not always ideal to be too small, but then again, you can be too big for the class that you're in, and it's not good either.
Actually, Aaron Richardson. We just saw on our screens there, Fusion cut off. That was Aaron Richardson, who was started from pole position. Now, out of the race, he's going to have another issue on his hands because he's obviously going to lose all them points that would give him a good final starting opportunity. And that is why these heats are so important than the actual final itself, because you've got to be consistent. And if you're not getting these consistent results, you basically screwed yourself for the final because you're going to be down the field having to try and fight your way up.
But it's the old saying, to finish first you have to finish.
Yeah, exactly
if you don't finish through mechanical problems or you've had a crash, then that's of no use at all to you, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's how obviously racing works most of the time. As Jacob Batchelor, he's drove consistently so far, and at the moment, if he finishes where he is, he will most likely be starting pole for the finals. Of course, these are the second heats, but also the last heats. So once we've gotten through this, all these second heats will go into those important finals where trophies will be awarded to the top 3. And that's going to be where all the action happens. That's where drivers are going to make those little overtakes that they may have not made in the heat races, because there's a bit more on the line, a bit more pressure needed.
Yeah, well, like the finishing the race is ultra important right from the very first time you go out as a novice. And once you've finished a few races, even if you can move up a couple of places from your novice position, you start to race against the middle of the grid. They're better drivers. You start to learn off them. Then you progress through the middle of the grid. You tag yourself onto the back of the top 6 drivers who are there, and you'll come on the way at the day having learnt an awful lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone takes away. They just want to learn as much as possible, take as much as they can. If you haven't learnt something from race weekend, did you actually do the race weekend? That's pretty much how racing goes. There was a good battle, really, was between Max Endicott and George Edgar. George Edgar's just lost out to Freddie Wood. There he is on your screen. Freddie Wood now being overtaken by George Edgar. The Jamie Green racing team have been one to watch out for over the years. They've expanded quite a bit this year, but the Green brothers have already won quite a bit, and it's quite good to see, really.
Oh yeah, for definitely. I mean, not sort of going back to what you said earlier. I know everybody. I worked with the Greens back in the day when Jamie was kart racing himself in Formula A. We ran a kart for him along with him, and then he went on to motor racing and very successful. And he was always going to be successful, because going back to what I was saying about determination, I've never worked with a driver who was more determined than Jamie Green. I've worked with people who I think may be faster, but I haven't worked with anybody who I think's more determined.
That's a statement and a half given from Les. But as they come through, they're on the final lap now, so Jacob Batcher only had to tour the circuit for one more time, and this will be battle for second place. That's still on. Nat Johnston and Isaac Sear. What will Isaac do into the final corner? He sits back, thinks better off it. Good job there by Isaac Sear. Back at the front, it's going to be Jacob Batcher who takes the win, and I think that's just down to his pure experience around the track that excels most of these other drivers here. Obviously, Nat Johnson finishes up in second place. He's been doing some of the club rounds before, and that's going to have helped him when it came to this round. Isaac Sayer in third from Max Endicott. George Edgar, Zach McDonald from Freddie Wood. Samani Kira, Archie Owen from Max Yule, who rounds out your top 10. Maisie Creed from the back of the field gets up to 13th, close to the top 10, but a good drive through from Maisie Creed, the girl from the MDL squad. But yeah, loads of racing to pick out there. But I mean, at the front, it was Jacob Batchelor who, he got into lead at the start, got through all that battling, and he just pulled away. And it's just the easy way to win a race.
Yeah, well, the thing is with junior racing, if you go over to any of the over the years British Championships, where supposedly you've got the best drivers, that's or even over the club championship over the whole year. They generally start winning championships when they're about to leave juniors and go into seniors, because they need that experience.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Otis Cleary then starts on pole for the MiniMax, or the Mini Inters, whatever you like to call it. Max Wheatley will start from second place. Lewis Herbison from Ronnie Smart. Louis Barker from Oliver Barton. Toby Wortley from Finley Beals. Jackson Heath from Archer Lee Bullock. From Edward Munns, Alex Niskis, Seki Komatsu, Esme Rose from Marina Komatsu, Logan Baker from George Wilden, Teddy Higgs, Travis Owens, Jack Charles Bailey, and Rian Townsend. Of course, had to come into the pits in that first heat. He'll be starting from the back of the grid, but he's one of the fastest drivers out there on circuit, so he's going to be one to watch out for driving through the field. But at the front, Otis Cleary and Max Wheatley is really going to be a 1v1 between the two. Let's see how they get on then as they come down the start-finish line. Will they go green for the first time asking? Yes, they do. And here we go then. Otis Cleary moving already over to try and open up that first corner and make sure Max Wheatley does not get past. And he's done exactly that. They all come filing through. Lewis Herbison into third place. Ronnie Smart there in fifth. And Oliver Barton drops to fourth. He might be having a look for third place. Couldn't get that move done as they all come filing through. Look at the top two here. Have already extended their margin by quite a bit. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of the field get on. Because at the front here, Otis Cleary in that right car. And, of course, Max Wheatley in the KidX development program. He has been very quick over the year as Max Wheatley. Of course, took the championship last year. But Otis Cleary, he was one of the drivers who had the speed and the pace to be a champion last year, but just got quite unlucky at certain stages throughout the season. They all come filing through again. And in the mini-maxes, it has been really the story about Otis Cleary and Max Wheatley. Lewis Herberson there in third place. He's not really behind the top two. Oh, Otis Cleary makes a mistake there. That could open opportunities for Max Wheatley here. We know Max Wheatley can make some late moves at the last corner. We've seen it time and time again. And I thought he was going to go for a move there because Otis Cleary ran a bit wide going into Kestrel corner. Now, you can see here on your screens, Otis Cleary is getting pushed along now by Max Wheatley. Max Wheatley is right on his tail. Max Wheatley doesn't have a look yet, but look up behind you because the battle for third is going on. Oliver Barton makes that move for third place. That was a pretty cracking move that got him into the final podium spot. But at the front, he's got a bit of a margin to try and catch. And I think, really, if Otis Cleary and Max Wheatley keep battling, he could start to close in. But, of course, it's going to be a matter of if and when they close in. Because, of course, trying to close in this gap in 5 minutes is never easy. Two drivers running pods there. That was Herberson and Barton. So, of course, drivers who are there in third and fourth. Battle for that podium spot isn't finished just yet. That's unless the drivers want to try and work together. Nope. Herberson on the inside. Does not want to work. He wants the team orders to be, well, I'll go in front and we can push together. Look at Barton, though. Trying to fight back. Ronnie Smart's there as well. Trying not to get tangled up with each other's boys as they all come filing through. Look out for Louis Barker as well. He's there in sixth place. He might have an opportunity to not just get into the top five here, but actually fight for a podium spot. He's in that battle. Oh, Ronnie Smart on the inside of Oliver Barton. Can he get that move done? It's going to be so close. They're going to be side by side as they head down into turn one. It's 2x2 formation as they enter turn one. The battle's going on between, of course, Ronnie Smart and Oliver Barton, but as well with Louis Barker and Toby Wortley. Still at the front though. Look at this battle that's going on here. Otis Cleary is still having to try and defend off from Max Wheatley here. The Cape Plate driver versus that number 11. Two drivers who both have equal opportunities of winning here. And of course it's going to be a time really of when it comes to the final. On that last lap, who's going to be in front of each other? It's going to be very close. As they fall through to finish another lap, the number 25 has got a warning flag, so he'll need to try and calm himself down a bit. I got very close there between Oliver Barton and Ronnie Smart. Oliver Barton all over the curbs. That would not have helped his chassis, but he still keeps it going. It's good to see Rian Townsend, who's had a brilliant drive so far from near the back of the field, well, from the back of the field actually, to the top 10, and you might be able to see him here. He's closing in now on the drivers in front. He could have a look at an opportunity for maybe a top 5 spot. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, 2.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Anything can happen in these races. There is Rian Townsend on your screens there for a split second. The number 23. Here we go then. Oliver Barton on the inside of Ronnie Smart again. Action going on wherever you look at this Kimbolton circuit. Louis Barker tried to have a look through as well, but both drivers just sitting behind Barton. Barton is one of them drivers who may not always have the pace advantage, but he can definitely battle his way through. And if you are quicker than him and get past him, he'll find a way to get back past, because that's the sort of driver he is. Does not give up a place too easily. Under 2 minutes left on the clock. Louis Barker has drove brilliantly this race, and it will be interesting to see how he gets on in the laps to come, and of course in the final, because I think Louis Barker really has an opportunity, not just for a top 5 here, but even a podium spot. Let's see how they all keep going. Of course, Louis Barker there, that sort of yellow and black kart. He's one to watch in these races, as we said. But Lewis Herberson, who's into the top 3 now, he's pulling away from the drivers behind, but just not close enough to catch up to these top 2 at the front here. These two have just sort of worked together now, just pushed together, and they've driven superbly so far to get that gap. It's sort of cat and mouse story where you sort of just follow the car in front around and try and take him on the last couple of laps where he feels the most vulnerable. But this is Otis Cleary at the end of the day. Of course, won the last round out. He had a brilliant battle with Oliver Barton in those wet conditions, where the track was always developing and changing. But he still managed to come on top. He might be looking to get back-to-back victories here. He runs a bit wide coming out of Kestrel. That slowed him up going into the final corner, but he kept the momentum going. And they go on to the second to last lap now. So 2 more laps left of racing, and it's going to get very close here. Max Wheatley gets the cutback on the inside. Otis Cleary loses out big time here, and the number 44 gets a mechanical flag. That looks like Edward Munns near the back of the field. But look at the front here. Second to last lap, and Max Wheatley, who did lead the way, now drops to second place. That was a brilliant drive out of the Derrick's corner from Otis Cleary. Managed to find a way through on that cutback manoeuvre. Very good way to get it coming out of Derrick's corner. And he's already extended a bit of a gap already. It worked out very good in his favour. But Louis Barker there on your screens. He's right behind Ronnie Smart. That's the battle for 5th. But going into the last lap now, and well, Otis Cleary, if he doesn't win this race, it'll be quite surprising, because doing that move worked out big time for him. It was over here in this section that we're seeing on your screens where he made that cutback manoeuvre, managed to put Max Wheatley off guard. Max Wheatley had to back out and lose a hell of a lot of momentum. And it's all worked out in favour for Otis Cleary, who's going to make it 2 for 2 here in the MiniMax 950, and it's only going to work in his favour when it comes to the final. Max Wheatley putting his hand up saying, what on earth was going on there? Why did he make that move? And unfortunately, Max, just this race, you finished behind the driver. It's something that, you know, it's unfortunate, but, you know, sometimes these things happen. And plus, you've still got the final to go for, so it'll be exciting to see how he gets on in the final. So, of course, Otis Cleary takes the fastest lap, and he takes the win there from Max Wheatley in second place. Herbertson in third from Barton, Smart, Louis Barker, Finley Beals from Toby Wortley, Jakeson, Heath, and Ryan Townsend from 21st on the grid. Rounds at your top 10. Brilliant drive there by Ryan Townsend. That was superb to watch. We were watching him throughout the race, and you can just see him on the back of your screen, just picking off drivers one by one, and it's just as simple as that. You really just got to take it to account of, you know, just take your time and take each move as it comes. Gucci Gang back in the chat saying Aaron Lask top 5 this time with a question mark. Maybe we'll wait and see where he lines up. It might be a good opportunity for Aaron Lask as he starts in the middle of the field. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Of course, he made up a lot of places in the race before. Aaron Lask starts just inside the top 15 as X30 head out to take battle. Abby said massive good luck to Oliver Barton in this in his race, and he took out good luck. Lewis Bird starts from pole position from Gus Lawrence, Morgan Porter from Tristan Powell, Harrison Mackey from Morgan Moore, Reece Newburn, Monty Breathwaite from Alistair Cresswell, from Ollie Rands, Joey Brown, Jack Dan, Isaac Marsh, Tiger Dixon, Peter Jurovich from Aaron Lask, Zach Whedon from Noah Ulpson, from Jessica Fitchell, Katie Ashman, CJ Bennett from Oliver Harris, Harrison Morrow, James Reynolds from Dylan Patel, Pierce Armstrong, Hayden Eldridge, Natia DeBeck from Josh Jones, Leif Khan, Gabriel Stilp, Jensen Pugh, Max Andersons, and Joe Gabriela Castro, my apologies. Now, going to be interesting here. Gabriel Stilp starting near the back of the field. Watch for him driving through the field. Well as Hayden Eldridge, who was one to watch out for as well. Will we get racing for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Let's see how they all play. Lewis Bird on the inside. Gus Lawrence trying to go around the outside. All drivers going there. Drivers spinning off. And they've all gone through. And Aaron Lask there. The 93. All commentators curse for Aaron Lask. As they all try get back going again. Looks like Kate Ashton was involved in that as well. But we've lost sort of half the field there just in that one incident. Very unfortunate there. I think Jessica Fitchell got in that scrabble as well. But look at the front here. Gus Lawrence drops to third because Morgan Porter is into second place. Morgan Porter on his return back to karting has taken it by storm already. He's up into second place and might even look for a win here. Of course, Morgan Porter doing the one-off with Jamie Green Racing. Jamie Green loaning him for the weekend job. Harrison Mackie gets on the inside of Gus Lawrence. So Gus Lawrence, not having the start he wanted, drops to fourth place and might even lose out on the top five here, because in fifth place is Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore has been very competitive in the X30 categories throughout not just the juniors but the seniors as well. He's really showing up what he can do, and it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on in not just in this heat but in the final as well. I think he's also got a good shot to work at the front. But look at the front here. Lewis Bird still leads the way on that MBR car. Morgan Porter in second place from Harrison Mackie. The Fusion Machinery in third place. They all head through to finish the first sector of the lap. Then we get into the technical bit now, which is ever so hard in the CX30s. But these Comet tyres are quite grippy as well. Work in these hot conditions quite well. So we'll try and use that to their advantage. Then you come through the last corner once again and head down the start-finish straight. And look at Lewis Bird. He's surprisingly not putting a bit of a margin. And Gus Lawrence goes on the inside of Harrison Mackie. That's for the final podium spot. But Mackie straight on the cutback, tries to fight it, but Gus Lawrence says, no, you're not getting this anytime soon. And Gus Lawrence, you can see they're stipulating, saying, come on, mate, why are you messing about here? We need to catch up to the pack at the front. And Morgan Moore is just sitting there thinking, oh, carry on playing, because I'll happily just drive through the both of you. As they squabble for that final podium spot. Up at the front, though, still Morgan Porter and Lewis Bird. A couple of drivers having to retire from the race. We'll have a little look. So Katie Ashman had to retire, as well as Isaac Mart, Peter Jurovic, Zach Wellen, and of course Jessica Fitchell had to retire from the race as well. As well as that Harrison Morrow dropped a few places on that last lap. The main drivers who have made up a lot of places so far, Gabriel still from 12, well, he's in 12th at the moment, but he's made up 19 places. Brilliant stuff there. Jensen Pugh has gone from 22nd on the grid to 14th. Hayden Eldridge from 27th to 15th. Josh Jones from 29th to 16th. And Castro from the last spot on the grid, he's up into 17th. So a couple of drivers who excel brilliantly from the that first lap battle, and they've used it to their favour, really. Of course, being on the offside with those bad heat starts, you need to have these sort of cutbacks on you. So, trying to use every advantage possible from those incidents. Tristan Powell on your screens as he headed through Kestra Corner, of course being named after, well, his granddad actually named the corner. Of course, he was a pretty strong driver here at the circuit. So you file through. Harrison Mackie there in fourth place. He was close to Gus Lawrence and holding that podium spot, but Gus Lawrence with that extra experience. Of course, Mackie, this is only his first year in senior racing. Gus Lawrence has been in the senior ranks for many, many years. Learned every trick in the book and knows how to pretty much race most of these drivers. Gus Lawrence pretty much throws every trick in the party hat and sort of says, come on, if you want to try and fight me, I can throw something even better back at you. But one driver stood out so far is Morgan Moore, who's had a brilliant drive so far. He's there in sixth place, but he's slowly closing in on the brink of the top five. But at the front, Morgan Porter here been trying to save those tyres over the laps, but I think he's slowly closing in now on Lewis Bird, and that's a driver off there. That's Castro, and we were talking brilliantly about Castro making up half the field, and he's off with a mechanical issue. That is a bit of a commentator's curse there, and I do apologise to you, Castro. I should keep my mouth shut about you, really. So really unfortunate for Castro. That's another retirement of the race. There's been many retirements of this race, it has to be said. But still, at the front, looks like Gus Lawrence is closing in on Morgan Porter, as well as Tristan Powell. He's closing in on Harrison Mackie. What will Powell do? Will he have a look for a move for Mackie? No, because it looks like there just wasn't enough room to get past. They head down. Mackie on that defensive line. Tristan Powell tries to go around the outside. Can't get it done. Morgan Moore's there as well. That nearly got close between Powell and Morgan. And that will also introduce Reese Newburn to this group. There he is in that green and white kart. Having a look on Morgan Moore. He gets that move done. And Reese Newburn, one to watch out for. But still, watch this battle here between Tristan Powell and Harrison Mackie. Two drivers who really, at the last round of the championship, showed their faces to each other. Oh, that like a big collision there behind. I hope both of those drivers are okay. I wonder if that was... I couldn't really see much of what happened there. Looked like one driver going on over the top of another. Drivers, I think, may be okay. But look at the battle going on here. Mackie and Tristan Powell getting ever so close to each other. And it's going to get extra close. Argy-bargy here as they head down. Yeah, yellow flags are out, so they can't overtake in this sector. So they'll have to stick behind, and good job by the Marshals team to look after that incident. But look at Lewis Bird at the front here. He's only got a bit of a margin from Gus Lawrence in second place. And it's going to be interesting who can defend off Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence was pretty much the man to watch this weekend. Gus, being who he is, the experience that he has. There he is on your screens. Look how smooth he is through this second sector. Of course, practicing here for those British Championships. This is the only real opportunity they'll have before the actual championship round, as they all come flying through. It's been a brilliant drive from Lewis Bird. Will take the win from Gus Lawrence in second place, and Morgan Porter drops to third. Still a good result to bag for Porter. Tristan Powell from a very close drive between Mackie and Newburn. I think Mackie just got it across the line from Reese Newburn. As the rest of the pack comes flying through, CJ Bennett there as well as Gabriel Still. But some drivers to watch out for when it comes to the finals. That's a bit of an issue there for another kart, but Jensen Pugh made up 20 places. He started in 32nd, got to 12th. Hayden Eldridge started in 27th. He made up 14 places to 13th. That driver was there on your shot. It looked like he had a little spin on that final lap, which is not always ideal. Joshua Jones, he started in 29th. He got to 14th in the end. Gabriel Stilp, he started in 31st. He got to 16th. So a lot of drivers making moves, especially with all those incidents that happened earlier on in the race. Of course, we hope all the drivers are okay and can get out for that final. The next race coming up now is Senior Rotax, and it looks like it's going to be Tobian Alvarez and James Tester on the front row of the grid. You can see that Andy Lucy once again getting word from the team out on circuit. He'll be getting told, what's happening with the circuit. Here's how they line up, actually. James Tester starts from pole position. Tobian Alvarez from Joshua Valens. Adam White from Oliver Liversedge. From John Pedersen, who was one to watch out for in the other races. Archie Flint and Sam Cook. Rounds like your row 10 for your top 10 from Ben Southgate, Declan Luff, Ross Tyler, Ryan Sayers, Tom Pryor, and Michael Morgan. From Joseph Rees-Smith, Jason Haley, from Dan Renton, Woody Hart, from Angelica Kennard, from Will Forber, Jack Middleton, and George Robinson. And Jake Fisher, Tom Min-Spearing and Liam Hartley rounds out your grid. Of course, Tom Min-Spearing getting involved in one of the accidents in the first race of the senior Rotaxes. He'll be trying and find his way through. Of course, on his return to karting, was a very experienced junior Rotax driver, was up at the sharp end of the field, and then had to take a bit of time out of the seat. But that hasn't held him back just yet. He was running at the front really for most of that first heat until obviously the accident came about. But yeah, at the front, James Tester, of course, won 2 rounds ago. James Tester is one to watch out for. He wants to try and get another win in the bag when it comes to the final. There's Isaac's Marsh car getting pushed off the circuit. Unfortunate that he had to retire from that one. Of course, Tobian Alvarez as well. I think this may have been one of Tobian's best race weekends so far. He hasn't been able to show his true pace so far, but he's up there at the front. Joshua Valance there as well. He's trying to show what he can do. He had a good qualifying and wants to replicate those results. As all the drivers head out for their formation lap. It's still sunny conditions here at Kimbolton. The clouds are starting to come in, which means that it's going to hopefully start getting a bit darker. You're not going to be able to see much of the sun anymore, but it will definitely be sunny and dry. And it will be dry most likely for the rest of the day. Tobian Alvarez weaving side to side, but for the tyres, that doesn't really work. You warm up the tyres by going hard on the throttle and slamming on those brakes. So really, all you're doing here is just testing to make sure the steering wheel works, which he's done it plenty of times. So I'm hoping when he enters turn 1, it will work. As they come round the final corner, they'll take it nice and gently. Make sure they're staying those tram lines as well before they head down the start-finish straight. Can we get going for the first time? Asking no. Because, that was like the 33 there. Nearly getting in a tangle there with another driver. I think that was Declan. It looked like Declan Luff was slowing down, and the 35 there just didn't see he was, and nearly ended up in a spin. That would have not looked very good for these Rotax drivers. But anywho, they will go around once again and then line up to hopefully get this race going for the second time of asking. And of course, if they don't get it going for the second time of asking, the officials will not be impressed, and they may have to stop the drivers and have a little word to them about how to do a race start. They shouldn't have to do race starts because they've done plenty in their lifetime. Of course, these senior categories have had a lot of experience. Most of these drivers racing for 10 plus years. So let's just see how they get on. They're going to go for the second time of asking. They're going to go down the start finish straight. Yes, we do. Lights out, and away we go down into turn 1. Tobian Alvarez on the outside, James Tester on the inside, and watch out for a couple of drivers getting over the top of each other there, and I couldn't see who's come off worse. I think Adam White has had some issues, and he has dropped down the field. But here they go through the Derek's corner. James Tester gets past Tobian Alvarez. He now leads the way. Joshua Valance is there in 3rd place before a whole tangle of cars come flying through. It's Tobian Alvarez who was in 2nd place. He now takes the lead. That was a strong pass on the inside as the rest of the field flies through as well. Joshua Valance from Pedersen, who's there in 4th, might be in 3rd now. He gets on the inside, and watch out for some of the other drivers coming through. Declan Luff is there as well. He gets past Joshua Valance as well. Joshua Valance losing out big time, but Tobian Alvarez leads away for the time being. But of course, we know James Tester is a very quick driver. We've seen him at the sharp end of the field in senior Rotax. We've seen him at the sharp end in junior Rotax as well. He's become very close to that Rotax machinery with the MS car. Of course, Jack Deck Racing coaching and tutoring him all the way along. But Pedersen, who's now in 3rd place, he might have an opportunity to close in on the other drivers. He actually has the fastest lap of the race. Some good starts by William Forby. He's made up 9 places to 13th. Liam Hartley up 12 to 15th. Thomas Min-Spearing up 10 to 16th. And George Robinson up 10 to 14th. So the 2 MX karts and, of course, Thomas Min-Spearing Both all getting a hammer down. They are really chasing after the rest of this field straight from the get-go. There's Declan Luff on your screens. He's behind Joshua Valance. Well, he's in front of Joshua Valance, now behind Joshua Valance. As Valance makes that move, but he's going to be side by side as they go down into turn 1. Who will have it? Will it be Luff? Will it be Valance? We'll wait and see as they enter through. It looks like Valance got the better of the two. But look at the front here. Look at third place here. Pedersen is starting to close in now on James Tester. Of course, this is the first time we've really seen Pedersen here at the Kimbolton circuit in the senior Rotax category on that Kart Republic kart. What can he do? Will he put and perform something, something out of the ordinary? Let's have a little watch as they come through the final corner. Look at the run that Pedersen's got on James Tester as they go down into turn 1. What will Pedersen do? Will he sit there and wait? Yes, he does. He's going to wait for another opportunity to come about. And there are plenty of opportunities throughout this Kimbolton circuit. We've got over 4 to 5 overtaking opportunities, but you can really count any corner as an overtaking opportunity. Plenty of ways to get past another driver. But on the other hand, the 27, James Tester, can defend his life for the second place. He really feels like that's what he needs to do, because I think in these laps to come, Pedersen has a good opportunity here. They go down turn 1 once again. Look at Pedersen. He's just sitting and waiting. He knows he's got a bit of momentum over James Tester, but just not enough. Michael Morgan gets a warning flag. I wonder what that could well have been for. But at the front here, still Toby and Alvarez, who seems to be pulling away. But watch out for Pedersen, who's there in third. Pedersen, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend long, entering the second to the last corner. My apologies. And Declan Lafort getting over and over Archie Flynn. We're seeing that quite often this weekend. Bunch of drivers getting over the top of others, and if you can't get past them, go through them, they say. As they all come through again. On your screen, still Pedersen in third, with James Tester there in second place. But at the front, it's still Toby and Alvarez. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. And at the moment, Toby and Alvarez look set to take this, but no commentator's curse yet. And I just looked off my shot of the commentary box, and there's a battle for second place going on as they enter the Willow section. And I think that James Tester's just held on to his second place. You won't see that on shot. There it is now. Battle for second place really raging on now. And all of this is going to help out the driver in fourth. That's Philip Tatum. Philip, who was up there in the first heat, taking full advantage of the second heat now. He could even have a look for a podium spot, because we know that that driver in third, number 26, is one of the fastest drivers on the circuit. He's trying to find a way past James Tester now. And every time Tester defends, it opens the opportunity for the 26 to have a look past. Tester defends into turn 1. That's going to make a cutback opportunity going into turn 2. Look at them go. The 26, the 27 side by side. It's not close enough, and he couldn't make that move sick. Now they've got to watch out, because Philip Tatum is right there behind. And you can see the 26 there pushing Tester through. He's really trying to find any way through, whether it be just a clean move or even just firing him off at this point. Pedersen really needs to find a way through, because it's just going to help the rest of the drivers claw in now. Tatum's there, Valance is there. The rest of the field come flying through. James Tester now has an opportunity to pull a bit of a gap, and he's doing that so as we speak. Of course, Joshua Valance is trying to make a move up. Philip Tatum drops down a place and might even lose another spot to Archie Flint, who's having a brilliant drive. He's brought the steel to the Flint, and he's got some time to try and make up, but I don't think anyone can catch the two up at the front. Of course, Toby and Alvarez leading the way. Look at the margin he's got already. He's a whole different postcode in front of James Tester. And obviously that postcode being over a 3-second gap. Superb driving from Toby and Alvarez. Of course, these are some of the last heat races we will have. This is the second to last heat race before we head into the junior Rotax second heat, and then all the main finals will be starting. Let us know in the comments who you are rooting for. We want to hear and find out more. Toby Alvarez now starts the final lap of the race, and he can completely cruise around this track for one final time. This will help his final position spot tremendously, because his two consistent results will put him in a very high spot for the final, as well as James Tester. Pedersen on his first time here, he's going to be one to watch out for in this final. Of course, he's got nothing to lose. He hasn't got a championship to fight for just yet, because of course he's joining us in the 5th round of the championship as he comes round the final corner. Toby Alvarez has driven this race to perfection. The Ben Max in the kart takes his way to the win there in the second heat for senior Rotax. Tester in second from Pedersen and Balance from Archie Flint. Philip Tatum from Declan Love, Michael Morgan, Ross Tyler and George Robinson rounds at your top 10. Robinson, who started in 24, he gets into the top 10. Thomas Min Spearing as well. He started all the way in 26th. He's up into 11th. And Liam Hartley, he's started from 27th. He gets up to 12th. So big drives through the field from some of these drivers. Of course, some were already up near the front, so just had to try and defend their position the best they could. And of course, retiree for Adam White, who was involved in that first incident on the first lap. Now then, one final heat left to go, and it's going to be an exciting one. Blake Southern starts from pole position from Miles Burton in second place. Teddy Cooper from Sam Aston, from Eli Baden and Toby Farthing, from Callum Sims and Stanley Williams, from the George Cole and the Laurent McVie, from George Phillips, Jacob Aston, Lucy Wilden, John Richardson, Ryan Rapini from Hayden Fisher, Harvey Sargent from Harry Friel, Daniel Butcher, Fletcher Groans, Izzy Wykes, Noah Moulton, Molly Mizzen from Louis Marshall, Archie Ray Watson, Locum Homer from Bure Winsley, Joseph Orton, Oscar Keane, Archie Buckingham, my apologies, Josh Phillips, Jack Corser and Logan Hartshaw round out your field of drivers. This is going to be very exciting. Miles Burton, very strong competitive driver, as well as Blake Southern, who won last time out. Teddy Cooper is one to watch in this as well. And a big grid of junior Rotax drivers, and really anyone has an opportunity here. So can they get going for the first time of asking here? They go down and start finish straight. Will we get going for the first time of asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. It's going to be Blake Southern versus Miles Burton as they go down. Miles Burton had a riff, so braked a bit too early going into turn one. Falls back a couple places. But look at the driver in second place there. Sam Aston completely round the outside. Gets into second place. He started about 5th or 6th in the field. As all the drivers come through unscathed. That's good to see. Eli Baden into 3rd place and Teddy Cooper in 4th. Two drivers who we need to watch out for, because on pace-wise they were quicker than Southern and Aston. As they fire away through. Callum Sims as well. Another driver to watch for, as well as his Evolution teammate. That's Stanley Williams. Bit further behind, but there's loads of time left to close up. On the final heat race of the 5th round of the Club Championship weekend. Two drivers off in the background. One of them being a Jax Motorsport car, and the other one is still there at turn one. I don't think he'll be able to move. He's moving anytime soon. That's Fletcher Groans. Fletcher, who's had no luck in these Kim Bolton races. Last month had that big crash coming out the final corner, sending. Speaking of big things, that got close between Eli Baden and Sam Aston. Eli got the move sorted, but then tried to come come back through, tried to like open up the corner and got into contact with Sam Aston there. Very interesting to see, as looked like a couple drivers cutting the chicane there. Not the chicane, the final corner. So that's one way to get round the final corner of the circuit. Loads of concrete and runoff areas for these drivers, but some take it to the extreme. But still at the front, Eli Baden, he's there in third place. He holds on to that final podium spot. But Callum Sims there in fourth place. He might have a look at something in the laps to come. Miles Burton there as well. Don't cat him out just yet. He had that rough couple of laps, but this could mean something big for him when it comes to those finals. He could just be waiting for a consistent heat result that could lead into a good final podium result. There is Fletcher Groans there on your screens. The man who's really had no luck in junior Rotax, and I'm hoping that soon he'll have his break race and have a good result in the end of a weekend, because that's not really the way you want to go out. I mean, obviously, you still got the final left to go, but that's not the way he wants to finish his second heat of the day. So 4 minutes left on the clock then. Let's see the rest of the field. Look at them all come filing through. Battle still going on near the back of the pack. And look at the front here. Callum Sims trying to find a way past Eli Baden. This is the battle for the final podium spot. Of course, Eli Baden, who's there in third place. He's a driver who's won club rounds before. He's had a lot of good luck as well as bad luck. A lot of good races instead of bad races as well. So an overall mix of results in the bag for Eli Baden so far. But look at this. This is the move for third place. On the inside, Callum Sims get that move done. But he'll have to defend it going into the final corner, because Eli Baden will get the run coming out the final corner, and he'll try and have a look down into turn one. Let's see how they get on then. Eli Baden goes to the outside line. He'll try and go on the cutback manoeuvre, but just a bit too late. And it gives the opportunity for Sam Aston to have a look. That got very close between the two there, but Sam Aston drops back, and he's made a bit of a mistake there. Rookie mistake. Opened up the opportunity for Miles Burton to make his way through. There's so much battling going on in these races. I've never really had an opportunity to stop speaking here, because there's always something going on circuit. But Eli Baden is being lost the position now from his teammate. Miles Burton makes the move on the inside. That is for sixth place. And that sits him very nicely up at the front end of the field. My apologies, that would be for fourth place. Miles Burton into fourth. And going up and over Sam Aston and George Phillips. George Phillips saw one way to go to get past him, and that was to go over him. Sam Aston, who's had an interesting race really, had all the highs in the world, making a brilliant start, to then being driven over. Not the way he wanted to go out his second heat race, because that obviously put him straight into the pits because of that mechanical damage. The 21 and the 21 gets a warning flag, but the 77 under investigation. So those two drivers may or may not be getting a bit of a telling off by the officials and the stewards. The cert at the front of your field, and this could be a lead battle. This could be a lead change. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock, and Teddy Cooper makes the move back past Blake Southern. This is going to be very interesting for the rest of this race. Teddy Cooper, who was sitting behind Southern for most of that race, just thought now it's his time. It's now or never. Might as well make the move now. And he does it very well. Gets that move sorted. Now he's going to have to sit back and wait. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. So we've got a few laps left of racing. What will Blake Southern think? When you think, okay, I'm going to have a good final position spot here if I can just stay here in second place. Or when you think, hold on a minute, this was my heat win for a long time and you're not going to have it. Let's see how they get on then. Of course, Teddy Cooper's deciding not to defend at the moment. He's thinking that, hopefully with his pace, he can start to try and pull away. The fastest man on the circuit is actually the driver in third, and that is Callum Sims. Callum Sims has the pace advantage over these two, and if these two start to battle a bit too much, that could bring Callum Sims in. Callum only a couple seconds behind now. You can see that on your screens. He's about a second and a half from the field. The field being these two up at the front, and it's getting ever so feisty now. The two junior Rotax first and second place drivers at the moment. Blake Southern high up in the championship, as well as Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper, he's come here because he wants to try and win the championship this year. Last year was sort of an old playing game, trying to work on preparing himself best for this year. Of course, joined that new team, Kid X Development, and they've really helped him out big time with, building himself up as a driver as they come down. Start the last lap of the race. It's a 1v1 between Teddy Cooper and Blake Southern. Teddy Cooper, he defends turn 1. Job done. He will now file through Willow section. Now has got to tick off the next thing in the bucket list. That's to try and hold him off through Derek's corner. That's another tick off the list. It's now down into the Downweldon complex. Let's see what Blake Southern can do. Will he find some way past and take this heat to win? It's going to be close. It's going to be now or never for Blake Southern, and he sits back and he thinks better of it, and that's a brilliant job by Blake Southern. But at the front, Teddy Cooper takes the win in dominant fashion here from Blake Southern in second place and Callum Sims in third. Brilliant stuff there by the top three there, as well as Miles Burton and Eli Baden, both finishing up in the top 5. John Richardson had a good result. He finished up in 6th, although he'd probably say he didn't have the best results. But as the other drivers come filing through, some drivers who made up some big places throughout that race. Logan Hartshaw made up 19 places. He got up to 14th. Logan Hartshaw made up 19. He got to 4. My apologies, that was Joseph Orton. He made up 10 places. Got to P18. So a couple of drivers making up some big ground in these heat races, and that means only one thing. All heat races are completed, and it's time for the 5th round of the Club Championship. It's finals time, baby, and let's get ready for the Honda 200. It's going to be one hell of an exciting battle. Let's see how they get on. You'll see at the front here, looks like the Waterswift Restricted have been put in front of the cadets. I think the cadet drivers actually have their own final, maybe. No, they're all together. Buddy Batch starts on pole for the restricted class. Benjamin Sylvia, Ricky Chandler, and Frank Morris from Jensen Darlow, who will start from pole position in the Micromaxes. From Teddy Murphy, Ollie Brunt from Mason Munster, Rafe Owen from Harley Merrison, Jake Hansford, and it'll be Sawyer Henderson who starts on pole for the Honda 200. From Elliot Bork, Arthur Murphy, Mason Becker, Jack Whites, Marcus Cooper, Denner Rowlands, from Keen Delaney, Theo Hamilton, Harry Grant, Keenan Doherty, James Murphy from George Pickett, Alfie Hennell from Harry Search, Harry Parker Ray from Nicholas York, Zach Squire, James Windsor, and Jack Neve rounds out your field of drivers. So you'll see now the first pack will be led by the Watershift Restricted, and then it will be the Micromaxes, and then the Honda 200s will go out on circuit. This is going to be very interesting to see. Of course, only the 4 in the restricted category. The Micromaxes has a good grid of about 7 or 8, but the main battles is in the Honda 200s. Let's see how the first race gets underway. It's Waterswift Restricted as they head down into turn 1. It looks like a good start from the man who's up at the front. Body Batch leads them round, and I think Benjamin Sylvia managed to get himself up into second place. We'll see as they come through the Derek's corner. Yes, it is. It's a brilliant start from the 88. As they all slow down. Oh, actually, I think it might have been a false start flag. Yes, it was a false start flag for these drivers. So they'll all go round again. My apologies. I was commentating on a race that was never happening. So we'll wait for the second time to come round. And, I mean, the restricted have only come around the last corner now. So hopefully we'll get ready to get going soon for the Watershift Restricted. They come round the final corner. And let's see how to get on. Oh, it looked like one of the restricted there moved over the tram lines before the green flag was thrown. That could be a potential penalty. That looked like the number 88 of body batch. But here is the main race, really. We need to talk about Sawyer Henderson. His second real opportunity now to take a final win. He was so close to getting it last month and just couldn't get it. If he could get this final win, it'll be his first ever kart win at the Kimbolton circuit. Let's see if they can get going then. Another full start. They'll go round once again, and the officials will not be liking this. They will most likely be telling the drivers to, slow down, get in those tram lines. Hopefully we can get going for the third time of asking. So the 4 restricted karts just about to head round the final corner. Soon enough they'll be getting ready to go green. Their revs arise and they're off and away down into turn 1. And let's see how they get on. As they head down, it looked very close between the body batch and Benjamin Sylvia, but they all managed to make their way through. The MiniMax start as well. And it looks like Jensen Darlow still leads the way. But this is the battle we need to... Well, this is the start we need to watch on our screen. Sawyer Anderson, can he get his first final win? Let's see how they get on. Down into turn 1, the hardest breaker zone for these drivers. Sawyer Henderson still leads the way. Arthur Murphy there in second place. But Arthur is going to be a real character to watch out for in this Honda field. They file through. Elliot Bork drops to 5th because Mason Becker is there in 3rd. They come flying through into the Dan Weldon complex. Dan Weldon, who was a prestigious racing driver, also raced at the Kimbolton circuit, but was seen more in the IndyCar stages and taken through the Formula route. Very experienced driver indeed. So Henderson still leads the way as they head out of turn of the first lap of the race. Arthur Murphy is there in second place, but look at the margin they've already got. First and second place, and this could be a lead change. Arthur Murphy down the inside of Sawyer Henderson. That was a superb move that got him past Sawyer Henderson, and Sawyer is now going to be working hard as ever to try and get that move back. It's going to be close between these two when it comes to those final laps. These two have been at it all weekend long, and it's really coming down to the wire. The 27 versus the other driver there, Arthur Murphy, who will come out on top. The 27 versus the 88. There's Denno Rowlands on your screens, being coached by Riley Price. Big improvements being made by Denno Rowlands. Let's see, head down into turn 1 once again. The 88 follows in front of the 27 there. 27, Sawyer Henderson, that driver in the pink helmet, is the one we need to watch out for because he is hunting for that first final win. And it'll be a big weight off his shoulders if he can get it done. He's so close, but just no real way of finding a way through. You've got to be right on the tail of the driver in front in these cadet karts if you were to find any way through. Elliot Bork there in 3rd place as well. He could be one to watch out for in these laps to come. Of course, just over 5 minutes plus additional laps. So we've got loads of time to let the drivers battle. And that got close ever. Sawyer Anderson on the inside takes the lead of the race once again. And watch out for Elliot Bork, who does the double. What a move from Elliot Bork. Nearly got 2 of them done, but drops to 2nd place. And Sawyer Henderson has had the worst first sector he could ever have. Might be dropping outside the top 5 here if he isn't careful. Theo Hamilton, look at that, nearly 4 wide between Theo Hamilton, Denno Rowlands, Sawyer Henderson, and Marcus Cooper. They file through once again. Theo Hamilton now leads this train of karts, and this is for 4th place, it seems like, as they come through the final corner. But that was all changed up in a matter of just 2 corners. Sawyer Henderson, who seemed to be like the one who had a good chance of taking a win of this race, it's not done just yet. But at the front, Arthur Murphy now leads the race once again. Elliot Bork there in 2nd place from from Mason Becker in 3rd place. They're going to be 3 wide. Look at that behind the back of the field. 3 wide going into Derek's corner. Sawyer Henderson has had an awful lap. And you've got to feel ashamed for Sawyer. He's dropped all the way down to about 6th in the Hondas. And it's going to be a real testament now to see what he can do in these next laps. These have got to be some of the best laps he's ever done all weekend long. Of course, all the tyre saving in the heats has come down to this. They can maximise the tyre wear. They can maximise the tyre grip that they've saved throughout the heats, and it all comes down to these next 3.5 minutes plus that additional lap. It's really anyone's race here. Anyone could take it. 3 drivers here at the moment, but could be more. Watch out for Hamilton there in 4th place, our champion from last year. He might be able to close in on the other drivers. It's going to be very close at the front of the field. So Mason Becker there, the Project 1 driver, he's just sitting there pretty much waiting for Elliot Bork to make a move. And I thought it was going to be into that final corner. It got very close between them all. But still at the front, body back leads the way in the Waterswift restricted. And it's Ollie Brunt who is leading in the Micromaxes. Ollie Brunt, who was dominant last month, was very quick in the dry conditions, but the second the wet came out, just lost a bit of pace, bit of time, and ended up losing out on that final victory, which he ever so wanted. And that would have been a brilliant result to end his that 4th round. But he's still got this round to maximise on that, and he's looking good so far. But this Honda 200 battle is really far from over. Elliot Bork, Arthur Murphy, Mason Becker, your top 3 on your screens. Any one of these top 3 could take this win. And it's going to come down to the very final laps. Here goes the rest of the Honda drivers filing through on your screens. Here we go then. Elliot Bork on the inside of Arthur Murphy. He gets the move done. And watch out as well, because Mason Becker might try and get past Murphy as well. Brilliant stuff there. Oh, Murphy tried to hold it, but just wasn't enough room. Becker in 2nd place. But look at the margin already. Elliot Bork is producing. This could mean everything to Elliot Bork. This could mean the win sealed for Elliot Bork. But he hasn't got the last lap board just yet. He's got over 1.5 minutes left of driving yet to do. So he's got about 2 or 3 laps left of racing before that final lap board. Elliot Bork needs to work on his own now. Push away from the drivers behind. Mason Becker and Arthur Murphy, who are there in 2nd and 3rd, they need to work together now. If they don't do it now, it will never ever work out in their way. They will not be able to win this race if they don't work together. Murphy is stipulating, saying, come on, let's go. Why are you doing this? Why are we battling? We need to get going and catch up to Elliot Bork here. So far, it's working out quite well, because Elliot Bork is slowly getting close in now from Murphy and Becker. This is going to be so close with only 30 seconds left on the clock. 2 laps of racing left to go, people. Strap down and get yourself some popcorn, because this is going to be a real entertainment show. 2 laps of racing here in Honda 200s. Murphy could make or break this race. Elliot Bork still leads the way, but Mason Becker, who's there in 3rd, he might have a chance to get past not just Murphy, but Bork as well. And don't count out Theo Hamilton just yet. The man who was champion last year, he's won races in this series before. Honda 200s, it's going to come down to the wire like we said. The penultimate lap of the race, and look at Murphy. He's right behind Elliot Bork now. We know Murphy can make moves, but what will he do? 1 more lap of racing here in Honda 200s, and it's going down to the wire. Here we go. Elliot Bork making contact with Arthur Murphy. Murphy tries to get around the outside, loses out to Mason Becker. Becker can now break this race. Elliot Bork versus Becker versus Murphy. And don't count out Theo Hamilton just yet.
he could get in the scrap as well. Half a lap left to go. Murphy trying to go around the outside of Becker. Can't do it. We're going to have 2 more corners left to go. Down this back straight into Kestrel Corner. It's now or never for Becker, the Project 1 driver. What will he do? He's going to have a look. It won't be enough. Elliot Bork, for round 5 of the Club Championship, takes the win in Honda 200s. My apologies. This is now the final lap. Getting the laps wrong there. This is now the final lap of the race. We're going to have one more lap of exciting racing. And Theo Hamilton is there and ready to pounce when he needs to. Elliot Bork on the inside takes that lead back. Becker and Murphy collide. Theo Hamilton does the double. Into second place goes Theo Hamilton. But Elliot Bork has to hold on for one more corner. 2 more corners, my apologies. But Theo Hamilton, who was there in 5th, could he take the win? It's going to come down to that final corner. Can he do it? No, he can't. Bumpers rubbing between Murphy and Becker. But Elliot Bork takes the win in Honda 200s. Wow, what a race that was. Superb driving from all the fields, but Honda 200s is won by Elliot Bork, who takes the win from Arthur Murphy in second. My apologies, Mason Becker finished up in second place. Wow, what a way to finish. That was superb. Of course, well done to Buddy Batch, who managed to take the win there in the Waterswift Restricted. Morsoy Henderson was so close to getting back onto the podium, just couldn't get there in the end. But it was ever so close between the Honda 200s there. Very exciting stuff there. That's the first final completed. And it's Elliot Bork, Buddy Batch, and Jensen Darlow who would happily walk away as winners in round 5 of the championship. Getting ready now for the second final of the weekend. It's Waterswift Inters, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be the main battle between Fusion Motorsport and Excel. These are the results from your final screens. My apologies, Ollie Brunt took the win there in the end. Brilliant stuff there from Ollie Brunt. He managed to get in front of Teddy on the line. Both drivers with the same team, so good to see that. The Waterswift Inters now head out on circuit. Got a quick little timing issue, so won't be able to get the grid straight away. But we'll try and pick out the drivers that we can as they all form. Oh, driver spinning off there. And was that George House? Was that George House who was starting on the front row of the grid? He might have to start near the back of the field. Let's see who it was. I don't think it was George House, actually. Oh, no, it is. It was George House. The 77 is going to have to start from the back of the field. Superb in the formation lap here. He's trying to find his way through, and I don't think he'll be allowed to do that because he's already crossed the line, which stipulates the end of overtaking on the formation lap. But Newstead up at the front. Alfie Newstead will start from pole position. Also Newstead, my apologies. As we head down into turn 1, let's see how they all get on. And it's going to be ever so close. Fusion Motorsport versus Excel as they come through the first couple of corners. And watch out for that premium car as well. As a couple of drivers go full on rodeo over the grass. Like Chapman was taking some evasive action as they come flying through. Looks like Newstead still leads the way with Harry Williams there in 3rd place. Harry Williams, who was very quick at the start of the day. He's had some rough heats as moved for 4th place there. And that looks like Mason Brooks gets through to 4th. So good to see Mason making moves. He's going to have a look for a podium spot, but he's got to try and get past the Fusion driver of that Harry Williams. So I think that's Colby Patterson there in 2nd place. Colby Patterson will be trying every trick in the book to try and catch up
to Austin Newstead. And all he needs is one good momentum, and that can get him down the inside. But, of course, they're going to not focus too much on these laps now. It'll be more about the laps near the end of the race, which can obviously make or break the race. They head through the last couple of corners to end another lap of this circuit. Still a good battle between the Fusion and Excel drivers. Some drivers who had to take evasive action on that first lap. But at the front, it's still Austin Newstead versus Colby Patterson versus Harry Williams. The top three here all working together. But fortunately, Patterson in that Fusion sandwich, it's going to be very hard to try and get out of it. But he's got two teammates who are slowly closing in now. Now the timing's back, so we'll be able to get some more insights. Henry Clark, who is down in 10th place, has the fastest lap of the race so far. Up in the 10th, quicker than the drivers in front. Move there for second place. Harry Williams gets on the inside of Patterson. That was a strong pass to get into second place. And now, the two Fusion drivers, I wonder if this was part of the team strategy. Get into second place and defend from the XL driver. Push him into the other drivers. But I don't think the Fusion boys have realised that driver in 4th and 5th are all XL. It's going to be 3 XL cuts versus 2. But it's going to be just all about team tactics here, which is always not always the nicest way we want to look at racing. We always want to see the every man for themselves. But yeah, it's going to be a fine line between what the team managers have told the drivers what not and what to do, as well as the drivers thinking, you know what, I'm just going to send it if that's what I want to do. So Austin Newstead there, still leading the way, but watch out because the O-plate there of Harry Williams, he's there and he's ready to make the move for the lead. Harry Williams gets on the inside, and that was a superb move on the number 4. Austin Newstead drops to second place, and Patterson, he's there in 3rd place. He might even have a look for a spot. Mason Brooks is watching this, thinking, I'm waiting for my spot to pick up the flies and take that podium spot. But it's never going to be easy. 4 minutes plus that additional lap still left on the clock. So we've got well over 6 or 7 laps left of racing. Here we go. Number 2 attempt. And tapping bumpers there was Williams and Newstead. That's very interesting as well because Mason Brooks then made contact with Newstead. But now the leader at the front of the field is Colby Patterson, who has taken every advantage from the Fusion hit and toe, and now leads the way. The XL driver now leading from the two Fusion drivers behind. And look at this, pure Fusion teamwork going on here. Harry Williams makes that move stick. But Newstead trying to have a look through, but just couldn't get it done. Look at them as they come down into turn 1 onto the concrete. It's Mason Brooks. Harry Williams is not letting that driver pass as they come through. Colby Patterson there in second place now. Williams now leads the way. Patterson, he doesn't want to sit in second place for very long. You can see how he's trying to throw that cart around. He's only aiming for one spot. And hopefully, in 3 minutes' time, he'll take it. And that'll be that first spot. All these drivers, as it's a pre-round, they'll be learning about how they'll be driving against each other. Where's the best overtaking opportunities? Where's the best place to make those moves? Every lap, these drivers will learn something new and something different. And that's what makes cadet karting so interesting. Is these drivers still, quite young of age, but still trying to learn as much as possible so they can take that into their junior racing, into that senior racing where it's a lot tougher competition, and you've got to drive the cars a lot harder. Colby Patterson looks on the inside, shuts off immediately by Harry Williams. Harry Williams was not letting him through. Now, these two have got to be careful because if they keep battling a bit too much, that might give the opportunity for Harry Williams to come through. My apologies. We've been talking about Harry Williams. Austin Newstead still leads the way. So Austin Newstead really shut any opportunity that Colby Patterson think he had. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. And look how many drivers there are in this battle. It's going to be very close and to the wire. Oh, it's going to be close between Cole Patterson, who makes a move, stick, gets into the lead at turn 2 through Willow section. That is always not an easy spot to get right. Now, this is when it's going to start getting a bit messy. Fusion versus XL. We're currently leading. The XL driver currently leads. Colby Patterson is there, but he's got Harry Williams in second place. Austin Newstead there in third. Apologies, switch them around. Austin Newstead's there in second place and Williams in third. It's hard to keep a track of them all with the same liveries. But watch this shot again as they come through down into turn 1. Who is that going very wide but trying to cut back in? That looked like Harry Williams into second place. Newstead drops to third. Harry Williams went very wide, entering the corner, trying to just pick a point of where he can slot in and try and make some moves up. Worked very well in his favour. And now might be having a go at Patterson as they come through. I really don't think Colby Patterson has got this done just yet. It's going to be a hard battle here. Look how many drivers are in this battle. If they keep defending, we're going to have over 10 karts in this final battle. We're going to get 2 more laps of racing here in the Waterswift Inters. Look at that shot. Look how many drivers there are in this battle. It's going to go down to the wire. Look at the Fusion car on the inside. Gets past Patterson, and that's a brilliant drive by Harry Williams, who gets into the lead of the race. Can be close between Newstead and Williams. They'll go side by side through that chicane, but the O-plate of Williams still leads the way. The number 4, Newstead. What will they do now? Will they work together, or will they try and make moves on each other? The smart thing was to be work together, because they don't want to let these other drivers close in. But that was a defense move from Harry Williams. Newstead took full advantage, now leads into the final lap of the race. This is going to be exciting here, folks. Hold on to your hats, hold on to your seats. Harry Williams is there in second place, but what will Patterson do? If he wants a chance of winning this race, he's got to make a move now. He can't make the move. I wonder if this was the Fusion strategy all along. Whoever leads into that last lap, if it's a 1-2, that guy in second place, you have to defend. No battling. Let that driver in first lead the way. And that driver, when it all came down to that final lap, was Austin Newstead. Oh, it's a last corner move! Last corner move! The side-by-side! Newstead pushed wide, and Harry Williams takes the win. What a drive from Harry Williams, who makes the move on the final lap, the final corner of the race. Brilliant stuff, and that is how you win a race in Waterswift Inters. That came down to the final corner on the final lap. That was brilliant stuff by Harry Williams. Austin Newstead, you got a feel for him. He had that race in the bag, but drops to second place. Patterson in third, from Hibbert in fourth. He made a brilliant drive from 10th on the grid. From Alfie Davidson, Joseph Davies, Henry Clark, from Austin Gibson, Mason Brooks, and George House from the back of the grid. Finishes up in the top 10. That was superb in the Waterswift Inters. We knew it was going to be exciting between the Fusion Motorsport squad and the XL, and it really came down to the final corner on the final lap. Brilliant stuff, and we've got Les back with us for the final here in KZ. It's going to be Luke Senningham, starts on pole, from Ryan Green, Charlie Cole from Isaac Smith, Ben McLeod from Daniel Sabuda, Luke Fleming, Bradley Calder rounds out your fourth row from Springfield, Barker, James Harvey, Sam Johns, Tom Mack, Lee Robertson from Sylvius Kilmas, Kieran Leonard rounds out your eighth row, and it's been Mark Keane and Neil Hepworth on that ninth row. Now you've just seen there, Les, in that last final, that these races are really coming down to the very last minute. It's coming down to those final corners, those final laps, and that's where races are being won.
Oh yeah, for sure. Again, an old saying, but it's true. It's never over till the fat lady sings, and that's what happened just there. And again, something I said earlier on, the boy, he took the lead at exactly the right place, because he didn't leave the next lad along any time to respond. So, you know, took the lead, crossed the line. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant racing.
Absolutely superb in the Waterswift Inters. But we're getting on to KZ now. KZ Final is upon us, and it's going to be really exciting. Of course, Isaac Smith's up there. He's going to be one to watch out for. Lucas Enningham as well. He'll be starting from pole position. Do you think, Les, that Lucas has a good shot at this?
Well, I think so. They've been working hard on the cart. I've just been in the awning, had a look. Obviously, Jack Dex looking over the whole job and making sure everything's just spot on. Charlie not quite happy still with the handling of the cart, so they've done something again to try and change the rear handling. And of course, you know, sometimes it's just carts for the right track. Ryan, he's on a totally different cart to all the others. He uses a DW cart, I think it's called, or DS cart, and mainly uses a different engine. He uses the Modena engine, and I don't know anybody else in the UK who uses that engine.
Well, it obviously seems to be working for him.
Yep. So and the cart comes standard with smaller hubs, 98 mil hubs, and they're all trying to get down. So he's already got a short hub, and they're trying their best. Isaac he's made his way up to the front end of the grid, so he'll be a big problem for Lucas. But we'll never know.
Exactly that. There's loads of drivers who have an opportunity here.
It's all to play for, and you know, we'll know by the end of the second lap roughly what the order is, but we won't know till the very end who's going to be the winner.
Let's have a go here. The finals here for KZ. 4 life on us. They're off and away. Who will get a good start? Look at the Sodi car on the concrete. Makes a brilliant start and gets into second place. Ryan Green will hold it on the inside, but Daniel Tabula around the outside gets a second place. That's a brilliant drive from second place there. Ryan Green had the absolute whole shot there. You can see Daniel Tabula filing through. Lucas Henningham trying to find a way back into that podium spot. Lucas just didn't seem to get off the line very well then, but is given the perfect opportunity for that Sodi kart to get a good start there, and he's in a good position.
Yeah, no, it's a really good start. Unfortunately, Charlie again made a poor start, so he's got work to do.
As they finish the first lap of the race, Ryan Green leads the way, but look at the move. Sodi kart, that Ben McRoad into third, where he was in second place for a short amount of time, but drops back to third. But look at them side by side. That's a big, strong pass from Ben McLeod. He gets into second place again, and that takes some big balls to make a move round there.
Definitely, it's not a usual overtaking place for a KZ. They're going at their maximum speed round there. So yeah, kudos to him. And of course, it always catches you, the driver, by surprise, because he's not expecting that.
Exactly. You want to make sure you make those moves in places where no one's going to expect it. But Ryan Green at the front here has drove superbly. Now, I don't know, there was an issue there for Isaac Smith. I don't know if he dropped back a bit or had a bad run, but he's lost out to Lucas Ellingham and Daniel Sabula. But he's in this big pack of drivers, about 7 or 8 just in this one pack. You see Charlie Cole in there as well. He's got that black helmet with that red cart. Lou Robson's in the back of that field as well. He's got a sort of yellow and red. Oh, a couple of drivers in there. Springfield getting into a bit of trouble with another driver. That looked like Neil Hepworth or Bradley Calder. Problems as well for Calder. He's had to pull to the side. George Parker didn't get to start the race either. But I think that's one of the issues, not just with KZ, but it's general karting, especially in these hot conditions. Reliability issues do come into effect, and anything can fail on the car, and especially in these hot conditions, the wear becomes a bit more sensitive, let's say.
Well, the thing is, they're all water cooled these days, so they've all got a way of managing the temperature inside, but it would probably end up being a couple of 3 degrees warmer than normal. It shouldn't really affect them, but they've got to keep it under control.
And one person who's keeping it well under control was Isaac Smith. He made a brilliant move for 4th place there, past Daniel Sabula. Of course, Daniel, a lot of experience around the circuit. Of course, was driving as a privateer, got that championship last year. That's a real confidence booster for him. His first round back in quite a while, as we said. Look at Charlie Cole rounding outside of Isaac Smith. Sabuda makes his way through as well, and that puts Charlie Cole from 6th up to 4th, just in a span of a couple of corners. Watch out for Leo Robertson as well. He might have an opportunity, but I think this battle for 4th is really not far from over. But it seems like the top 3 here are sort of all, as you said, you can sort of tell who has a better opportunity of taking that win, because I mean they've all sort of pulled away from each other, and there's no real battling going on in the top 3.
Yeah, well, I think you'll see a better lap time from Charlie now, because he's got to the front of that bunch, and there's a fair distance between him and the next guy up the road, so he should be able to use that space to knock in a fast lap time.
Let's see how he gets on then in the laps come. Oh, Luke Senningham going a bit too hard into that corner. I think you can start to see Luke Senningham not like sort of stressing, but starting to overdrive a bit. He's getting a bit frustrated now, being stuck behind McLeod. He's got some work to do if he wants to get past 2nd place. It's not always an easy challenge. But I think Ben, on his first time really here to the circuit, we haven't seen him much here in Bolton in the KZ. He's not doing a bad job at the moment. Of course, in 2nd place. And it seems like the two of the 2nd and 3rd place driver here, they're both closing in on Ryan Green a bit. I wonder if Ryan Green is struggling out there. He's had some bad couple of laps. Of course, he has the fastest lap at the moment, but just watching, off shot. Yeah, there is Ryan Green on your screens. He hasn't had the margin that he had once before, and I think in the laps to come, Luke Senningham goes for 2nd place. That is a strong pass using the curb to rotate that car. Now then, Luke Senningham gets through. Luke Senningham now setting the fastest lap of the race that last time around. I don't think Ryan Green has got this settled just yet. I think we're going to see a pounce from Luke Senningham in the laps to come. I think it's going to be very exciting to see. Ryan Green, there he is on your screens, the number 9. He leads the way, but for how long? Will he be able to lead for the rest of this race, or will one of these two drivers catch up? Charlie Cole there in 4th as well. He might be one to watch out for as well. But there is 2nd and 3rd place you need to watch out for. Of course, the leader there on your screens, but just behind. That blue and white car, that JDR car, that MX car, that is Lucas Enningham. Lucas, who's had a lot of experience in cadet racing here. He's had experience in juniors, seniors, and now taking it up in KZ. All different breeds of driving. He's had a lot of experience with that MS car. Of course, as a factory driver, make sure the chassis is where it should be. That Sodi driver as well, Ben McLeod. Let's see how he gets on in those laps to come. But at the front, Les, I really think that that Ryan Green hasn't got the seal just yet.
Oh no, for sure. He's not lapping as quickly as a couple of the guys behind him, so there's always the chance that they could catch him and pass him. Charlie Cole's charge to the front seems to settle down a little bit. Lucas is the quickest car on track. I think Charlie's maybe the 3rd quickest. Isaac's, I don't know what Isaac's doing, a fast lap, then a slower lap, then a fast lap. So he's not consistent, but he's quick.
It seems like in these hot conditions, they're all sort of taking a bit of pain to it. Of course, these are some of those physical karts you can drive in the world. And, of course, yeah, in these hot conditions as well, it doesn't help with the physicality. Of course, the final is a bit of a longer race, so mistakes do start to happen. 50 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So we're going to get about 3 laps of racing here. So let's see. This gives just more opportunities for Enningham to close in. But look at Enningham. Look how much the time is closed in on Ryan Green. They're now both in the same camera shot. About 4 laps ago, they've been a different postcode, but this is it. Lucas Enningham, you can see him getting the head down. He's so close to getting this win, and after all the bad luck he's had at the start of the year, this could be the race that breaks it for him.
Yeah, and Charlie Cole's just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's still got a little bit left in the tank, whether he can catch up.
Yeah, there he is. He's closing in now on the podium spots. This could really be interesting in the last couple of laps. We've got about 2 laps left. Oh, that's a problem. The problem for the gold car. Isaac Smith there. I don't know if he missed a gear or something like that, but he seems to be heading to the pit lane. Unfortunate there for Isaac Smith. Into the pits he goes, and it's just been worse luck for him. He started the weekend having much luck, and it's just gone from bad to worse. But one more lap for these drivers, and it's going to be a 1v1 between Ryan Green and Lucas Ellingham. Let's see how they get on. Two drivers, one lap. Let's see what happens there. Look at Ellingham. He's right on the tail of Ryan Green. Ryan Green covered off brilliantly, ruined Lucas's run, and has sealed it. I think Ryan Green has got this. But wait, don't count him out just yet. Watch out for Lucas Ellingham. He might even lose his second place here. But Lucas Ellingham, he doesn't make these wins go quite easily. He needs to send a big one, but it's too far back. He won't be able to make that move. Ryan Green, the number 9. What a weekend. Dominant victory here in KZ UK. First heat win, second heat win, and a final win. You can't ask for much more. Brilliant stuff from Ryan Green. He nearly lost it though. Lucas Ellingham was right on his tail, and it came down to the wire. Ellingham got that fastest lap in the end. But Les, what a race that was. Give us a bit of a recap there. I mean, Ryan Green, he was so close to losing it, but managed to defend brilliantly. Yeah, well, of course, I mean, he starts have been great all day long. I think he's led into the first corner every race, and then had a little bit of a battle. Never lower than third, I don't think. I mean, he drove really well there. Lucas was clearly faster, but he couldn't find a way by. And probably, I don't know, I won't be doing him a disservice. I think he's probably the oldest driver in the field. So, well done to him there. One or two guys playing catch up throughout the day. Charlie being one of them, and Isaac as well. So that's the way racing goes. I can't say more than, congratulate Ryan. It's a dad and lad team. And they really enjoy their racing. His dad said to me today, if we didn't come racing, what else would we be doing? Exactly that. I mean, in these conditions, I'd rather be sitting on having an ice cream at home. Ollie Goodyear will be starting from pole for the 177s. Ferguson alongside Richard Evans and Age Ungwa. From Ben Hitch, Jimmy Galloway, Alex Jones and Adam Clark. From John Hobbs, from Elliot Kennedy, Sam Yaxley, George Willis, from Nathan Chafer, David German, Avi Bray, and Gavin Petty rounds out your 8 row. Scott Clee from Michael Gibbons, Josh Howard, Matt Lear, Oliver Moss, Jake Biggerstaff, James Butcher, Laszlo Earl rounds out your field of drivers. There's a couple of drivers who I think are out of position. Nathan Chafer, want to mention. He's in just outside the top 10, but I think he's got a real chance of fighting his way through. But of course, with the 177s, it's a bit heavier, so it's going to be more work on the tyres. The tyres are going to be starting to degrade a bit more, but really, I think there's loads of drivers who have an opportunity of winning this. Yeah, well, I think it's quite an open field. I don't know this class as well as some of the others, but I know a lot of the drivers' names, which means they've been around for a long time, Nathan being one of them. Well, let's see how it goes. Yep, we're off and away, down into turn 1. It's a good start by Goodyear, who defends into turn 1. Look out for Liam Ferguson. He tries to go around the outside. Can't get the move done. And look out for Evans as well. He tried to battle his way through, but it was Age Ungwa who gets onto that final podium spot. The driver who, it was a couple of drivers spinning off near the back of the field. Couldn't catch who they were. But as we said at the front, Adriel, who took the win last time out, he's going to try and take a 2 for 2. Of course, getting that first win built a massive confidence booster in himself, and it's going to lead on to these races. I mean, speaking to Adriel, he says he enjoys racing this 177s a lot more than the other class, than the senior Rotax class that he was in beforehand. It's a lot more exciting racing than I think with a senior Rotax, you usually see one or two drivers just sort of pull away and then that's the end of the race. But with this, no one's really pulling away, and it means that more battling going on. It makes it more exciting for not just spectators but us commentators as well. Yeah, and quite a few of these guys, because as they get older, they get a bit bigger, a bit heavier, that they gave up racing altogether. One or two of them I know, and then it's only because of the class being formed, which allows them 177
denotes the weight of the car. So the drivers can be a little bit heavier. And
Lee changed, sorry to get in there. Liam Ferguson gets on the inside of Ollie Goodyear. Now then, we've seen Liam Ferguson before. Last month was leading the way, but of course had that mechanical issue with the rear bumper. Let's see if he can try and keep that bumper on for the rest of the race, because Liam should have really won that race last time out. He had the pace and the potential to do so. But Goodyear, he won't back down from this win just yet, and watch out for Adriel as well. Of course, he won last month, so he knows how to win a race now. He's just got to try and replicate it. Jimmy Galloway there as well. He's in fourth place, but it's going to be very interesting as well. Evans and Hitch both there as well. Chafer is making moves through the field. Speaking of moves through the field, how many moves has he made up? He's currently made up 6 places, but it's going to be very interesting to see how he gets on further into the race. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. And I bet you for these older drivers, the Heat is going to start to play with them, and they're going to hope, well, they may be starting to make a few mistakes, but
I'll let you tell them that.
Yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut about that one. I won't go see them after. I mean, knowing then, they probably want to get home the second they've got this final done. They probably all got to get back to work tomorrow morning. I think that what makes sort of the senior and the 177 racing a bit more fairer and cleaner in a way is that they know that they've got to go back to work the next morning, which with the cadet drivers, well, you know, school, they don't really care. They don't go back to school the next day or not. I mean, they'll take any day off school.
Do you really think that's what happens with the senior drivers?
Well, we like to say it, but we know the reality.
As soon as they pull that crash visor down at the start, they forget about everything else.
Yeah.
And so they should, because the only thing worth thinking about is winning that race.
Exactly. That's what makes this brilliant racing that 177 is provided. Now, look here, Ollie Goodyear is back into the lead of the race here, and has just set the fastest lap of the race. Ferguson there is second place, and Adriel just sitting there, biding his time, waiting for opportunities to come about. 4 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. It's still Ollie Goodyear who leads the way. He's had to battle his way back to the lead. Starting to pull a bit of a margin. I think Liam's just thinking about more saving the tyres for a couple of laps, making sure that by the time it gets to, about a minute left, he's got the tyres to try and push his way through back to the lead. But let's just wait and see what happens. Of course, if these drivers start to battle, that could bring other drivers into field, which would make it more exciting for us, but not for the drivers. They want to try and just have an easy win and pull away. But this is what it's all about. These battles at the front of the field. It's what shakes up brilliant racing in the 177s.
Well, like every other class, they sort of, by the time you get to the final race of the day, the pack shuffled itself around, and the guys who are at the front, generally speaking, are the best guys on the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen it in the heat races as well. The issues with the heat races sometimes is that if you have a bad qualifying, you have to start from near the back of the grid, and you have to try and fight your way through, and then you get held up by someone who may not be as quick as you. But then when it comes to the finals, you're there with everyone you know you're either the same pace as or a bit faster than, and you can have a good battle and a good hack with everyone.
Yeah, well, the 3 guys at the front are the only ones that are lapping in the 41-second bracket. Everybody else is a bit slower than that.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think that's a testament to sort of how the tyres, and how they've looked after the tyres as well. Some of these drivers, they may have worked the tyres a bit too hard, and people will be surprised of how much time that actually loses you per lap. And even if it's a couple tenths over a distance of, maybe 10 or 12 laps, that adds up to over 3 or 4 seconds, which is not what you want to lose in a kart race where time is fractioned. There's a couple moves being made here. Jimmy Galloway loses out to Evans as they come through the willow section, and Chafer is closing in as well. He might even make a couple places up. This is the battle for 4th place. My apologies, that's with Ben Hitch and Galloway. Ben Hitch now into 4th. Galloway losing out and being closed in and reeled in now by Nathan Chafer, who, as you said, has been doing this class for many years now. Not just the 177s, but the senior Rotax category as well.
Yeah, well, that last lap that Nathan popped in, So he was the fourth driver to make it into the 41-second bracket. So he's maybe managed to save a little bit to the end.
That was a close move there. That was Chafer on the inside of Galloway. Got a good momentum coming out of that turn one and managed to just lick the stamp and send it and got past Galloway on that last lap. So, I mean, it's a bit out of margin, but could he look for podium spot? I don't think so, because he could get to fourth place, but the gap between fourth and third is quite substantial. But I think the battle we need to start watching now, Ferguson versus Goodyear. We've talked about the last few laps. Ferguson's been managing those tyres and saving for this opportunity. 1 minute left to go, plus that additional lap. So we're going to get about 2 or 3 laps left of racing. I think this might be the third to last lap, so we'll get 2 more after this one. And it's going to be intense. It's Goodyear versus Liam Ferguson. Both drivers have had a bit of experience around this circuit. Goodyear a few years. Liam Ferguson been here since ancient times, you could say, as they come round the final corner. Adriel as well, not had the biggest amount of experience, not just in Rotax, but just in karting in general. But 2 laps to go in this race. It's going to be interesting now. And Ollie Goodyear decides it's time to start defending. Ferguson needs to find a way through, whether it's on the inside of the corner, round the outside, and he needs to try and defend off as well from Adriel. Adriel may have the... I think Adriel is probably in the best situation here, because if these two start to scrap a bit too much, he can just foul through and get past the both of them.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say that his body language looks to me like he thinks he can win this from third place. And while the guys in front of him, their main concern is about defending.
Yep, exactly that. 1 more lap to go. The final lap of the race. And we saw, coming out the final corner there, Liam Ferguson got on the inside. And he makes the move stick. But it's going to be side by side. Goodyear versus Ferguson. And Ferguson holds on to it when it matters most. The final lap in this final. And look at Goodyear round the outside. It got ever so close. They're going to be 3 wide. And it looks like... Oh, it looked very close. But I think Ferguson just held on to it. Adriel getting a bit pushed back there. That's not going to help his momentum. But Goodyear held on for most of the race, but not the final lap. Ferguson took full extent, took every bit of knowledge he knows, and round the final corner takes the win in 177. That was a proven drive there, that you got to save it all till that final lap. That was about 3 minutes of saving those tyres for that last minute. Take the pounce and take the win. Brilliant drive by Liam Ferguson.
Yeah, well, he looked very pleased crossing the line, didn't he, punching there? And quite rightly, because basically out there today in that race, he was the best driver.
Exactly. It's always the best driver that wins the final race. 9 times out of 10, we say. A couple times it can be a bit of other circumstances that can lead to it. But this is the final result. So Liam Ferguson takes the win there. Goodyear in second place from Adriel Ungwa, from Ben Hitch, Chafer, Clark, Galloway and Evans from Kennedy and Jones, rounding out your top 10. I really thought Richard Evans there would have a better opportunity of fighting up near the front of the field. There's a bunch of drivers who didn't manage to finish the race in the end. Josh Howard, Matt Lear, Jake Biggerstaff, Daniel Walker and James Butcher all didn't finish the race. But that was very exciting from the 177s. And we're going to take a bit of a turn to the TKM Extremes. Of course, all very close. And it's going to be interesting to see who may have the upper edge here as they enter into the final. Of course, Thomas Shaw will be starting on that front row with Luke Jarman. Luke Jarman starts from pole with Thomas Shaw in second place, from Bryant there in third place. Bryant having a pretty solid weekend so far, one of his best so far, from Johan Kelly Churn in fourth. Whitehouse and Bloom from Bennett and Haynes from Spencer Lane. Ashley Ruggles from Elio De Salandro. John Stafford from Jake Cox and Harvey Jones. Rounds out your field of drivers. It's been a bit annoying weekend for Jake Cox, who's in the rounds before been up there in the top pack, and has just struggled really all weekend to find any pace. Of course, probably been trying different stuff on the kart to see if he can make up any ground, but it's going to be interesting at the front. It's going to be Luke Jarman versus Thomas Shaw. Two drivers who all have a lot of experience and a lot of potential. But let's see if they can get going. For the first time, I'm asking, here's the TKM Extreme Final, and they're off and away, down into turn 1. Jarman on the inside line. Let's see how they file through. Thomas Shaw round the outside. Brilliant move there. He holds on to that lead spot. Jarman down to second place. Kalichern up into third as they all file through into Derek's corner. Kalichern thinks to go to the wider line, carry more speed through, and it seems to have worked out a bit better because he's got the run now on Luke Jarman as they enter into the downworld and complex. Charlie Whitehouse in 4th place, and it's William Bloom in that top 5. That driver with the white. Oh, that got close between Luke Jarman and Thomas Shaw. Luke Jarman is really not messing about here and wants to get past Thomas Shaw ASAP as they filed down into turn 1 for the second time this race. And oh, that was a big understeer moment from Thomas Shaw, and he nearly lost the lead of the race there. He went into turn 1, and you could see he put a lot of steering lock on those front tyres, and he just went straight on. Very lucky to get round the corner and still hold on to this lead. But Kalichern up into second place now, and I think he has a good opportunity against Thomas Shaw as they file through. And Kalichern, as we said, Les, it's going to be interesting to see. Gets on the inside. That was a brilliant move from Kalichern. Gets into the lead of the race, side by side for second and third. But the racing is already happening here in the first stages of this race.
Yeah, well, Kalichern he was a very good junior driver, and he's gone on to be still like maybe not as dominant as he was in juniors, but still well capable of winning a race in TKM. I actually thought back end of last year he might change classes to X30. I think he had a little go, but preferred to stick with what, or his dad probably preferred to stick with what he knows.
Probably putting his money in the right place. I mean, obviously the senior X30 categories are always good to have a little taste at, but if he finds his way in TKM racing, which he has done, of course, his junior campaigns went really well. A bit of struggling with the extreme class, but I think that's just down to the pure competitiveness of the field. I mean, it's not ever easy to win a TKM race. But still at the front, Kalichern now leads the way. Jarman there in second place, and Thomas Shaw rounds out your top 3. William Bryant there in the 4th, and rounding out your top 5, William Bloom. But there seems to be no real battling going on. There's sort of a little gaps between each driver, and I think now it's just going to be a matter of saving the tyre for those last couple of minutes.
Well, the TKM is on probably, without being too rude, probably on the worst tyre of all the different classes. So they have to be a bit careful with them. And the thing is, just being good in juniors or seniors doesn't mean if you move up from juniors you're going to be good in senior, because you're coming up against a lot of guys who've raced before. But what I always have believed in and think of, it doesn't matter what class you're in, the top 5 are good.
Yeah, it's exactly, it's with everything really.
Yeah, but as you drop down the field, you go down to 6th, 7th, the people outside the top 10, then the quality sort of drops off. So, you know, I'd say with the Rotax, they have a big field, but not a great depth of talent. The talent is about the same as it is with Junior X30, you know. Top 5 TKM drivers, although it's not a big field, could probably make their way up into the top 5 in Rotax or in X30. But the depth of the talent definitely drops off in the other classes, whereas it's difficult to say with the Rotax and X30. Personally, I think probably X30 is a little bit more talent there, but of course the Rotax guys would argue with that. But it's not much in it at all.
No, I mean we can chat forever about the pros and cons of each class, but you know, at the end of the day, it's still karting. They're still out there proving themselves what they can do out on circuits. I think every driver is all right in their own way. I mean, some drivers are still obviously learning, and still taking every experience as it comes. Because sometimes you will find that the drivers at the front of the field are the ones who may have the most experience. As we look at some of the more experienced drivers coming through, Charlie Whitehouse, for example, he's a very experienced TKM driver, but he's at the front of the field. But you know, there's still some drivers who may not have as much experience as him, but are still a bit quicker than him.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier on about with all the other classes, and specifically when they're moving up from a junior to a senior class, they're generally in their last year as juniors before they manage to run at the front of the field. Yeah,
it's something to really watch out for. Of course, keeping your eye not just on the front of the field, but keeping an eye on everyone on the field, because everyone is in their own race, and there is someone. And I mean, with most classes, there is always someone having a battle with someone, no matter if it's the front of the field or the back of the field or the middle of the field. There's something always going on, which is what makes karting so exciting in its own way.
Well, I mean, when I speak to people who don't know much about karting, I'll say, you know, you will have 20 karts finish a race within 3 or 4 seconds, always. Sometimes it's a lot closer than that. And I said, so imagine going to a kart race and, you know, got that much action going on. And these are people who go motor racing, who I meet when I'm motor racing, and they don't quite see the excitement that karting can bring, you know. They're used to seeing people going round, you know, 3 and 4 seconds apart.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, that's one thing that sort of put me off watching Formula One, which is the fact there was not much racing going on. I mean, then you go over to the touring cars and they're breaking windows and bashing doors, and it's what you want to see, really.
Yeah, well, that's what the public go for. There's no doubt about it. They like a bit of bashing and banging. Yeah, I mean, I've said a few times today. I mean, I can tell you, you know, most of the top 6 in the next Formula One race today, if you like.
Yeah.
So, you know, they might have a race a bit further down the field, and this year they are having a bit of a midfield battle. But the front 6, you know, 6 or 7, I mean, the best 4 teams have got the best 8 drivers.
Yeah.
That's how it works,
yeah. Now we're going to have a little watch here, 30 seconds after the clock, but the lead battle is now on. Callie Churn on the inside. Jarman had to try and look round the outside, but that opened Brian to come down the inside. He gets into second place now. Jarman drops to third. This is going to be exciting here. 2 laps of proper Kim Bolton TKM Extreme Racing. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. These results have come down to the line, and sometimes the finishing order have been, you know, the top 15, top 20, just within a second. It can really make or break a race, and it's going to be Brian here who can make or break Callie Churn's race as they go on to the final lap of the race. It's going to be a 3-kart battle, might even be a 7 or 8-kart battle. Let's see how they get on. Callie Churn on that white line as they head into turn 1. Jarman will try and go round the outside. Brian still there on the inside, but look at Jarman. He gets to second place round the outside. That was superb from the 72 there. Now he's got to try and catch up to Johan Callie Churn. Callie Churn has got to drive the best half a lap he's ever done in his life if he wants to hold on to this victory. It's going to be close and it's going to be hectic, but look at this field. Over, 10 minutes worth of racing, it's still everyone together in those final couple of corners. But round the final corner will come Johan Callie Churn, and he takes the win in TKM Extreme. What a drive from Johan Callie Churn. Luke Jarman, who's had one of his best race weekends so far, it has to be said, he finishes up in second place from William Bryant in third. That top 3 really came down to the wire. It was a battle of who was going to win the race in the end. Thomas Shaw from William Bloom, Kean Bennett, Charlie Whitehouse from Gareth Haynes, Harvey Jones and Spencer Lane rounds out your top 10. But look how close they were in the end. Top 10 separated by 1.8 seconds. Superb stuff.
Yeah, it's really good. Callie did really well. He gave himself a hard job to do by leading out over the last 4 or 5 laps. But he withstood the pressure and he won. I'm really pleased for him. His dad's a lovely bloke, and they deserve a bit of victory there.
Yeah, especially after, all the stuff he's gone through, and especially in the past year, of course, had the incident at PFI, which, that was a big one, and it took a bit of time for him to recover and get back to that winning form. But it's always good to see him back out on track and doing what he does best.
And also, somebody who's been stuck with the class all over the years, the busy years, the quiet years. Congratulations to Dave Classen as well, because he's really been a big supporter of TKM for as long as I can remember.
What, can you remember much?
Well, I can remember when he was a kid.
That's far enough then. Yeah. Nat Johnson will start on, my apologies, Jacob Batcher will start on pole for the June X30 final. Nat Johnson alongside Max Endicott from George Edgar, Isaac Sayat, Freddie Wood from Aaron Richardson, Zach McDonald, Archie Owen, Smiley Kira from Harley Mus, Matt Schull, Ethan Woodward from Oliver Meek, Alan Bourne, Maisie Creed, Owen Paravic, from Henry Carter, Max Wright, Cooper Shedden, Max Mason, Ethan Higgins, and Oliver Vaux. It's going to be really interesting to see how this final gets on. We need to watch out for Aaron Richardson, who is one of the Fusion drivers. He's going to try and work through the field. We get going for the first time asking. Down into turn 1. Nat Johnson on the outside, and he gets the whole shot, but he goes in a bit too deep. Into the wall goes Nat Johnson. Nat Johnson drops to the back of the field. That is not how you want to start your race.
Track's blocked.
Yeah, track is blocked as well. Issue at turn 2 there. We got Adam Bourne's involved with that. Another Fusion driver's involved with that. Looks like Alex Wiley or Dominic Parabic involved with that as well. Battenbergs are out, so this is a sort of safety car procedure, as it will take a bit of time for those cars to get out of the way. Looks like Ollie Rand might be involved in that one. We'll wait and see on the timing screens. There is the Battenbergs on your screen. We'll wait and see who hasn't come across the line after that first lap. There is the car park on your screens here. I thought we were racing at Kim Bolton, not Tesco car park, as a couple of drivers.
I thought one of them was just going to overtake then, which of course is strictly not to be done under a Battenberg, but he pulled up in time.
Hey, you're the type of guy who would go out and give him a slap on the head, give him a good telling off. But yes, safety car procedure. So the driver at the front of the field will act as a safety car. It's sort of like what you would see in your Formula 1 races, but the difference is that there is no safety car. And Jacob Batchelor here, what he'll do, he'll come around the final corner, he'll start to speed up a bit, and if he sees the Battenberg staying out, he'll slow down again. But I think we're going to go green flags this next lap. So Batchelor, he's been given the nice card there to say, okay, you've got your lead, now you've got to keep it. Are we going to go green this lap? No, we're going to go round once again in Battenberg conditions. So you'll see them all speed up and then slow down once again, once they know they've got to go around for one more lap. But it's interesting to see George Edgar, good start by Edgar. He gets up into second place, he started in 4th. Lots of drivers making up good amount of time. One of our female drivers, Macy Creed, made up 7 places on that first lap. She's into 9th. Evan Higgins into 14th. He started in 22nd. Some big losers, of course, the retirees in Ethan Woodward, Adam Baum, Dominic Parabic, and Ollie Vaux. But really, Nat Johnston, who is going to drive now from last on the grid in 19th. Let's see how far up he can get. Freddie Wood lost out big time as well. He lost out 10 places. He's down in 16th. But it looks like we're going to get green this next lap. So they'll speed up as they come around the final corner. And the green flags are out. We're off and racing down into turn 1. The restart here in June X30 is off and away. And look at Max Endicott right on that white line as he went into turn 1. But George Edgar and Jacob Batchelor, now it's really going to be a 1v1. We know that George Edgar has got a lot of pace and potential in him. But Batchelor will try and hold on for as much as he can throughout this race. I mean, Les, if you're starting this restart, you really want to put in these next few laps. You really want to put in some solid lap times. So just try and extend a bit of a gap.
Absolutely, yeah. Not challenge the leader in George's case. Not challenging the leader too much because they are, excuse me, they are pulling away a little bit. And of course, George couldn't have a better coach than Dan Barrett. He's with Mick Barrett Racing, but Dan runs the show pretty well these days. And Dan's got tons of experience going back in the years. He did do a bit of Formula Renault racing.
Move for the lead here. George Edgar using all that coaching to get down the inside of Jacob Batchelor, and that was a brilliant move for the lead there. Caught Batchelor off guard, and I wonder if Batchelor was thinking that, for a few laps he was going to sit behind and just let him sort himself out. But no, George Edgar went straight for it, back on the inside, and just got that move done. What will Edgar do now? Will he think, will he be able to extend that gap, or will Batchelor make a move back? Let's wait and see. Down into turn 1. Batchelor is a bit too far back. Can't get the move done. So it'll go around once again. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Plus that additional lap. And watch out for Max Endicott. On his return to Kim Bolton karting here. He hasn't been to this circuit in a couple of years. But he could be looking at a good opportunity for the win here. And Les, I wouldn't count out Max Endicott just yet.
Would never count out Max Endicott. He's a very talented young man, and I've seen him win plenty of races. He's very. I've got one little concern here. I'm just looking at where that yellow flag is at the top. Did George overtake before he got to that flag?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and I wonder if the officials and the clerk of the course may have picked that up. We'll wait and see. Of course, we'll be able to publish the provisional results to you live, but the official results won't come out till a bit later. But that could be a big talking point for George Edgar. If he made that move in that yellow flag zone, that is easily a penalty. Whether it'll be a time penalty or a place penalty, that will depend. Zach McDonald gets overtaken there by Isaac Shea. But look on here. Oh, this is going to be very close here. George Edgar, defensive from Jacob Batchelor. Batchelor is right on the tail now of Edgar. And watch out for Endicott as he closes in once again. And, of course, Aaron Richardson, the driver in 4th. He had a rough start to the final, of course, because he had that bad second heat result, having to DNF. He's had to work his way through, but he's in a real contention spot now for that podium spot. Look at them all as they come through these couple of corners. We're getting near the final stages of the race now. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be intense. Edgar decides not to defend this time around because Endicott is on the inside for second place and goes through Aaron Richardson as well. He gets into 3rd place and looks like Batchelor loses out big time, drops to 4th place. But now Edgar, he's in the lead of the race, Les. He needs to put these laps in now because Aaron Richardson, it seems like he's one of the fastest drivers out on circuit.
I was just going to say that he needs to be careful whether he holds up the bonds behind him, because Richardson is the fastest driver on the track at the moment, and he's managed to get into 3rd by the fact that George is holding him up a bit. Could he go any further?
It'll be exciting to see. Look at Endicott now defending. This is not what Endicott needs to do, because it's going to give the opportunity for Edgar to pull away now. These drivers in 2nd and 3rd really need to think about what they're doing here. Aaron, you need to stick behind Max and follow him through, because I think Max also has the potential to get to George Edgar. But watch George now. He's been really conserving those tyres, and he's going to use it all now because he needs to put those laps in. 25 seconds left, so the next lap will be the penultimate lap of the race. 2 laps left to go here in the Junior X30 Final, and it's going to come down once again to the final laps. But Max Endicott is still defending for 2nd place. And Les, I think this is going to open up the opportunity here for George Edgar. He's got this win in the bag.
Well, yes. 2 reasons why it's good for George. First of all, he's realised that Max is holding them up a bit. And secondly, his body language tells me he's straining every muscle in his body to get to the line first. He's a tiny lad, as you said earlier, but he's the only one who's really ducking down behind the fairing. So he's really giving it absolutely everything.
Max Endicott is right on the white line
for this second place. The last lap board is out. George Edgar has got this win in the bag, but who's going to take second place? It's going to be close between Aaron Richardson, Max Endicott, Jacob Batchelor. It's going to be very tight. Don't count out Isaac Sear at the end as well as Zach McDonald, who's there as well. But at the front of the field, look at George Edgar's gap. He has drove away from the rest of this field. This is a dominant victory for George Edgar. If he can hold on for 2 more corners, through Kestrel corner, through the Kim Bolton corner, living up to the Edgar name, it's the one and only, it's George Edgar, who takes the win in Junior X30. What a drive from Mr. Edgar. It was close across the line there between Endicott and Richardson, but Endicott holds on by 800ths of a second. Richardson finishes up in third, Sayer in fourth, and Batchelor, who drops down to the top 5. Sam McDonald, Max Yule, Harley Musk, Maisie Creed, who made up 7 places to 9th, and Archie Owen, who rounds up your top 10. But in these finals, Les, it's really coming down to those final laps.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the way, isn't it? I mean, the track itself here always lends itself to a really good last lap. Because you've got the long straights and the heavy braking zones. So it's difficult to pull away. And the reason that George pulled away there was, quite frankly, a huge amount of help from Max because he held everybody else up. But fair play again. I mean, he was the quickest man on the track. He deserved his win. He realised that Max was holding them up. And that's when I said he really put his head down, really got behind it. So it was a great win for him. And again, similar to what I said in the last race, congratulations to Dan Barrett because, he's been around a long time. He's had his ups and downs as a team. But he's found a driver who can give him a win again.
Yep, Edgar's doing just that, and we'll be all rooted to see how he gets on in the British Championships. If they can bring a win to Mick Barrett Racing, that will be brilliant just for Dan Barrett and the rest of the team. It was really exciting, that final. Brilliant one to watch, and probably one to watch back if you've got 10 minutes of your time. The next race coming up now, the MiniMax 950s, of course, also known as the Mini Inters. It's Otis Cleary who starts from pole for Max Wheatley and Lewis Herbson for Oliver Barton, and Ronnie Smart from Louis Barker, Finley Beals, Toby Wortley, Jackson Heath, Archie Lee Bullock from Alex Kniskis, from Esme Rosie, from Teddy Higgs, Edward Munns, Siki Komatsu, Ramon Komatsu, rounds out your row 8, a full Komatsu row 8 from Logan Baker, Rian Townsend back at the back of the field once again. George Weldon, Jack Charles Bailey, and Travis Owens rounds out your 21 drivers. Now Rian Townsend, who had a rough second heat, he's gonna have to try and drive his way through again, as he didn't get the best final starting position that he may have wanted, as his pace does say otherwise because he's one of the quickest drivers who's been here this weekend. But at the front, it's really going to be just a 1v1 now between Otis Cleary and Max Wheatley. But I think in this race, anyone has an opportunity here.
Well, always at the start of a race like this with the 950s, all the Inters, it's everybody's opportunity. Just like to say before we pop on this one, I was saying about George really got his head down and going for it. He did his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap.
Brilliant stuff there. He really put it down when he needed to. That's how you always got to drive. When you need to put the laps in, you've got to put them laps in, and that's exactly what makes Edgar such a good and promising driver for the future. But we've got more cadet drivers here and more stars in the making. 2 drivers as well, Otis Cleary, Max Wheatley. It's been a 1v1 against them all weekend long, and they've got 8 minutes plus a lap to tackle for victory. Who will take the 5th round of the Club Championship? Let's get underway. It's a full start. I will do all that was like Townsend. A couple of drivers going into the barrier there. That looked like one of the Komatsu brothers, one of Jack Deck's drivers as well. I don't think some of the drivers saw those full start flags and got into a bit of a tussle with each other.
Yeah, that is the problem with a false start, is that quite often the ones at the front slow down immediately, and the guys like 3 or 4 rows back don't really catch on quick enough. So it's always a difficulty with a false start.
Yeah, it's just one of them things. But hopefully we can get going for the second.
I think when you take about, like saying there, they see the false start flag and they slow down and they cause it a bunching up. It doesn't say in the rule book slow down. It just tells this is a false start.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can do what you want. So yeah, but let's see if they can go in for the second time of asking. Hopefully, no more false starts, and we can get this one underway. Of course, we've been speaking about the top 2, but I think anyone in the top 10 has a really good opportunity. We get going for the second time of asking. Down into turn 1, Otis Cleary moving over, defending from Max Wheatley. Gets a really good run through the first sector, and it's looking strong for the right car up at the front of the field. It's the number 11, Otis Cleary, who gets in front of that K-plate of the KidX Driver Development Program. That is Max Wheatley. Lewis Herberson, who's had a pretty consistent weekend so far. You might as well call him the Mr. Number 3, because he's been third all weekend long. But he's got a big group of drivers behind. Oliver Barton, Louis Barker as well. Louis Barker might be one of his best weekends so far this year. So you file through, a couple moves being made throughout. I think that was Rian Townsend getting past Ronnie Smart. Of course, Rian Townsend, his father Gary, racing in the Civic Cup Championship this year. Just a bit of historic racing as well. So Gary does a bit of everything really, and I think Rian might try and follow in his footsteps.
well, it's just as we were just talking about the Edgars, it doesn't do you any harm to be part of a racing family. It's all more or less in your blood right from the off, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. Number K plate there got very close behind Otis Cleary, and they're going to shuffle themselves round the final couple of corners. And I think Max Wheatley here, I think just like the other races, try and save those tyres for a couple of laps and then go full charge, full send, and see what happens. But the number 11 here, Otis Cleary, of course, he was very dominant last month, took the win last month with a brilliant battle against Oliver Barton. Barton not having the best of pace in the dry conditions, but he's still up there at the front at the front of the field. But Max Wheatley, on his return back, he had a couple months out of the club championship, and we're good to have him back in the series in the mini interclass. But I think he really wants to end this one on a good result, get out of this weekend with a victory and some silverware to gladly go with it. But yeah, just watching the two here, Max Wheatley not make up any ground, all back for third going on. And I wonder if not Ronnie Smart, Oliver Barton has made his way up into first place. Yes, he has. Barton passed Lewis Herberson, and Herberson might even have looked for a lead place back. I don't think he could get it done, so Herberson stays there in fourth place. But all the time being, just allowing the top two here to slowly pull a bit of a margin. It's about a second margin so far. And I think if they keep working together and the other drivers keep battling, it's just going to get bigger and bigger, and it will help them out when it comes to those final couple of laps, because they can battle each other without having that margin of getting caught up from the drivers behind. But it's going to be interesting. I think Otis Cleary, he is sitting very high up in the championship. I think he's actually leading the championship at the moment. Max Wheatley, who is just here with the contention that he wants to win the race, because who doesn't want to win a final here this weekend? Lovely weather to do it. We're glad to see a bunch more motorhomes and a lot of drivers staying over and camping for the night, which is always brings a good community to the sport and a good way to celebrate. Oh, Rian Townsend makes a move on Oliver Barton now. We haven't spoken much about Rian Townsend. Rian Townsend, he's a one to really watch out for in this race. I think he had a lot of issues in that second heat that meant he couldn't drive through. But from he's in fourth place at the moment, and he started all the way down in 18th, up 14 places is Rian Townsend, and he might even have a look for a podium spot. Here he goes on the inside of number 23 there into third place, up 15 spots from 18th on the grid to third. Les, that's a brilliant drive so far from the 23 there of Townsend, putting it up against all the drivers in this field, from the back of the field to the front.
Oh yeah, it's like he's making the best of the way the others are all handling the race, and definitely looking like he can be the winner for today. It's
going to be interesting to see how they get on. Oliver Barton making a move on the inside of of Herbertson gets that move sorted. Ronnie Smart tries to find a way through as well. But I think really it's all happening at the front of the field. You can see that Max Wheatley got on the inside of Otis Cleary, and I think he got that move done. We'll wait and see until we get another shot of them as Herbertson tries to go around the outside of Ronnie Smart to try and defend his position. But at the front, I do think that Max Wheatley got past Otis Cleary. Townsend is there in third now, but at the front of the field, just looking off the commentary box, yes it is. It's Max Wheatley who leads the way. This is going to be exciting. Of course, we said Max Wheatley spent a couple laps just, sitting behind, watching what Cleary was doing. It's really going to start getting feisty now. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We're watching the battles a bit further up the field. That's for like 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Oliver Barton, Ronnie Smart, and Herbertson. Of course, Townsend, who I think deserves my driver of the day so far, because he's had a brilliant race so far. Had those troubles in those heat races, but manages to bring it when it matters most, and he's got onto that podium spot, sitting in third at the moment. But Louis Barker as well, he's in the back of this field, but Louis Barker's had one of his best weekends so far, from what I've seen results-wise. It's been an open eye, I think, for Louis Barker. He sees the potential in him, and this is the battle up at the front. The number 11 and the clay plate side by side. Oh, I got ever so close there, and Max Wheatley thought better of it. He had to back out that one, otherwise that was going to be a nasty incident. And I think gosh, gave a bit of an opportunity for Otis Cleary here, just to get that bit of a margin. But I wonder if Max Wheatley can bring it back.
Well, they've been lapping at very, very similar lap times, so it's going to be a bit difficult for him to get back up to the back of the other guy. It depends whether the guy at the front does like George did, just get your head down and drive away, or whether he gets a bit sort of worried about being at the front of the field and allows the other guy to get back in touch.
It's always that thing when you're at the front of the field, running in that first place, you start to forget to put in those quick laps, and you sort of then to start putting on the cruise control and driving around for a bit, and that then just leaves for the other drivers to pull back through. It's very hard mentally to keep putting in those consistent laps when you're at the front of the field, but it's going to be interesting. Of course, 45 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to get 2 more laps of racing. Townsend, I think he's settled for third, and that would have been a brilliant drive from 18th on the grid. Herbertson's trying to find his way through on Ronnie Smart, but 2 laps of racing here, and it's going to be Otis Cleary versus Max Wheatley once again. We're having a watch of a couple of drivers near the further down the field. He's battling for sort of your top 5 positions. Oliver Barton, Ronnie Smart, and Lewis Herbertson, as well as Louis Barker as well. But you just saw there going through your screens, Cleary hasn't fully pulled away yet from Max Wheatley. Wheatley's there or thereabouts. He's just waiting for a mistake to happen that could open up many eyes and opportunities for him. Townsend still there in third place, but we're going on to the final lap now. 1 lap of racing left in MiniMax 950. That's a good move there by Herbertson on the inside of Ronnie Smart. But who will it be at the end of this lap? Will it be the number 11 of Otis Cleary, or will it be Max Wheatley, the K-plate? 2 drivers, 1 lap. Who will come out on top? Through the Derek's corner. You can see just at your front of your shots there. It's going to be close, and it's going to be tight. Oliver Barton there on your screens making a move with Ronnie Smart following as well. Lewis Herbertson losing out big style. But at the front, who will finish in front of the other? Will it be Otis Cleary, or will it be Max Wheatley? They'll come into the final couple of corners now. You won't be able to see off your we'll be able to see off the commentary box. It looks like it's going to be Otis Cleary who takes the victory just by a small margin, with Max Wheatley in second place. Townsend, a brilliant drive, deserves my drive of the day so far, from 18th on the grid to third. That was superb from Oliver Barton and Ronnie Smart, from Herbertson and Teddy Higgs, who had a brilliant drive up through the field as well. He made up 5 places. Finley Bills and Esme Rosie rounds at your top 10. But really, that race was sealed about 3 or 4 laps ago, where that one move through the Willow section, Wheatley got pushed off wide there, and after that, it was just cruise to victory for Otis Cleary.
Well, yeah, it's, I mean, it looked quite easy, and it's, you know, maybe it was reasonably easy, but, you know, you never know. Nothing, you don't win any trophies for leading at the start of the last lap. You got to get to the end, and while you're on that lap, you know this because you've raced yourself. I do as well. You start getting the jitters. You think you start hearing things that are not really happening. Though the front wheels come loose. Oh no, the steering's shaky a bit. You know, and all these things are going through your head. When of course there's nothing wrong at all. It's just, you know, you get so apprehensive of what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's always that added pressure.
He'll be overjoyed now to win that race. And also the guy who finished third, the one you were going to give the driver of the day to, he totally deserved his place on the podium.
Yep, exactly that. Now, going into sort of the final races now. This is Senior X30. Lewis Bird versus Gus Lawrence on that front row. Morgan Porter and Tristan Powell from Morgan Moore. Harrison Mackey, Reese Newburn and Monty Breathwaite from Alistair Cresswell. Ollie Rands from Hayden Eldridge. Joey Brown, Jack Dan, CJ Bennett from Jensen Pugh and Gabriel Stilp. Who rounds out your row 8. It's going to be interesting to see what Stilp can do from 15th. From Dylan Patel, Isaac Marsh, Josh Jones, Tiger Dixon, Peter Jurovic, Noah Alston, Oliver Harris, Aaron Lask. Rounds out your 24 drivers. There's still Zach Wellen, Katie Ashman, Leif Khan, James Reynolds, and plenty more drivers who have a good opportunity of fighting their way through. But really, it's going to be who can beat Gus Lawrence down into turn 1. Let's see how they fire off as they exit. It's going to be ever so close. Morgan Moore nearly on a half spin there. Nearly lost the rear of the car, but he manages to keep it going. Couple of drivers getting into contact there. Looks like Monty Breathwaite involved with that one, as well as Joey Brown. But at the front of the field, it looks like, is that Alistair Cresswell into second place? The driver with Tim Wilson Motorsport, who started near on the front of the field, has had a blind start and is into second place. Brilliant stuff there as Morgan Porter gets up into third. But at the front, Lewis Bird has stormed away and Porter into second place. But Gus Lawrence is not having the best of starts at the moment. Drops to P4, and I thought this was going to be something that happens. I think a lot of people were against and wanted to beat Gus Lawrence this weekend because of his professionalism and how quick he is around any circuit. He's going to be one to watch out for the British Championships, and as well as this club round here, the 5th round of the HKRC Club Championship. But at the front, looks like Lewis Bird is slowly pulling a margin from Porter in second. Now Gus Lawrence managed to get into third on that last on those last couple of corners, and that also drops Cresswell down to 4th. But Les, of course, you know the Tim Wilson Motorsport team quite well. It's going to be interesting here to see what Cresswell can do. Cresswell, who hadn't really been up there in the heats, he's up there in the final when it matters. And I think the whole Tim Wilson Motorsport squad, they put some good engines and they put some good karts together, don't they?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's using all Birrell equipment. I think I don't think he uses the same engines that we use in the Birrell team. I think he has his own engines on. But he's a really good driver. I'm not so sure if he's like absolute top-notch driver. You know, whether he would be able to catch and pass Gus, I'm not so sure. But I mean, he's the Lando Norris lookalike, isn't he? He'll hate me for saying that. But loads of people say you look just like Lando Norris. But Gus is the man for sure. He's been the best driver in Senior X30 for a long time now.
I was about to go on to that actually because I wanted to speak about Gus, and obviously you've seen Gus over the years, how much he's developed as a driver. Because of course he won't have always been at the first straight away ever since he was a baby. That looked like a lot of barrier damage, and the Battenberg's flags are out. That was one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport cars. So I think a commentator's curse there. We were talking all good about the karts and one being ripped into bits. I think that might be an Isaac Marsh, who's had no luck this weekend. We'll have to wait and see who it is. No, Zach Wellen. My apologies. Zach Wellen having not the best of luck and into the wall at turn 1. And a lot of barrier damage down at turn 1. So Battenberg flags are out. And I think this is going to help out a load of drivers. You know, drivers such as, you know, Gus Lawrence, Morgan Porter. One driver that's not helping is Lewis Bird on there on your screens. At number 5, he had a pretty big margin, and he's lost all of that now. But of course, we know Gus Lawrence. He's a driver who can make moves very quickly, as well as Morgan Porter on his return back to karting. It'll be good for Morgan Porter if he can seal a win on his return. But now the Battenbergs are out, it's going to be very interesting to see who wins this race. I don't think Lewis Bird's got this, if I'm being truthfully honest.
Well, it's difficult to say because they're all very good. Morgan, I worked with Morgan when he was doing KZ. He's a really, really good driver. And the thing with Gus is that you can never count him out. He's been like, you know, if he's sensible enough to know, like, if you can't win, I'll take second. That'll be enough more points. Because he's a points man. He's always chasing the points. And that's the way you win championships, which he's done plenty of.
Yeah, I think some people may have seen him differently because of some of the incidents he's gotten into, but that's more down to the other driver trying to go for tarmac that maybe wasn't always there.
He's a man with a target on his back.
Oh, always.
Everybody thinks they can beat Gus Lawrence.
Yeah, I think that's the issue he had going into this weekend was, of course, it was a club round and he won and there was a lot of drivers here who just wanted to go out there and beat Gus Lawrence, and I hope it doesn't turn into a dirty way of doing that. Of course, I hope these drivers all race cleanly, but they're all here because they're all testing for that British Championship, so they're going to race each other hard because that's how they're going to do it in the Championship. Will we go green flag this lap? I think we do. Right, green flag racing. We're back racing. It's a 3-minute sprint plus an additional lap. Look at Lewis Bird right on that white line going to turn 1. He's going to defend like a rab rat as they come through the first sector. It's really the cat and mouse game, and instead there's about 25 other mouses who are trying to chase after the cat. Morgan Porter into second place here. Gus Lawrence, as we said, he's a very strong and likeable driver who is there in third place at the moment, but has the opportunity to maybe get up to second place, maybe get into the lead of the race. But we've got to wait and bide our time. What will Lewis Bird do now? Of course, he's got that bit of a margin now. Will he defend, or will he just stick to that normal racing line? He sticks to the racing line. Porter does as well. Porter had a bit of a think, really. He thought, okay, what will Gus do? Will he have a bit of a send? No, he's going to just stick behind, and now I'm going to go back to my normal line, carry that speed through. I think pace-wise, Lewis Bird, of course, has a lot of pace as he's at the front of the field, but Porter, if he can try and catch Bird, make a mistake or two, he'll be right on his bumper in a lap.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, of course, with Gus is that he's technically a privateer because the team that he's with is just.
Well, it's just him most weekends, really.
Well, it's Paul Fletcher. Obviously sponsors him, always looked after him, and then he's got his mechanic. And that's it. They do everything together. So he hasn't been tempted by offers from big teams and all that sort of stuff. And I know that exactly because when I was working with Danny Curl, and Danny won the World Championship in 2017 and was off to race in Europe, I said to him, who's the next best? Who should we try and get? And he said, Gus. But of course, Gus wasn't coming because he was with Paul and all that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's how highly rated he was by the 2017 world champion.
Yep, Gus Lawrence, a loyal customer to Paul Fletcher, as we said, and has stayed with the team for a very long time. I think he's nearly going to be knocking on nearly a decade with the team.
Well, they'll be giving him a gold watch soon.
Oh well, who doesn't want a gold watch? Who doesn't want a gold watch or anything to gold? Battle's still going on. Gus Lawrence. He's there or thereabouts. He's close to second place, close to Morgan Porter, but it's going to be a matter of just setting a late one, really. I think in this sort of race, he's got no championship to look at, so he's going to just try and make some big moves. And of course, in this scenario, if it doesn't pay off, then he hasn't lost too much. Gabriel's still out there on circuit. Let's have a look at some of the big names who've made some big moves. Gabriel's still up 9 to 7th, so he's having a good race so far. Hayden Eldridge up 7 to 4th, and it's Jensen Pugh. He's up 4 to 11th. James Reynolds up 10 to 18th. Natalia DeBeck, she's having a good drive. She's up to 21st. She's made up 11 places. Some drivers who've lost that big time. Monty Breathwaite, CJ Bennett. And we've lost retirees of Joey Brown, Morgan Moore, Zach Wellen, Josh Jones and Peter Jurovic. Gabe Stulp is under investigation, so I wonder what Stulp's done there. But up at the front of the field, Lewis Bird has had a brilliant race so far. He hasn't really had to look behind ever since he got that restart sorted. But the battle for second is still on, and you're watching it here. The number one, the senior X30 British champion from last year, Gus Lawrence. He's right on the tail of Morgan Porter. Morgan Porter with that Jamie Green racing machine on his return to karting. It'll be a brilliant way to solve to get a second place and a lap early. And Lewis Bird takes the win there. Sorry, I didn't see the checkered flag was out there. Lewis Bird takes the win from Morgan Porter in second place, and Gus Lawrence, a good way to seal a podium spot. Hayden Eldridge up in fourth from Reese Newburn, Alistair Cresswell, Gabriel Stilp from Tristan Powell, who finishes up in eighth. From Harrison Mackey, Ollie Rands from Jensen Pugh, Jack Dan, Dylan Patel, Noah Upson from Oliver Harris, Tiger Dixon, Aaron Lask, Isaac Marsh, Monty Breathwaite and Castro. Rounds like your top 20. But I think points-wise and the championship-wise, it's helped out Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell. Both are going to make a lot of points up this weekend. But, you know, a good race there from Gus Lawrence. He was so close to getting that win and that second place. But, yeah, as you said, he's a points man. Thought better of it, and he's to sit back and let Morgan Porter have his
I think
moment.
he'll go away happy with third place at a track that he doesn't visit very often. And I think they'll probably go home now, him and his mechanic, saying, you know, job done. We've been to Kim. We know we're quick. You know, that we didn't need to win. I was surprised there. I thought Harrison Mackey would have done better because he's a very quick driver. He seemed to get bogged down a little bit down in the position he was in. So I could expect him to probably do better next time he comes here, which will be probably for the championships.
Yeah, well, Harrison Mack was here last month, and he drove a very good race. I think he won the final in the end, and I thought he was going to pretty much do the same here. But of course, more challenging drivers, more competitiveness, and he's been showing up. Senior Rotax are now going out circuit. James Tester starts from pole from Tobin Alvarez, Joshua Valance, Dawn Pedersen, Philip Tatton, Rose Tyler, George Robinson and George Hart. Rounds like your fourth row. Adam White, Samuel Cook, Thomas Min spearing from Oliver Liversedge, Ben Southgate, Ryan Sayers from Joseph Reed-Smith and Tom Pryor. Rounds out your 8 rows from Declan Love, Liam Hartley, Jake Fisher, Michael Morgan, Will Forber from Dan Renton, Joseph Haitley and Woody Hart. Rounds out your 12th row of drivers. The other drivers come fighting through. It's going to be a really interesting one. Of course, Tester's already won a round here so far. He's going to try and do the same. But he's got a long company with him as well. Tobin Alvarez had one of his best race weekends so far. He's going to be signed for second place. Will they get going for the first time? Asking no, they go round once again. So that start wasn't good enough. And they'll go around for one more formation lap, give another chance for the drivers to get some heat in the tyres that they don't really need to, because it's a very sunny day still out on circuit, and I don't think there's no dark clouds or any rain in sight for these drivers. So 2 finals left to go as well, shall we say. Senior Rotax and then the Junior Rotax finals. That's going to be one to watch out for. So sit back and keep watching until the end of the day. Of course, if you're getting your dinner sorted, make sure you get ready for these finals, because they're going to be exciting. They're going to be ones to watch.
But don't mention dinner. I'm absolutely starving.
We should have kept that quiet from you, Les. What you got planned for dinner?
I don't know. You know, when we leave here, it takes me about an hour and a quarter to get home, so I've got an hour and quarter to think about it.
And I bet you won't even think of what you got when you get home. Let's see if we can get going for the second time asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Tobin Alvarez slots in behind Jim's Tester, but look, he's trying to go round the outside. That's Ross Tyler. What a start from Ross Tyler into second place, and Tobin Alvarez drops to third. Back at the front, still James Tester. Ross Tyler, who hasn't even been in the top 5 all weekend, in the second place when it matters. He might even have a challenge for the lead here. But obviously we've seen this time and time again, Les. Some drivers who, haven't really been up there at the start field in the heat races, when it matters in the finals, they're really up there in those podium spots.
Yeah, well, they're sort of, they're working their way forward, either from bad grid positions or an incident on track. And they've worked their way up to close to the front now. And now's the time to turn it on and, give it your all.
And I think a part of that was due to the fact everyone sort of went to the inside and then braked really early, really sharp to try and just hold it around the first corner. And Ross Tyler just thought, well, you guys can go over there, see ya, and sent it round the outside and managed to make some good ground off it. He started all the way down in 6th place. Now he's in 2nd place, and he's looking good so far. But here's the move for 2nd place. Toby Alvarez on the inside of Ross Tyler. That's a brilliant move. And put Ross Tyler into the barrier. That was super unfortunate there. The driver who had a brilliant start, now in the wall. Marshall's running over to get him out as quick as possible. Marshall team doing a brilliant job as always. Always deserve a pat on the back. They do. But that's really shaken up this front field, because who is that into 3rd place? That's George Hart, who may be getting his first podium in senior Rotax in a final. This could be interesting. William Forber and Ben Southgate both off. That's interesting to see. I think Ben Southgate takes it to the pit lane, so he won't continue anymore, and Battenberg flags are out. So that's down to that, obviously, that incident at the final corner. Ross Tyler managed to get off the circuit. But really, I think, Les, that was a commentator's curse. They had a brilliant start, and it's all gone to big incident there. Thomas Min Spearing has gone off right at the top edge of the circuit. I think that might be at the Dan Weldon corner. But it seems to be that everything sort of happened in the everything sort of seemed to happen at one bit of time.
Well, excuse me. It's the case of it's your last chance saloon, isn't it? This is the last race of the day for these guys, and they get a bit overexcited. Well, some of them do, and you end up with crashes and whatever there. I think also sometimes with the driver, I think maybe I can't remember his name now, the chap who made the really good start and then went off up here.
Ross Tyler.
Yeah, Ross. I think maybe his brilliant start and finding himself up there at the front end, it got to him a little bit, because that place, he should have really give up that place, because it was already well and done. But he tried to stay there and ended up in the barrier. He'd have been better off thinking, I'll just hold back. This is only the end of the first lap,
Yeah, so really unfortunate there for Ross. So he'll have to go at it in the next club round of the championship. Of course, we'll be going to round 6 soon enough in the months to come. I think we have 11 rounds this year. So obviously reaching the halfway point after we get this final finished. And I think what a good first half of the season we've had. I mean, we've had loads of racing, loads of different conditions as well. And these drivers are getting a real taste of everything. A good bang for your buck, really, for these drivers. So obviously, James Tester still leads the way. Toby Alvarez in 2nd place. Now, I wonder if we're going to get green flag this next lap. Yes, we do. Green flag to back out. We are off and racing down into turn 1, and it's a 4-minute sprint plus an additional lap. James Tester now needs to put in some very solid times if he wants to hold on to this lead. But watch out for Toby Alvarez. Toby Alvarez, look at him stipulating, saying, come on, let's go, don't defend. And James Tester thinks exact opposite of that. Gets on that defensive line, but I think Toby Alvarez now, he's just thinking, well, if you're going to defend, I'm going to send one on you, because I don't want to be caught from this big group of drivers behind. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens here. Alvarez on the inside into the final corner. Can he get that move done? Yes. And James Tester drops down to 2nd, might even be 3rd as they go down to turn 1. Loads of hands being thrown around, stipulating to each other, saying, come on, let's work together. But Les, I don't think the hand signals really do much.
Well, to my mind, being a big believer in body language, the hand signals quite often give the other guy the opportunity to think he's worried.
Yeah.
I'll go for it, because he's worried. No, I mean, well, with drivers I've coached and whatnot, I always say to them when they come in, "What were you doing? Waving to somebody, you know?"
Yeah, exactly that. And I think my dad had the same issue as well, always telling me off for that. Good move there by the 26. A bit of a half move there, but couldn't get the move completed. Might force him back in Joshua Valance. That was John Pedersen, who has had a really good weekend and has been very, very good at top. Oh, right then. The 86, Tobian Alvarez, is under investigation. I wonder if it was for a jump star or an incident. But Tobian Alvarez may win on track, but may lose through to penalties. This will be very interesting. James Hester tries to get on the inside of George Hart. This is going to be a battle for second place. George Hart drops to third. Pedersen now in fourth place. Pedersen might even get a podium spot here because, of course, the second that you run wide, coming out that corner, you get a bit of a grasp on the tyres and the grip levels suddenly drop substantially.
Yeah, well, they'll be sort of getting to the point where they're getting short of grip anyway. They've been out there all day long. So quite easy just to lose the back end or whatever with a kart that's got a bit slidey. So they have to be careful of that as well.
That was a good move from George Hart, who held it round the outside of George Robinson. George Robinson having another brilliant weekend, and I think that was George Robinson basically stating, "Get out of my way," as he makes his move past. But Tobian Alvarez, if he can complete this, it'll be his first ever final win at Kimbolton in Junior Rotax, and what an establishment it will be. James Hester there in second place with Pedersen now in a podium spot. Robinson there in fourth. Robinson might even have an opportunity for a podium spot. I wonder how many times it's a podium spot in this race.
Well, Tester's just done the fastest lap, so it may be that he's set his kart to come a bit strong towards the end of the race, whereas Alvarez has been quick right from the offset, so his kart might be set up the opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can do many things to set your car up. Of course, mostly down to the tyre pressures. You can set it up to when you want your tyres to come on, especially at the start of the race or the end of the race. And with these used tyres, it can make a really big difference into the whole characteristic of how the tyre performs. The battle for third, there isn't really a battle for third, because Pedersen has pulled a bit of a margin. But I think after all that battling, Alvarez up at the front here, he's got a big margin from Tester. Dropped down to about the top 5, and he's got a lot of work to do. Yeah, he's outside the top 5. I think he's in the P6 at the moment. He's got to try and get past George Phillips. He's had a brilliant start. George Phillips made up 6 places on that initial lap. Miles Burton really having to defend now from Blake Southern, who's there in 2nd place. Miles, will he defend into Derek's corner? No, he doesn't. He stays out wide and keeps on getting... trying to extend that gap from Blake Southern. Of course, these initial laps so crucial into how your race will play out. We've seen in some of the races before, if you can get a gap in those first couple of laps, it can help out big time near the end of the race. As they all come filing through. Cole having a bit of a battle with Teddy Cooper as they head into turn 1. There's a driver off at turn 1, so it'll be a yellow flag sector, no overtaking allowed. As they file through turn 2 and turn 3 into Derek's corner as well. Miles Burton really having to go on the defensive line there to hold off Blake Southern. I think Miles Burton, it is his race to lose. Miles Burton, if he can win this race, I think this might also be his first race win, definitely of the year, but might even be his first junior Rotax race. As yeah, that's a driver off there. Hope he's all right and is okay. And might have a quick check in the medical room. But there's John Richardson on your screens making the move past George Phillips. They'll go side by side down into turn 1. But look at the battle at the front. This is the Miles Burton and Blake Southern. This race is going to get... Eli Bowden is slowly closing in. Eli Bowden, who has not had the best of luck in the rounds previous. He's been involved in a lot of incidents. Really wasn't his fault. Not just throughout this year, but as well as last year as well, getting in a few at the end of the year. He has unreal pace, as we said, a lot of potential. I think he's also had a win so far this year, so this will just add up his tally and his championship points as we head into the 2nd stage of the championship. Of course, this is the halfway mark before we head into the final stage where points will matter. These early results will also matter. They head down into Derek's corner once again. Miles Burton is not really deciding to go and take a normal line and try and carry as much speed as possible and try and put some quick laps in. He's really staying on that defensive line, Les, and he does not want to let any of these drivers pass.
Well, yeah, but I think it's a bit early in the day for driving defensively, because you've got to defend. The earlier you start, the longer you've got to keep defending, and the chances of somebody just getting by you you're playing into their hands a bit.
Yeah, speaking of that, Eli Baden.
Just seen that.
Eli Baden gets on the inside of Blake Southern, and that was all due to the fact of Miles Burton battling. But it's going to be interesting. Two of Cato Adams lads are in P1 and P2. I want to know what Cato would have said to him before the start of this race. Will have told him, you know what, just play it chill, don't do anything silly, or would have said, you know, get the elbows out and try and give us a bit of a race. I mean, obviously you have probably seen Cato Adams, well, you've probably known Cato Adams for quite a long time, and he's been quite successful with the junior and the senior business, really. He's been the king of Rotax, really, at this circuit. And, they're going to go 3 wide into turn 2. That got very close, but Miles Burton still holds on to the lead. Looks like Blake Southern now in second place. Teddy Cooper trying to go round the outside. Teddy Cooper will have a good opportunity for a move for a podium spot. Of course, he's in the new team, the KidX development program. But as I was saying, yeah, Cato Adams, you must have known him for a long time. He must be a good chap as well.
Well, I haven't known him very well. I mean, I've known of him and I've met him.
Oh, sorry to get in front of you there. Teddy Cooper making a big move on the inside of Eli Baden. They're going to be side by side as they go down into turn 1. The long start-finish rate that leads into the very hard braking zone. I think Eli Baden's just got it. But look at who's under investigation. The number 143. Both drivers in first and second under investigation. This race could go to anyone, really. Teddy Cooper and Eli Baden getting side by side as they come through. Watch out for John Richardson as well. He's made his way through and up and over. Oh, 2 drivers off there. John Richardson having no luck in these junior Rotax races. Teddy Cooper cutting some grass there. Thank you, Teddy, because I didn't cut it this month. Teddy Cooper doing a good job for the lawn mowing team here at Kimbolton, but that really messed up the rest of the race. And look at this now. It's now once again between Miles Burton and Blake Southern. What a race we're having here, Les. This has been we're only halfway through the race, really, but there's still a lot more to play out for.
Yeah, well, the lad who went up the top there, basically, he was never going to make that corner because he was way offline going into it. I think he just run onto the part of the track where there's no grip. Yeah, so that was quite a scary one. But as ever with karts, quite often it looks a lot more scary than it ends up being. I can see from here that the lad is up and walking around, so that's okay.
Up at the front of the field, it's still going on between Blake Southern and Miles Burton. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. So they're going to get a couple laps still left of racing. Now, Miles Burton's going to have a bit of a think about this, because if he keeps battling the way he is now, it's going to bring his teammate back into it, which is probably what his plan is. Super Service flags out through the Dan Weldon complex. So the drivers will need to be wary of the changeable conditions. But up at the front, move for the lead! Blake Southern got past Miles Burton, going through Kestrel corner. That was a strong pass for the lead, and it looks like Miles Burton, I think he may have ran a bit wide. They're going to see Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper will come into the pits, but it's going to be close now. Blake Southern made the move at Kestrel corner, but it looked like Miles Burton sort of gave that to him because he made a big mistake entering the Kestrel corner. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, Les, it's going to be a 1v1 battle, and I think third and fourth might have an opportunity here.
Well, at the moment, I'd say these two have got it to themselves at the front, but you never know, if they get any banging and boring, but they could give it away. But they're looking fairly safe at the moment for a win and a second place.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Of course, the penultimate lap of the race now. Let's see what happens here. Blake Southern right on that defensive line, but you'll see he gets on the white line on the defence, but then comes over before actually entering the corner. And that's to help open up the corner, carry that speed through, and he's defending brilliantly from Miles Burton. But of course, we were speaking about earlier, it's bringing in Eli Baden and a new boy, Hayden Fisher, who's just started off in his junior Rotax campaign with Jack Dex Racing. Speaking to the family earlier in the year, it's on a limited budget, so really struggles to get out on circuit. But when he's out on circuit, he's really showing up what he can do. One more lap of racing. Contact there between Burton and Blake Southern. 1 lap left to go. Who will take it?
Blake Southern will defend into turn 1. Miles Burton will try and carry the speed through. Looks like Eli Baden might be able to defend as well from Hayden Fisher. That will mean that these two won't be able to get involved with this lead battle. But it's going to get interesting here. Looks like Miles Burton got pushed off a bit wide there. But Blake Southern, will this be back-to-back victories here at Kimbolton in the Club Championship? It's the 5th round of the Club Championship, and in Junior Rotax, it can only be won by one. There's 5 drivers entering that final corner, and let's see who comes out on top. It looks like it's going to be Blake Southern, who takes the win for the 2nd time. Back-to-back victories for Blake Southern. What a drive. And it looked like Miles Burton got into 2nd place at the end of that. And Sam Aston got to 3rd at the end there. There's a lot of tussle and tangling between Eli Baden and Hayden Fisher. Aston got the better of the two, made up 10 places from 13th on the grid to 3rd. What a finish, and look how close they all are at the end of the race. The top 15 being separated by just 6 seconds, which may seem like a lot, but it really isn't. What a drive that was, and a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, that was a very, very good drive. He didn't get tangled up in any messing around that he didn't really need to. He drove really quickly. When he was challenged a little bit for that 1st place, he dealt with it fairly swiftly. Yeah, it was good. I was impressed with that.
Brilliant stuff there. So that's been the 5th round of the HKRC Club Championship. Les, has there been anyone who sort of stood out for you? Of course, without saying Charlie Cole, who's your fan favourite.
Yeah, well, I think apologies, first of all, if people think I've spoken a bit too much about Charlie. It's because, obviously, I know more about him. But either the boy who just won that last race, I think that was outstanding, or good old Ryan Green to win the KZ race.
Yep, loads of victorious winners and well-deserved winners. It's been the 5th round of the HKRC Club Championship. We can't wait to see you at the next round. I've been Charlie Ellis. We've been joined by John Richardson and Les Latham. Thank you for your time, Les, and thank you and goodbye.
Well, thank you for having me.